Section 13 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 3. The Revolt of Pisa, the entry of Charles VIII into Florence, his treaty with the Republic, and his departure, November 1494. Winged of fresh disasters, Tuscan affairs were now at a sad pass. On the very day that the Medici were expelled from Florence, the Pisans rose in revolt and regained their liberty by force. Ever since their subjection to the Florentine, or as they called it, the foreign yoke, their sole aim had been to cast it off. Loss of independence had been almost immediately followed by the ruin of their commerce and industry. They had seen their population thinned, every free institution destroyed, and accordingly the greater part of the citizens had preferred exile to slavery. But at the approach of the French, their hopes had revived, and Ludovico the Moor, who always fished in troubled waters, and already cherished the design of becoming master of Pisa, continually urged them to revolt, promising all kinds of assistance and causing secret hopes to be held out to them by persons in attendance upon the king. Hence, the moment Charles VIII entered the city, the populace rose, tore down the Florentine arms, cast into the Arno the Marzocco, and stood on the bridge, and set up the king's statue in its place. The Florentine authorities were forcibly expelled and their houses sacked by the mob. Liberty and independence were instantly proclaimed, all exiles recalled, and preparations began for the celebrated and ill-omened Pisan War that was fated to exhaust the strength of both the revived republics and cost the lives of many gallant citizens without any profit to either side. The king was a spectator of these revolutionary acts, and at first seemed inclined to encourage them, but his mood changed on beholding the expulsion of the Florentine rectors. He apparently expected the Pisans to reclaim their liberty without ceasing to yield obedience to the Florentines, but the people, having once begun the revolt, proceeded to accomplish it with the utmost rapidity. Thereupon Charles placed a French garrison in the fortress, and thinking that this was all that was required, resumed his journey, scarcely noticing what had happened, and without troubling himself as to the consequences of having encouraged the Pisans. Thus, even before entering Florence, he had dealt a cruel blow to the Republic by allowing its subjects to rise in rebellion before his eyes, and with a French army within their walls. It was truly a dangerous example for the whole state, and one that was soon followed by Arezzo, Montepulciano, and the other cities. Meanwhile, he continued his march, with a few days' halt at Signa, in order to give time for the tumults in Florence to subside, and for suitable preparations to be made for his entry. Another embassy was sent to implore him to settle the terms of the treaty before he proceeded further, but he replied, as before, "We will arrange everything within the great town, Ville." All this combined to keep the city in a state of confusion and suspense. The Medici only just driven out, the old government overthrown, and the new still unorganized. The king about to arrive without having been brought to terms, at the head of a powerful army already stained with Italian blood. There was excellent cause for alarm, but fortunately citizens of noted prudence and determination came to the signory's aid. Among others there was Piero Capponi, who in these days seemed to be the right hand of the Republic, even as Savonarola was its heart and soul. The latter preached charity, peace, and union, while the former flew wherever his presence seemed needed, providing arms and collecting men. All the houses were stocked with war material of every kind. Stakes and planks were repaired for barricading the streets. Hired troops, amounting, it is said, to the number of 6,000, were quartered in courtyards and in cloisters, ready to sally forth in defence of the Republic at the first sound of the alarm bell. The king's intentions were still unknown. Fresh relays of ambassadors were sent out to him. But meanwhile French officers and men passed the gates in little bands of 15 or so at a time, and were seen roving about the town unarmed, jaunty and gallant, bearing pieces of chalk in their hands to mark the houses on which their troops were to be billeted. While affecting an air of contemptuous indifference, they were unable to hide their amazement at the sight of so many splendid buildings, and at every turn were confounded by the novel scenes presented to their gaze. But what struck them most of all was the grim severity of the palaces, which appeared to be impregnable strongholds, and the towers still scarred with the marks of fierce and sanguinary faction fights. Then on the 15th of November, they witnessed a sight that sent a thrill of fear to their souls, whether by accident or design. a rumour suddenly spread through the town that Piero de' Medici was nearing the gates. Instantly the bell of the signory changed the alarm. The streets swarmed with a furious mob. Armed men sprang, as by magic, from the earth and rushed towards the piazza. Palace doors were barred, towers bristled with defenders, stockades began to be built across the streets, and on that day the French took their first lesson in the art of barricades. It was soon ascertained that the rumour was false, and the tumult subsided as quickly as it had risen. But the foreign soldiers were forced to acknowledge that their tactics and their stout battalions would be almost powerless, hemmed in those streets against this new and unknown mode of warfare. In fact, the Florentines looked on the Frenchmen with a certain pert assurance, as if they would say, "We shall see." For having now regained its liberty, this people thought itself master of the world, and almost believed that there was nothing left for it to fear. Meanwhile, splendid preparations were being made in the Medici Palace for the reception of King Charles. His officers were to be lodged in the houses of the principal citizens, and the streets through which he was to pass were covered with awnings and draped with hangings and tapestries. On the 17th of November, the signory assembled on a platform erected by the San Frediano gate, and numbers of young Florentine nobles went forth to meet the king, who made his state entry at the 21st hour of the day. The members of the signory then rose and advanced towards him to pay their respects, while Messer Luca Corsini, being deputed to that office, stood forth to read a written address. But just at that moment rain began to fall, the horses grew restless and hustled against one another, and the whole ceremony was thrown into confusion. Only Messer Francesco Valori, one of the officers of the palace, had sufficient presence of mind to pass his way through the throng and make a short speech suited to the occasion in French, after which the king moved forward under a rich canopy. The monarch's appearance was in strange contrast with that of the numerous and powerful army behind him. He seemed almost a monster, with his enormous head, long nose, wide gaping mouth, big white purblind eyes, very diminutive body, extraordinarily thin legs, and misshapen feet. He was clad in black velvet and a mantle of gold brocade, bestrode a tall and very beautiful charger, and entered the city riding with his lance levelled, a martial attitude then considered as a sign of conquest. All this rendered the meanness of his person the more grotesquely conspicuous. By his side rode the haughty Cardinal of St. Piero in Vincoli, the Cardinal of St. Malo, and a few marshals. At their heels came the royal bodyguard of 100 bowmen, composed of the finest young men in France, and then 200 French knights marching on foot with splendid dresses and equipments. These were followed by the Swiss vanguard, resplendent and party-coloured, bearing halberds of burnished steel, and with rich waving plumes on their officers' helmets. The face of these men expressed the mountaineer spirit of daring and the proud consciousness of being the first infantry in Europe, while the greatest part of them had scornfully thrown aside their cuirass, preferring to fight with their chests bared. The centre consisted of Gascon infantry, small, light, agile men, whose numbers seemed to multiply as the army advanced. But the grandest sight was the cavalry, comprising the flower of the French aristocracy, and displaying finely wrought weapons, mantles of gorgeous brocade, velvet banners embroidered with gold, chains of gold, and other precious ornaments. The cuirassiers had a terrible aspect, for their horses seemed like monsters with their cropped tails and ears. The archers were men of extraordinary height, armed with very long wooden bows. They came from Scotland and other northern countries, and in the words of a contemporary historian, seemed to be beast-like men, paravano uomini bestiali. This well-ordered and disciplined army, composed of so many different nationalities, with such varied attire and strange weapons, was as new and amazing a sight to Florence as to almost all Italy, where no standing armies were as yet in existence, and mercenaries the only soldiery known. It is possible to give the number of the forces accompanying the king to Florence, for his artillery were marching towards Rome by another route. He had left garrisons in many strongholds, and sent another body of men to Romagna. Gaddi, who witnessed the entrance of the French, says that their numbers amounted to 12,000. Renesuni, who was also present, estimated them at a lower figure, others at a higher, but in any case the city and suburbs were crammed with them. The procession marched over the Ponte Vecchio, Old Bridge, which was gay with festive decorations and sounds of music, wound across the piazza amid a crowd of triumphal cars, statues, etc., and passing the Canto dei Pazzi, made the tour of the cathedral square, and halted before the great door of the church. The people shouted the name of France with cries of applause, but the king only smiled inanely and stammered some inappropriate words in Italian. Entering the Duomo, he was met by the Signory, who, to avoid the pressure of the armed host, had been obliged to come round by the back streets. After joining the prayers with their royal guest, they escorted him to the sumptuous palace of the Medici, and the soldiers dispersed to their quarters. That night and the next, the whole city was a blaze of illuminations. The intervening day was devoted to feasting and amusements, and then the terms of the treaty began to be discussed. The arbitrators or syndics chosen by the Signory for this purpose were Messer Guidantonio Vespucci, Messer Domenico Bonsi, Francesco Valori, and Piero Capponi, all citizens of the highest reputation. Vespucci was thoroughly versed in law and the management of state affairs. Bonsi had won honourable distinction in many embassies. Valori, afterwards entitled the Florentine Cato, had become, as we have seen, one of the leaders of the people, and Capponi, to whom we have so frequently referred, was in truth a man of extraordinary gifts. He was born in 1447 of an old Florentine stock that had always been friendly to freedom and distinguished for many noble deeds. His father had trained him to commerce, recommending him to keep out of politics now that the times were going badly, and accordingly Piero devoted himself so energetically to trade that many accused him of being over-greedy to gain. When about 30 years of age, Lorenzo de' Medici, who knew how to turn capable citizens to account, offered him several missions, which he willingly undertook and accomplished with admirable skill. On these occasions, Capponi showed himself possessed of a singular insight into character, and a special power of gaining influence over the potentates with whom he had to deal, and more especially over those who prided themselves on their reticence and impenetrability. In fact, Ferdinand and Alfonso of Naples frequently trusted to his advice rather than to that of their own generals and ministers. Capponi had done well in exchanging commerce for diplomacy, but he did still better at forsaking the latter for the business of war, and then realized that his true mission was neither to sit in a banking office nor negotiate treaties, but rather to fight sword in hand. His vocation was revealed to him by chance. He was acting as commissary of the Republic to Alfonso of Aragon's camp, when his monarch was marching to the assistance of the Duke of Ferrara. The Neapolitan army being defeated by the Papal forces, Alfonso was so deeply discomfited that he would have certainly ordered a retreat had not Capponi contrived to infuse fresh courage both in him and his men. And adding deeds to his words, the Florentine led the men into action in so gallant a way as to prove to himself that he was a good soldier, and not only capable of facing the enemy, but of making an excellent leader to all brave enough to follow him. From that day he was always to be seen in the thickest of the fight, and the Republic, delighted to possess so valiant a captain, continually charged with him the most difficult enterprises. And the harder the task, the more readily Capponi assumed it, always acting both as soldier and commander. A fatal readiness, and afterwards led to his death. He had always been one of the most powerful men in Florence, and, from love of activity, had frequently given his services to Lorenzo the Magnificent. But when that prince was dead, and Piero reigning in his place, Capponi, as we have seen, soon lost patience with the latter's feeble, vacillating, and undignified rule, and declaring himself an inconsolable foe to the Medici, was one of those who did most to drive them from Florence. He was accordingly held in the highest estimation by the people, and the safety of the whole Republic was now entrusted, almost exclusively to him. No better man could have been found to deal with Charles, and if necessary firmly resist him. Having been sent on several missions to France, he had learned to understand the national character, and was accustomed to say, "When our Italians have once smelt the French, they will cease to have so great a fear of them." Hence the whole weight of these grave and difficult negotiations naturally fell upon his shoulders, and the knowledge that the fate of the entire nation was in his hands only swelled his courage and raised him, as it were, above himself. Meanwhile the mother and wife of Piero de' Medici had gained the ear of the king and his advisers, and the words of the chronicler gave and promised and offered that if Piero could succeed in returning, he would share the government with the French. These solicitations inclined the monarch still more in favour of the Medici, and the syndics of the Republic were now treated with great haughtiness. Charles gave them audience surrounded by his generals, advanced new and more exorbitant demands, and declared, among other things, that he had come to the city as a conqueror, having entered with levelled lance. These speeches only served to exasperate the people against him without leading to any conclusion, and matters dragged on from bad to worse. When at last the king ventured to say a few words in Piero's favour to the syndics, the faces of the Republicans grew very stern, and there was a speedy change in the aspect of the city. The Signory instantly met in council at the palace, summoned the principal citizens, and informing them of the public danger, bade them make ready to fly to arms, and head the people at the first peal of the tower bell. Rumours of the expected crisis were already afloat. Consequently, Florentines and French began to exchange defiant glances and insulting words, and even occasionally came to blows. One day a quarrel of this kind led to a serious disturbance. A band of French soldiers were seen going about the city, dragging some Italian prisoners of war bound with ropes, whom they had taken in Lunigiana, forcing them to beg money in the streets to pay their ransom, and threatening to kill them if they did not obtain enough. The Florentines were so enraged by this barbarous sight that some of the more daring spirits cut the cords and allowed the prisoners to escape. The French were furious and vainly tried to recapture their victims. A fight ensued. The citizens stood their ground, and recruits poured in from all sides to swell the fray. The Swiss, hearing of the riot, thought that the king's safety was threatened, and made a rush towards his palace. But their passage was barred in Borgo Ognissanti, and on trying to force their way through, they were assailed by such a hailstorm of stones from the windows that they were driven to retreat. The struggle went on for an hour, but then some of the royal officers and many of the principal citizens came to quell the disturbance by the Signory's command. However, this was a severe lesson for the French. Their pride was lowered, and they realized that Florence was not to be conquered by entering it chalk in hand and lance to hip. A city that, at the first stroke of the alarm bell, could be converted into a menacing stronghold, that barricaded its streets and rained down stones, fire, and all sorts of projectiles from its windows, was a place of mystery and terror even for the haughty Swiss infantry, who were dismayed by seeing how easily an army could be destroyed in those narrow streets. Thereupon the Signory took advantage of the opportunity, and, with the aid of many of the foreign ambassadors, at last succeeded in bringing the kind of a more reasonable frame of mind. Some of his extravagant pretensions were abated. He said nothing more of Piero or the conquered city, and almost all the terms of the treaty were fixed. A picture is displayed on the page, the Medici Palace, now Palazzo Riccardi, where the treaty with Florence was signed. The king was to receive the title of Protector of the Liberty of Florence, and have the right to hold the fortress for 2 years, on condition that he restored them sooner, should the war be ended before that date. The Florentines also agreed to pay him a large sum of money, but French dissensions arose as to its amount. Charles VIII, having been much impressed by the lavish promises of Piero de' Medici and his kindred, demanded a far larger sum than the Republic was able to pay, without most unjustly burdening all of the citizens. Thus there was again much exasperation on either side. The messages were continually sent backwards and forwards between the Signory and the king, without anything being settled. Charles clung obstinately to his demands, and Capone found it very difficult to control his temper and restrain his indignation. At last the monarch ordered his secretary to read his ultimatum, saying that he would yield no more upon any point. Naturally, the syndics again refused to accept it, whereupon the king turned on them in great fury and exclaimed in a threatening tone, "Then we will sound our trumpets." At this Capone became red as fire, and snatching the paper from the secretary's hand, tore it in the king's face, and made his celebrated reply, "And we will ring our bells." And thanks to the energy of his tone, the agreement was signed and sealed in a few hours, after so much entreaty and so many days of negotiation had been devoted to it in vain. The terms of the treaty stood as follows: that there should be a good and faithful friendship between the Republic and the king, that their subjects should have reciprocal protection, that the king should receive the title of Restorer and Protector of the Liberty of Florence, that he should be paid 120,000 florins in 3 installments, that he was not to retain the fortress for more than 2 years, and at the Neapolitan expedition finished before that date, he was then to give them up without delay, that the Pisans would receive pardon as soon as they should resume their allegiance in Florence. It was also stipulated that the decree, putting a price on the heads of the Medici, should be revoked, but that the estates of Giuliano and Cardinal Giovanni were to remain confiscated until all Piero's debts had been paid, and the said Piero was to remain banished to a distance of 200 miles, and his brothers of 100 from the Tuscan border. After the agreement had been drawn up in regular official form, the contracting parties met in the Duomo to swear to the observance of all its clauses, and in the evening there was a general illumination of the city, although the people gave no signs of their previous goodwill towards the king. But no sooner was one difficulty disposed of than another arose. When all was concluded, Charles relapsed into his normal state of inertia, and showed no disposition to depart. The city was thronged by the French quartered in the houses, and the Italian soldiery hidden on all sides. The shops were shut up and the traffic suspended. Everything was in a state of uncertainty and disorder, and the continual quarrels between the natives and the foreigner might at any moment provoke the most serious complications. There were perpetual robberies and murders by night, a most unusual state of things for Florence, and the people seemed to be on the verge of revolt at the least provocation. Thus matters went on from day to day, and consequently all honest citizens vainly did their utmost to hasten the king's departure, and the universal suspense was heightened by the impossibility of finding any way of forcing him to a decision. At last another appeal was made to Savonarola, who was exerting all his influence to keep the people quiet, and whose peaceful admonitions during this period of danger and confusion had been no less efficacious than the heroic defence of Piero Capponi. The friar's sermons at this time were always directed to the general welfare. He exhorted the citizens to lay aside their animosities and ambitions, to attend the councils at the palace in a righteous spirit, and with view not to their personal interest, but to the general good, and with the firm resolve to promote the unity and concord of their city. Then indeed would they be acceptable in the Lord's sight. He addressed himself to every class of the people in turn, proving to all that it would be to their own advantage, both in this life and the next, to labour for the defence of liberty and the establishment of union and concord. When he asked to seek the king and endeavoured to persuade him to leave, he cheerfully undertook the task and hastened to the royal abode. The officers and lords in attendance were at first inclined to refuse him admittance, fearing that his visit might defeat their plan of pillaging the treasures of this sumptuous palace. But remembering the veneration in which the friar was held by the king, they dared not refuse his demand, and allowed him to pass. Charles, surrounded by his barons, received him very graciously, and Savonarola went straight to the point by saying, "Most Christian prince, thy stay here is causing great injury both to our city and thine own enterprise. Thou losest time, forgetful of the duty imposed on thee by Providence, and to the serious hurt of thy spiritual welfare and worldly frame. Hearken now to the voice of God's servant. Pursue thy journey without delay. Seek not to bring ruin on this city, and thereby rouse the anger of the Lord against thee." So at last, on the 28th November, at the 22nd hour of the day, the king departed with his army, leaving the people of Florence fairly badly disposed towards him. Again, their many just causes of complaint was the sack of the splendid palace in which he had been so liberally and trustfully entertained. Nor were common soldiers and inferior officers alone concerned in this robbery. The hands of generals and barons were equally busy, and the king himself carried off objects of the greatest value, among other things a precious intaglio representing a unicorn, estimated by Comines to be worth almost 7,000 ducats. With such an example set them by their sovereign, it may be easily imagined how the others behaved. The Comines himself tells us that they shamelessly took possession of everything that tempted their greed. Thus the rich and marvellous collections formed by the Medici were all lost, excepting what had been placed in safety at St. Mark's, for the few things left behind by the French were so much damaged that they had to be sold. Nevertheless, the inhabitants were so rejoiced to be finally rid of their dangerous guests that no one mourned over these thefts. On the contrary, public thanksgivings were offered up to the churches, the people went about the streets with their old gaiety and lightheartedness, and the authorities began to take measures to provide for the urgent necessities of the new republic. During this interval, the aspect of the Florentine affairs had entirely changed. The partisans of the Medici had disappeared from the city as if by magic. The popular party ruled over everything, and Savonarola ruled the will of the whole population. He was unanimously declared to have been a true prophet of all that had occurred, the only man who had succeeded in controlling the king's conduct on his entry into Florence, the only man who had induced him to depart. Accordingly, all hung on Savonarola's lips for counsel, aid and direction as to their future proceedings, as though the men of the old state saw the need of effacing themselves to make way for new blood. Several prominent representatives and friends of the Medici house died during this period. Angelo Poliziano had passed away this year, on the 24th September, loaded with as much infamy and public opprobrium as a man could well bear. He was accused of numberless vices and unlimited profligacy, but the chief cause of all the hatred lavished on him was the general detestation already felt for Piero de' Medici, the approach of his downfall and that of all his adherents. Nor was the public rancour at all softened by the knowledge that the last utterances of the illustrious poet and learned scholar had been the words of a penitent Christian. He had requested that his body should be clothed in the Dominican habit and interred in the church of St. Mark, and there his ashes repose behind the remains of Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, who expired on the very day of Charles VIII's entry into Florence. Pico had long entertained a desire to join the fraternity of St. Mark's, but delaying too long to carry out his intent, was surprised by death at the early age of 32 years. On his deathbed, he too had besought Savonarola to allow him to be buried in the robe he had yearned to wear. The end of these two celebrated Italians recalled to mind the last hours and last confession of Lorenzo the Magnificent, who was by many regarded as a sign that the Medician adherents had been unwilling to pass away without acknowledging their crimes, without asking pardon from the people whom they had so deeply oppressed, and from the friar who was, as it were, the people's best representative. It was certainly remarkable that all these men should turn to the convent of St. Mark, whence had issued the first cry of liberty and the first sign of war against the tyranny of the Medici. End of section 13. Section 14 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 4. Political condition of Florence. After the departure of the French, Savonarola proposes a new form of government. December 1494. It had always been the old custom in Florence to accomplish changes of government by means of parlamenti. When the great bell rang the summons to Parlamento, the people assembled, unarmed, on the plaza, which was guarded by the armed attendants of the Signory. Then the members of the Signory appeared on the balcony, ringhiera, in front of the palace, and asked the right of Balia for themselves or their friends. The Balia really signified carte blanche, to do as they chose, for it was a species of dictatorship conferred either for months or for years. It might be frequently renewed and gave its holders the power of electing magistrates, or of even changing the form of government. In the latter case, the population was again summoned to Parlamento, and deceived by this false show of liberty, always proved a docile instrument in the hands of ambitious and powerful citizens, and was always eager to applaud any proposal for Balia, in the belief that it was thus giving a proof of its independence at the very moment that it was riveting its bonds. This was the origin of the ancient Florentine proverb, Ci dici Parlamento dici guastamento. To speak of Parliament was to speak of detriment. It was by help of Balia and Parlamenti that the Albizzi so long dominated Florence, and the tyranny of the Medici had been carried on by the same means. Nevertheless, so strong was the force of custom that on December 2nd, 1494, a few days after the French had gone, the great bell of the palace rang forth a summons to Parlamento. The armed servants of the Signory guarded all the issues of the square, and the people, highly satisfied with their own importance, assembled in the old way, i.e., ranged in different campagni, each under its own Gonfalonier. There the Signory read out a proposal, in which they begged for authorization to name 20 accoppiatori, and the Balia, or right of electing the Signory and all the principal magistrates for the term of 1 year. These accoppiatori were authorized, subject to certain rules and restrictions, to nominate some of their own number to all the offices of state, including that of Gonfalonier of justice. The multitude, almost crazed with delight, burst into shouts of applause. In this way the new government, known as that of the 20, came into existence. In past times the government of the Florentine Republic was vested in 8 priors, and a Gonfalonier of Justice, who constituted the supreme magistracy or signoria, and were changed every 2 months. The functions of the 16 Gonfaloniers of the companies, under whom, at one time, all arm-bearing citizens were enrolled, together with the 12 Buonomini, worthies, were afterwards reduced to acting as an escort for the signori. The whole number together constituted the colleges, and these were also designated the 3 higher officers. Then came the 10 of war, DSC de Guerra, elected every 6 months, and the 8 of guard and custody, Auto di Guardia e Balia, whose chief duty was to act as a tribunal for criminal and political castes, and who were elected every 4 months. Lastly, there were the 2 councils or assemblies of the people and the commune, dating from the time when the city was divided into the people proper and the powerful citizens, potenti, who claimed for themselves the special rights of constituting the commune. These councils were charged with the enactment of laws and the election of magistrates, and the latter duty was considered to be the highest function of government and the chief safeguard of liberty. When the Medici began to take the lead in Florence, they levelled all distinctions between the different orders of citizens, subjecting all alike to their tyranny. Thus the 2 councils of the people and the commune lost all their special functions, but nevertheless still continued to hold meetings, both as a matter of form and because the new masters recognized that the people were more tenacious of normal rights than of real liberty. Lorenzo the Magnificent adhered to the same policy and sanctioned both the assemblies, but at the same time created another council known as the 70, solely composed of his own partisans. By transferring to this body the chief functions of all the old councils, especially the election of the magistrates, he thus succeeded in becoming master of the Republic. But now, when the General Parliament was convoked, all the old institutions were left intact, the Council of 70 alone being abolished, and its functions transferred to the 20 accoppiatori, so that although persons and names were altered, there was little real change in the form of government. The magistrate's duties were then so imperfectly defined that each of them believed himself omnipotent. The real administration of the state was entirely in the hands of the signori. They passed the laws, dispatched ambassadors, declared war, and frequently acted as a tribunal of justice, pronouncing sentences of death and confiscation. Besides, in addition to the great authority conferred upon them by their statutes, they could always find special means of extending their rights. But some check was put upon their arbitrary power by the term of office being limited to 2 months, and accordingly the members of the signori had practically less authority than their electors, since they were displaced at the end of this short period. The latter preserved the direction of state affairs, if not permanently, at least for many years. Lorenzo had skillfully carried out this plan by means of his Council of 70, and everyone expected that the people would be equally successful with the help of the 20. But as was soon perceived, the course of events by no means fulfilled these expectations. The Republic was in the hands of the accoppiatori, but the wheels of the state stood still, and although the accoppiatori had nominal authority over all things, they were practically masters of none. The Medici, Albizzi, and other powerful families, surrounded by friends of great wealth and enormous prestige, had found it possible to rule the city on this plan. But what could be done by 20 citizens of various conditions, views, and modes of thought, many of whom, moreover, were quite inexperienced in state affairs? So, notwithstanding their legal authority, they soon found that they had neither the capacity nor the strength to govern, and their chief source of weakness was the want of harmony among themselves. The first instance of this was given when they had to elect the Gonfalonier. None of the candidates obtained more than 3 votes, so that at last, to their great disgrace, the accoppiatori decided to choose the first to obtain a majority, even less than the number prescribed by law. Thus the old custom of parlamenti quickly gave birth to the old disturbances, and before the new government had fairly begun, all were proposing to change it. Everyone recognized the folly of hoping to resuscitate the Republic by means of old institutions, which had been reduced by the Medici to mere phantoms. It was clear that only a corpse had been placed in the hands of the accoppiatori, and accordingly they could not be expected to breathe fresh life into it. Therefore the Florentines began to cogitate some radical change and reconstruction of the government, but on setting to work they found that the stringency of their need greatly increased the difficulties of the task, for they were harassed on all sides by the new and unexpected obstacles. The rebellion of Pisa was daily assuming graver proportions. In that city the pressure of danger had produced concord. A government had been speedily constituted, men, arms, and money collected, and all the citizens were inspired by an ardent zeal for liberty and independence. The rest of the Florentine territory was in a very tottering condition. Arezzo and Montepulciano, encouraged by the example of Pisa and by money and advice from Siena, had already risen in revolt, and other cities and towns were preparing to do the same. Thus Florence was hard-pressed to meet the expenses of 3 wars and fulfill its engagements to the French king, who was already clamouring to be paid in advance. Soldiers had to be hired, recruits levied, captains engaged, and new and heavier taxes imposed on the already overburdened people. Even a strong united government would have found it difficult to meet all these demands, and the present one was so weak and disunited that some change was imperatively required. Unfortunately, during the 60 years which had elapsed since the return of Cosimo de' Medici, the Florentine citizens had entirely lost their former marvellous political aptitude for framing new laws and institutions, so that now, when sadly emancipated by their own masters, they seemed only confused and bewildered by their independence. There was no danger, as in the days of the Albizzi, a patrician class fitted to take the lead in public affairs. Under the Medici, the only privilege allowed to the wealthier citizens had been that of enjoying their riches, so that they had been content to live at ease, filling what public offices were to be obtained by favour, and going through life without any experience of, or liking for, business of the state. As for the lower classes, they were thoroughly disorganized. The ancient trade associations, or guilds, once the centres of industrial and political life, whose workshops had supplied the enormous wealth expended on long and difficult wars, and which had formed the area within artisans had been trained in politics by their struggles among themselves, and that the art of giving good counsel and brave service to the state. All these ancient associations now existed only in name. The multitude had no longer a corporate existence, nor any confidence in itself. Therefore the organization of a new government was a task of exceeding difficulty, not only because the city was burdened with wars, the old institutions devoid of vitality, and the people of political training, but likewise because none of the ancient republican forms was at all suited to the new state of things. And besides lacking the necessary aptitude, the people had no leaders to guide in its hard and important enterprise of framing a new constitution. We have seen that Francesco Valori was able to sway the mob and lead it on to expel the Medici, but although incomparably well fitted for a street orator, he was disqualified for any high position in the state by his impetuous temper and want of self-control. We have seen how Piero Capponi won immortality by his defiance of the sovereign and captains of France, but he also lacked statesman-like patience in debate. The moments when it was best to cut short discussion by grasping the sword, Piero Capponi was, in his true element, but to sit quietly in cloak and hood, through lengthy hair-splitting debates, was simply unendurable to him. He was far more at ease in his armour, exposed to sunshine or storm, or the enemy's shots. In fact, his most earnest desire was to be sent to the camp before Pisa, and to open the campaign without delay. In this dire emergency, Florence knew not in whom to trust, nor was it easy to hope that new men might be found to meet the occasion. For, as we have already shown, there had been 60 years of tyranny, and during 2 generations men had lost all familiarity with public affairs. Nevertheless, as there is always some compensation for every ill, a school of Italian politicians was already rising up in Florence, destined to give good fruit in Niccolò Machiavelli, Francesco Guicciardini, and Donato Giannotto, and these men were all in their first youth, at the moment when their country began its freedom. So great was the inborn love of liberty distinguished the Florentines, that from the moment republican institutions were destroyed, they began to discuss government affairs, and created the signs of statesmanship. On opening their words, we find that they always begin by stating the man's greatest happiness on earth consists in having a share in the government of his country, and when they're deprived of this by tyranny, his sole resource is to seek happiness in intellectual pursuits, wait for better times, and accumulate experience for the benefit of posterity. But this budding science could offer no efficacious remedy for the load of ills then burdening the city. As yet none of the new school of thinkers had attained sufficient eminence to be able to impose his will upon the people, and further their youths of most talent, having nearly all led a lonely student life, had no practical knowledge of politics, were unknown to the crowd, and had no chance of attracting notice in times of disturbance when the world is to the strong. Nevertheless, it was during this revolution that their minds were trained and their theories shaped, and as their ideas then began to spread and prevail, it is important for us to examine their groundwork and substance. Modern political science is based upon general principles, while the modern art of government consists in an endeavour to obtain the most equal division of power, the soundest administration of justice, the greatest official independence, and the widest extension of individual liberty. But the close of the 15th century, Italian political science was little more than a studious analysis of the passions of mankind. Starting from the sole premise that to govern was the greatest happiness and highest ambition of man, it was naturally concluded that all men must be ambitious of power, and every one aspire to grasp the reins of government in his own country, to the exclusion and injury of his fellow citizens. This state of things necessarily led to continual danger of tyranny, and in fact, almost all the Italian states had fallen a prey to despotism. In those days, when Italian politicians were asked to define a perfect form of government, they invariably replied, "That in which tyranny is impossible." But what is the form of government under which tyranny is impossible? That which is so ordered as to satisfy the aspirations of all classes of citizens at one and the same time. In every city, they said, there will always be a few men eager to hold command over the rest, politicians, ottimati, who will always strive for honours and people for freedom. Hence, all endeavours to find some mixed form of government, an amalgamation of the monarchical, aristocratic, and democratic elements, fitted to satisfy alike the cravings of ambitious leaders, patricians, and people. This, they judged, was the only means by which liberty could be firmly established. On passing from theory to practice, Florentine politicians always took Venice as their model. This was the only government in Italy that had survived the general ruin, the only government that had increased its power and prestige without falling under the sway of a despot. Consequently, Florence, like the other extinguished Italian republics, longed to be revived in the form of the Venetian Commonwealth, that seemed to them the perfection of government. And in fact, of comparing the interminable vicissitudes of the Florentine state with the strict and lasting repose of the Venetian lagoons, the same impression was produced that is felt by ourselves when comparing the political state of France with that of England. But in planning to bestow the Venetian form of government upon Florence, the citizens were met by the same difficulties which the French would have to face if they attempted to adopt the English constitution. From the remotest times, Venice had possessed a strong and powerful aristocracy, but this order having long disappeared in Florence, there now seemed to be no alternative save between absolute tyranny or equally absolute anarchy. Nevertheless, there was a general desire to introduce a modified form of the Venetian government. Some wished to establish it on a wider, some on a narrower basis, but everyone agreed that all models of this was the best and most practicable, and wherever men gathered together in Florence, in the streets or under the arcades, this was the main theme of discourse and argument. But while the scheme remained in the abstract, and as a mere topic of street talk, it was as fruitless as steering a vessel without a compass. Someone needed to stand forth in the councils of the state to guide and persuade his colleagues, and above all to win the favour of the 20 accoppiatori, without whose consent no change could well be effected. In this condition of affairs, when men of learning had little practical experience, and men of action little prudence or ability, another order of citizens began to rise into notice. This was the legal class, in whose hands fortune often places the helm of the state during a nation's passage from servitude to freedom, owing to their professional training and knowledge of legal matters. Lawyers are commonly credited with all the doctrine and practice required to cope with similar emergencies, nor have the painful results of past experience availed to teach the world that no nation has ever been enabled to found a stable constitution by the help of that class. Accordingly, after long hesitation in the palace councils, the measures proposed by Messer Guardantiono Vespucci and Messer Paolo Antonio Soderini, both doctors of law, finally carried the day. Soderini belonged to the popular party, and having long been ambassador to Venice, and enjoyed special opportunities of gaining a thorough acquaintance with this method of government. He proposed, therefore, to replace the two councils of the people and the commune by one greater general council of the people, similar to the Grand Council of Venice, for the purpose of electing magistrates and passing laws, and one lesser council composed of otiamati, or men of greater weight and experience, on the pattern of the council of the pregati, for the discussion of delicate affairs being settled by a few. He also proposed to abolish the 20 without delay, and to maintain the Signory, the Council of 8, the Council of 10, and the Gonfaloniers of the companies. No opposition was made to the latter clauses of his proposal, but there was great divergence of opinion regarding the formation of the councils, especially of the greater. The Otiamati was strongly opposed to this measure, and Vespucci threw his weight on their side. He dilated at length on the incapacity and excesses of the multitude, recorded the worst episodes of Florentine history, and added that the greater council of Venice was composed of gentlefolk, not of the people, although the lower classes of that city were far more serious, quiet, and sober-minded than those of Florence, where men had keener wits, quicker imaginations, and less controlled passions. But his adversaries declared in return that a Venetian gentleman was no more than a Florentine citizen, since the populace held no rights of citizenship in Florence, that as no patrician order existed, a limited government would always lead to a tyranny of the few, and finally, that inasmuch as the expulsion of the Medici was owed to the people, it would be unjust to exclude from all share in the government the very class by whose means of restoration of liberty had been accomplished. Not only the people at large, but all the wiser heads in the city were in favour of Soderini views, but Vespucci had the majority in the councils at the palace. There were many secret partisans of the Medici in their ranks, and the 20 accoppiatori, while aware that they were about to be dismissed, still hoped that the new constitution might be framed in such a manner as to leave all real power in their hands. But all were forced to recognize that no one was in favour of unlimited government save those who would have a share in it, and that it would probably give rise to new disturbances which might result in anarchy, followed by the forcible restoration of the banished Medici. The palace continued to be the scene of vehement debate, and the councils prolonged their sittings far into the night. As the discussion was mainly carried on by two advocates who were proud of their suddenly acquired importance, there was little chance of bringing it to a speedy termination. Time was wasted in talking, wrangling, and chattering when the moment for action had come, for there was pressing danger of war. Many cities subject to Florence were on the point of revolt. The people were wearying a prolonged suspense as to their future fate, and might at any moment fly to arms and commit some sanguinary excess. Many of the citizens, therefore, were so confused and terrified they could neither speak nor act. As the scholars were not men of action, the people gained no help from them. The men of action could give none, for want of practical experience of liberty, but most incompetent of all were the legal men, who, as usual, had only one-sided views and false theories of state affairs. Nothing but good sense, ardent devotion to the public welfare, and a strong determination to achieve it could avail to save the people in the midst of all this confusion. Undoubtedly, the grandest lesson taught us by history is that of seeing how in terrible moments such as these, when the world seems to be at the mercy of brute force, and the earth threatened with chaos, when rank and power, science and wealth are alike impotent, when courage itself is vanquished by the unbridled audacity of the mob, help is only to be obtained from virtue, generous resolve, and unselfish love of goodness. Thus Friar Girolamo Savonarola was fated to be the saviour of Florence. The arrow struck for his appearance in the arena of politics, and notwithstanding the firm determination with which he had hitherto held aloof from it, he was now compelled to obey the summons by the pressure of events. The history of the Florentine Republic records numerous instances of ecclesiastical intervention in the business of the state, more than one of the intervention of saints, notably that of St. Catherine of Siena. Savonarola, however, absorbed in his biblical studies, in his sermons and covenant, had been unwilling to turn his attention to other things. Even now, when his human will was bending to the irresistible force of events, when he saw the people languishing in idleness and misery in the midst of the general suspense, and his heart was admonishing him that charity knows no law, he still struggled against his fate. But although he continued to preach on his accustomed themes, new ideas were forced upon his mind by the altered aspect of his surroundings. Forsake pomps and vanities, he cried. Sell all superfluous things, and bestow the money on the poor. Citizens, let us collect alms in every church. For the poor in the city and outside the walls, devote to the poor, for 1 year at least, the funds of the Pisan University. If these should not suffice, let us take the church plate and decorations, and I will be first to set you the example. But above all, pass a law that shops may be opened and work provided for the populace now idling in the streets. Afterwards, entreating of the same fate of the church, he declared that the Lord would renovate all things, and gave a sermon in which he continually repeated the text, "Let us sing a new song unto the Lord," and expounded it to the Florentines in the following manner. "It is the Lord's will that ye should renew all things, that ye should wipe away the past, so that naught may be left of the old evil customs, evil laws, and evil government." But then, as though fearing no touch too nearly upon politics, he again spoke of the church, saying, "This is the time for words to give place to deeds, vain ceremonies to real feelings. The Lord said, I was a-hungered, and ye gave me no meat. I was naked, and ye clothed me not. He did not say, Ye built me not fine churches, nor fine convents. He did but exhort ye to works of charity. Therefore by charity shall all things be renewed." Thus his first sermons on Haggai showed that he was still hesitating and doubtful whether or not to plunge into politics. But as public agitation increased, these sermons made less effect on his flood of hearers, and the friar was almost driven by force to act as a citizen. He beheld a whole people bewildered, desolate, in need of help, and with no confidence in any one save himself. He saw the vanity of learning, the incapacity of prudent men, the wickedness of others, while his own common sense, strong determination, and sincere love of goodness left him in no doubt as to the path to be pursued. He rose above himself, was conscious of having no power to soothe discord and direct men's wills towards religion and liberty. He felt able to infuse his own devotion and his own soul into the whole people. It was then that he cried, O Florence, I cannot express to thee all that I feel. Could I but tell thee all, thou wouldst behold a new vessel, a sealed vessel full of boiling must, that vainly seeks to force an issue. He uttered these words on December the 12th, the third Sunday in Advent, and the same day made more decided allusions to politics. He began by explaining a theory already much diffused in the schools, namely that an absolute monarchy is the best of all governments under a good prince, but the worst under a bad one, inasmuch as it is strongest and most united both for good and for evil, and is typical of God's empire over nature, which seeks unity in all things. Such was the language of the school, and such the text of Savonarola's first political discourse. But as he went on, his good sense came to the rescue, and he left the old formulas behind. These principles, he added, should be modified according to the nature of the people to whom they are applied. Among northern nations, where there is no great strength and little intellect, and among southern nations, where, on the other hand, there is great intellect and little strength, the rule of a single despot may sometimes be the best of governments. But in Italy, and above all in Florence, where both strength and intellect abound, where men have keen wits and restless spirits, the government of one can only result in tyranny. The sole form of government suited to our needs is a civil and general government. Woe to thee, Florence, if thou choosest a head to dominate and oppress all the rest. From hence come all the evils by which cities are ruined. The word tyrant signifies a man of evil life, of greater wickedness than other men, an usurper of others' rights, a destroyer of his own soul and the soul of the people. Wherefore let this be the first of thy laws, and henceforth no man shall be head of thy city, for otherwise thou wilt have built on the sand. Those who would fain to rise above other men, and cannot tolerate civil equality, are always desperately wicked, destroyers of souls and of states. O my people, thou knowest that I have always refrained from touching on the affairs of the state. Thinkest thou that I would enter on them at this moment? Did I not deem it necessary for the salvation of souls? Thou wouldst not believe me, but now thou hast seen how all my words have been fulfilled, that they are not uttered of my own will, but proceed from the Lord. Hearken ye then unto him that desireth naught but your salvation. Purify the spirit, give heed to the common good, forget private interests, and if ye reform the city to this intent, it will have greater glory than in all past times. In this wise, O people of Florence, shalt thou begin the reformation of all Italy, and spread thy wings over the earth to bear reform to all nations. Remember that the Lord hath given plain tokens that it is his purpose to renew all things, and that thou art the people chosen to begin this greatest enterprise, provided thou dost follow the commands of him who calleth and inventeth thee to return to the spiritual life. Open, O Lord, the heart of this people, so that it may comprehend the things which are in me, and which thou hast revealed to me and commanded. Your reform must begin with spiritual things, for these are higher than material things, of which they are the rule and the life, and likewise all temporal good must be subordinate to the moral and religious good from which it depends. If perchance ye have heard it said that states cannot be governed by paternosters, remember that this is the maxim of tyrants, of men hostile to God and the common welfare, a rule for the oppression, not for the relief and liberation of the city. For if, on the contrary, ye desire good government, ye must submit it to God. Certainly I would take no concern for a state that should not be subject to him. Hence, when all ye have purified your hearts, rectified your aims, condemned gambling, sensuality, and blasphemy, been set to work to frame your government, first making a rough draft of it, afterwards proceeding to details and amendments, and that your first draft, or rather model and basis of government, be conceived in such wise that no man may receive any benefits, save by the will of the whole people, who must have the sole right of creating magistrates and enacting laws. This form of government best adapted to the city would be that of a grand council on the Venetian plan. Therefore, I would have ye assemble all the people under the 16 Gonfaloniers, and that each of the companies propose a form. From the 16 forms thus obtained, let the Gonfalonier select 4, and present them to the signary, who, after first engaging earnestly in prayer, will choose the best of the 4 forms. And whichever shall be chosen by the people in this manner, ye may be assured that it cometh from God. I believe that the Venetian model will be the one chosen, and ye not hold it to shame to imitate the Venetians, because they, too, received it from the Lord, whence all good things come. Ye have seen how, since the government has been established in Venice, no factions or dissensions of any sort have arisen. Therefore, we must needs believe that it exists by God's will. After the sermon, he added a few words regarding certain special measures that were no less urgently required. One of these was a revision of the taxes, which, while weighing on the lower classes with incredible injustice, gave such scanty returns that although all complained of being too heavily taxed, the city was always hard-pressed for money. He also suggested that all important posts should be filled by chosen nominees, leaving only minor offices to be drawn by lot. In this way every citizen might hope to obtain a share in the government. He then concluded by recommending public prayers and a general reconciliation of all the citizens, both of the old and the new state. In his preceding sermons, Savonarola had touched lightly on some of these ideas, but from this day, December 12th, he devoted himself to their exposition, and with so much acumen as to excite the marvel of all hearers. Considering what his life and his studies had been, no one would have believed him capable of this minute discussion of state affairs, and the measures he proposed were deemed so wise and prudent that the signary frequently asked his advice at St. Mark's, and even sent for him to the palace, where he occasionally considered to deliver a sermon. Alas, the day came when he gathered all the magistrates and people, women and children excepted, in the Duomo, and exhorted them to turn their minds chiefly to the following points. First, to fear of God and reformation of manners. Secondly, to zeal of the popular government and public welfare, in preference to all private interests. Thirdly, to a general reconciliation, whereby the friends of the past government should be absolved of all their crimes, even their fines remitted, and indulgence be shown towards all debtors of the state. Fourthly, to a form of universal government, comprising all citizens who, in virtue of the city's ancient statutes, were entitled to a share of the state. And the preacher suggested, as a best model, a government on the pattern of the Grand Council of Venice, with certain modifications suited to the temper of the Florentine people. These proposals, made from the pulpit of Sta Maria del Fiore by the Friar Savonarola, whose prophecies had all been fulfilled, and at a moment of general suspense, had great weight with the public, and produced an extraordinary effect. Indeed, all the best historians and politicians of Florence unanimously agree that, but for these sermons, Vespucci's proposal would have been carried at the palace and led to fresh tumults and revolutions. But when the friar's voice was raised in the cause of liberty, no further resistance was possible. After this time the people had been in a state of uncertainty without knowing what to decide, but now all doubt disappeared. Their way was clear. Nothing could content them but a grand council on the Venetian plan. Il Consiglio Grande al modo veneziano. And they shouted their decision aloud in the streets. The element of divine authority introduced by Savonarola into politics was particularly effectual in Florence, inasmuch as the Republic had always been under the special protection of some saint, and on many occasions religion had joined with the state in the defence of liberty. And if the spectacle of a friar preaching politics from the pulpit excited some amazement, this very amazement helped to exalt his authority. Indeed, on studying not only the historians of the period, but the statements afterwards made in the political writings of men such as Gianotti, Guicciardini, and Machiavelli regarding the government as it was then constituted, we are almost tempted to believe that a miracle had been wrought in Florence, when a friar, totally unversed in worldly matters, could succeed in confounding the wise, redeeming his country, and establishing a new republic. But on the other hand, this seemed to conform with old experience, that in great special emergencies one force alone is powerful to save, the pure unselfish moral force of really great men, namely fervid earnestness in truth, firm and steadfast aspirations after goodness. In Savonarola all these elements were combined, and formed indeed the very essence of his noble character. In moments of trial, what learning could compare with wisdom such as this? What prudence boast his victories and conquests such devotion could achieve? Is any excuse then required to justify the friar's entrance into politics? Is it necessary to repeat that he sought to establish liberty and to assure the triumph of faith? Must we cite the example and authority of other churchmen and monks who pursued the same course? We need only dwell on the fact that Savonarola did not enter into politics of his own choice, but only, as we have seen, when impelled by the irresistible force of events. It may also be added that no profession, no vows, no laws are binding against the laws of nature, or against the vow that every honest man has sworn to himself, to strive to do good in every way, and in all times and conditions. But these hypotheses may be left aside. The step was taken and led to many and unavoidable consequences. Savonarola suddenly found himself the head of all Florence, and to hasten the organization of the new government in order to checkmate its many assailants. Piero de' Medici had already gone to the French camp near Naples, and been favourably received by the monarch whose son unworthily justified his title of Protector of Florentine Liberty. At the first turn of fortune there was a tyrant ready to pounce upon Florence. Hence the most strenuous labour was required to complete the constitution of the popular government and give it unity, power, and prestige, to save the Republic from again falling a prey to oppression. We shall now see that masterly prudence and wisdom shown by Savonarola in all the fundamental laws he proposed for the new state, and how the whole people became so inspired and penetrated by his influence that everyone seemed suddenly to share his ideas and echo his speech. End of section 14. Section 15 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 5. Constitution of the new government through Savonarola's efforts, the Greater Council and the Council of 80. A new scheme of taxation based on the decima, or tax of 10%, on regal property. Discussion on the law for a general pacification and the repeal of the law, Dalle C5, the which repeal is carried. The establishment of the Tribunal of Merchandise, or Commerce, resignation of the Accoppiatori, the abolition of the Parlamenti, foundation of the Monte di Pietà, verdict of Italian politicians on the reforms introduced by Savonarola. 1494 to 1495. For the full comprehension of Savonarola's importance as a statesman, it is requisite to follow step by step the formation of the new government, and also to read the sermons he delivered during that period. When we see that every new law was preceded by one or more discourses setting forth the subject with explanatory advice to the people, when we attend the debates of the Signory in the palace, and hear all these citizens carrying on their discussions in the friar's own language, and propounding his arguments in his very words, so that we might also believe their speeches to be copied from his sermons, and the law under consideration quoted from one of his epistles. We shall then be able to realize how this man had become the leading spirit of the entire people. And when this examination ended, we shall have gathered all the various laws together, and reconstructed the government as a whole. We shall find it admirable in all its parts, and completely harmonious in its entirety, and hearing the assurances of all the greatest historians and politicians of Italy that this was the best, or indeed the only good government ever possessed by Florence in the whole course of its long and turbulent history, then at last we shall be qualified to form an accurate judgment of Savonarola. His sermons in the Duomo, while the new constitution of the Republic was being organized at the palace, were the Advent series on Haggai, to which must be added 80 others on the Psalms, delivered on the Sundays after Advent. They are chiefly important from a political point of view, but always retain their religious character, since political reform was the only one item of Savonarola's scheme of universal reformation, and the new government merely the first step towards the regeneration of morals and of the Church. Hence he never suspended his discourses on good morals and true religion. On the contrary, political questions afforded continual opportunities for recurring to those themes. These sermons are not distinguished from the others by any surpassing eloquence, but are undoubtedly the most valuable of all which regard to the history of the times and the story of Savonarola's life, while the other sermons enable us to appreciate his goodness and vast theological learning. These reveal his immense force of character and another side of his intellect, for they contain a complete exposition of the new scheme of government, and by showing the vicissitudes attending its birth, almost enable us to reconstruct the whole political history of the Florentine Republic during that time. We have already noted how, on the 12th December, Savonarola resolutely entered on his new career, and what principles of government he recommended. We see that by the 22nd and 23rd of the same month, a law of the highest importance was already drawn up in complete conformity with the friar's views, and that it was passed by an overwhelming majority in the councils of the people and of the communion. This law of provision, as it was then called, fixed the basis of the new government, and therefore demands a minute examination, for it established a great council, Consiglio Maggiore, empowered to grade all the chief magistrates, and approve all the laws, thus in other words rendering it the sovereign power in the state. All citizens were eligible as members of this council, provided they had attained the age of 29 years, and were netti di spiccio, i.e. had paid their taxes, and were beneficiati, which, by the terms of an ancient law, signified those who had been seen or seated, veduti or seduti, in one of the higher magistrates, or had enjoyed his benefit, beneficio, in the person of their father, grandfather, or great-grandfather. It is needless to inquire into the origin and purport of this ancient law. We are only concerned here with the fact that instead of all the citizens being eligible for the Greater Council, as was asserted by those who objected to the new government on the score of its being too democratic, only the beneficiati could sit in it. And the new law further provided that whenever the beneficiati exceeded the number of 1,500, they were to be straits, i.e. divided into 3 parts, each of which parts was to constitute the council for the term of 6 months. At the first election it was found that in all the population of Florence, amounting to about 90,000 souls, there were only 3,200 beneficiati of the required age, so that for 18 months the council had to be formed of little more than 1,000 members in turn. No meeting was valid unless 2/3 of the members called were present. Another provision of the new law was that, to encourage the younger and incite the older men to virtue, every 3 years 60 non-beneficiati citizens and 24 youths aged 24 years were to be chosen to sit in the Greater Council. And for the 15th January next ensuing, the Council was authorized to elect 80 citizens of 40 years and above to form the Council of 80, which was to change its members every 6 months. This council was always in attendance on the Signory, who were obliged to consult with it at least once a week, and conjointly with the colleges and other magistrates. It nominated ambassadors and commissaries of war, engaged mercenaries, and arranged other important affairs, such as could not be decided in public. In this way, the basis of a new government was formed of a Grand Council and a Council of 80, answering to an Assembly of the People and a Senate. When a law was to be passed, whichever member of the signory was on duty as proposto, rose and proposed it to that body. And if a measure of special importance after being approved by the signory and the colleges, it was further discussed by a pratica of experienced citizens. If not, it was brought at once before the 80, and then before the Grand Council, by whom it was finally sanctioned. The councils were not employed to discuss laws, but only to vote them, and no member had the right to speak save by the express reconquest of the signory, and then only in favour of the proposed law. But on every occasion when the signory asked the opinion of the citizen assembled in pratica, the latter took their places on their reserved benches, nelle pancate, according to the offices they filled or the order in which they had been elected, and after consulting together, deputed one of their number to collect their votes and report their different opinions. But if a new law was in question, then even no one was allowed to speak against it. All this was in accordance with the ancient customs of the state, that having freely opened the doors of government to the masses, then sought to keep them in check by ineffectual or injurious expedients. In any case, the above regulation concluded with these words: "Forasmuch as the laws of the city are in great confusion, and no magistrate, either within or without the walls, knows his precise duty, it is decreed that a number of citizens should be appointed to gather all the laws together in one volume." The utility of this decree can only be appreciated by those acquainted with the ancient statutes of Florence and the terrible disorder they were in. For new laws and old were jumbled together, and under the Medicean rule, all the laws and institutions of the Republic had been thrown into the wildest confusion. During the 2 days when the establishment of the Greater Council was under discussion, another decree was passed for the nomination of a committee of 10 citizens to decide on the whole or partial remittance of unpaid taxes, of fines incurred for non-payment of the same, and to make a general revision of the taxes, levying them upon all real property, even including that of ecclesiastics, provided the requisite permission could be obtained from Rome. Thus all the measures proposed by Savonarola were carried into effect, and the laws drawn up almost in his own words. The new government was established. The accoppiatori were forced to resign their now useless office, and the old councils of the people and the commune were both to be speedily abolished. The last law of any importance voted by these councils having that of the 20th December, repealing for a certain period the duty on weapons brought into the city, in order that all might have facilities for obtaining arms. Out of the signory in office during January and February 1495, laws were passed by the Council of 80 and the Greater Council, who were now charged to complete the new government and bring it to perfection. The first matter demanding attention was the revision of the taxes. Savonarola continually urged this in his sermons. Levy taxes on real property alone, abolish continual loans, abolish arbitrary imposts. Such was his advice to the authorities. But to the people he said, "Citizens, I would have ye steadfast in devotion and help to your commune. The son owes so much to his father that he can never do enough for him. Wherefore I say unto ye, your commune is your father, and thus each one of you is bound to give it assistance. And if thou wouldest say, I get no good from it, know that thou mayest not say this, inasmuch as a commune protects thy property, thy household, and thy children. Rather thou shouldst step forth and say, Behold, here are 50 florins, 100, 1,000, thus do good citizens who love their country." And while, on the other hand, the whole system of taxation was undoubtedly most unjust, and in greater disorder than can well be described, on the other, the popular discontent, although justly excited in the first instance, had now reached so excessive a pitch that many expected the new government to relieve them of all burdens. In the days of the First Florentine Republic, men lived so frugally that the revenues of the customs sufficed for the maintenance of the state. Afterwards, voluntary loans were raised to carry on wars, but as these loans became more and more frequent and were scarcely ever repaid, the credit of the state was so much depreciated that forced contributions had to be levied instead. Then, in all public emergencies, the signory began to tax every citizen ad arbitrio, namely, according to their own estimation of his means, and as powerful men always tried to evade this cause, the chief burden consequently fell upon the lower classes and caused general discontent. In 1427, the Medici, in order to win favour with the people and keep down the great families, decreed a catasto, or valuation of the property of all the citizens, so that every one might be justly taxed according to his means. But despite its apparent fairness, this catasto proved more unjust and cruel in practice, for even the fluctuating incomes derived from industry and commerce were assessed at a fixed rate, and this innovation roused such tremendous discontent in Florence that many citizens entirely withdrew from trade. Thus the Catasto dealt the last blow to Florentine commerce, and while causing all this positive injury, it remedied none of the existing abuses, for the system of loans was continued, the amount always fixed, ad arbitrio, at the discretion of the authorities, and the state was very seldom in a position to repay its creditors. Besides, the assessment of fortunes derived from trade was so uncertain that it always afforded the Medici a convenient means of favouring their friends and oppressing their enemies. The state of things was still in force when the new law of taxation was brought before the Greater Council on February 5, 1495. It had been drawn up according to Savonarola's ideas, and on such prudent, sound, and sagacious principles, that almost to our own day the taxation of Florence has been regulated on the system introduced by the friar. For the first time, not only in Florence but in Italy, the new law established a general and regular tax upon property, abolishing all loans and arbitrary assessments, and obliging all citizens to pay 10% on all income from real property, without any right to repayment. This was called the decima, and a new office was created for the just valuation of property and yearly receipt of taxes. After this weighty undertaking, in which Savonarola played the part of one of the greatest of political reformers, had been thus prudently and wisely concluded, two other measures of no less importance had to be undertaken under consideration. The first of these was the proposal for a general pacification and pardon, and thanks to Savonarola's continual exhortations from the pulpit, all seemed unanimous in its favour. Not so with the second, known as the Law of the Six Beans, of which a few words must be said, since it led to lengthy discussions in the Pratica, and was afterwards the cause of great danger and disturbance to the Republic, and of serious and unjust charges against the memory of Savonarola. According to the statutes, all political and criminal offences were to be tried by the 8, gli otto di guardia e balia, excepting in special cases when judgment was pronounced by the Signory. The tribunal of 8 could pass sentences of imprisonment, exile, confiscation and death by means of 6 votes, c. 5. And these magistrates being so frequently changed, the party hatred so rife in Florence, cruelly unjust and preposterous sentences were constantly pronounced. Accordingly, all legal men agreed in the necessity of creating some court of appeal, which by curbing the excessive authority of the Six Beans should put a stop to these acts of tyranny, and the proposal was seconded by Savonarola. Having concluded his course of sermons on Haggai in January and February 1495, the friar gave a few upon the Psalms, in which he continually urged the necessity of a general reconciliation, and of appealing from the decision of the CFA. Almost every day he said from the pulpit, "Florence, forgive and make peace, and cry not again, fresh and more fresh, blood and more blood." And he went on to say, some check must be applied to the authority of the Six Beans by means of appeal to a council of 80 or 100, chosen from the members of the Grand Council. Thou sayest that this would diminish the power of the Signory, but I tell thee it would rather increase it. Either the Signory seeks to do ill and should be deprived of all power, or strives to do well and merits the help of a council of honest citizens. On another occasion, he presently urged reform in the administration of justice, inveighed against the prevalent use of torture, exhorted men to peace, and again wound up by saying, "I said to thee concerning the court of the Six Beans, that it was needful to give it a staff to lean upon in the shape of a council of appeal." And he continued to insist upon this point, until the Signory was induced to frame a decree, which after being repeatedly discussed, was at last, on the 15th March 1495, brought before an unusually numerous Pratica, which in consequence of the special importance of the case, all the principal citizens and magistrates had been summoned to attend. Custom forbade that laws should be in any way made public before being presented, but in this case, although all were acquainted with the new provision, the reading of it was heard with the utmost attention. The first portion was in complete accordance with Savonarola's views, might indeed have proceeded from his pen, and ran to the following effect. Considering the weighty need for union and concord in a well-constituted republic, in order to follow the footsteps of our Lord, who in all that he did, whether journeying, preaching, or resting, always enjoyed peace, and considering that the same is to be seen in natural things, which ever seek for unity according to their kind. Wherefore it was said by the philosopher, the strongest virtue is united virtue. And finally, being admonished by the supernatural events we have witnessed this year in the establishment of our new government, and the mercy vouchsafed us by the Lord, the which mercy it behooves us to initiate. The magnificent Signory and Gonfaloniers hereby ordain that a general peace be made, that all offences be pardoned and all penalties remitted unto the supporters of the late government. The second part, consisting of an entirely distinct law, was less in accordance with Savonarola's advice, and was to the effect that every citizen eligible to protect office, who, for any political offence, should be sentenced by the Signory or the Eight either to death or corporal punishment, or to any fine above the sum of 300 florins, or to reprimand, imprisonment, etc., should have the right of appeal, for the term of 8 days, to the Greater Council, that in case of such appeal, the Signory should be bound to allow any one to speak in defence of the accused, and within the term of 15 days to bring the case before the said council as many as 6 times in the space of 2 days, and furthermore to acquit the accused if 2/3 of the assembly voted in his favour. The point on which this law differed from that proposed by Savonarola was one of very decided importance, for instead of establishing, as he had proposed, a right of appeal to a limited court composed of wise experts in legal matters, appeal was to be made to the Greater Council, whose decisions would be influenced by party spirit rather than justice, and where the ignorance of the many would prevail against the wisdom of the few. The Automati had been opposed from the first to any right of appeal, since being accustomed to have the office of the Eight almost always in their own hands, they could not tolerate the idea of any infringement of its absolute authority. But on the other hand, the people regarded the Greater Council as the highest power in Florence, for which all authority legally devolved. Party spirit had been rekindled by the conflict in the palace, and the popular side, aware of its superior strength, went to the length of demanding that the mob should pass judgment on the gravest political offences. And the law being already drawn up and brought forward, there was great difficulty in modifying it. As no one was allowed to speak in opposition, it had either to be rejected or accepted. Yet to reject it was impossible, since its promoters had purposely tacked it on to the law for a general reconciliation which is deemed imperative by all, and also because some right of appeal from the tribunal of the 6 beings was considered equally expedient. Nevertheless, it is evident, from the debates in the Pratica, that all honest citizens were aware of the abuses to which the bill would lead, and did their best to prevent them. And they might have succeeded but for the artful and almost diabolic devices of the enemies of the new government. For when the latter perceived that not only the people, but men of wisdom, and Savonarola himself, alike demanded an appeal from the 6 beings, they were convinced that nothing could serve their designs better than the new law, which, being an excessive measure, would give rise to disturbances at the first opportunity, and only in times of disturbance could they hope to change the government and vest all power in the hands of a few of their own party. Therefore, after strenuously combating the right of appeal to a limited council of wise and prudent citizens, they all joined in energetic and almost furious efforts in favour of appeal to the Greater Council. In the Pratica, accordingly, it was seen with much surprise that, whereas the men of the people moderated their tone, and the partisans of Savonarola positively ventured to express their disapproval of the law proposed by the Signory, the Automati, foes of the new government and adherents of the Medici, employed their best eloquence in its favour. In a volume of fragments of the Pratique, we had the good fortune to find reports of these speeches made by the government notary, and are thus enabled to realize one of the chief and most animated debates of the period. The question was one of high importance, and the speakers were men of authority who brought all their mental powers to bear on its discussion. Those speeches not only served to show us how laws were discussed and voted on those exceptional occasions, but also throw new light on a little understood event, and exonerate Savonarola from one of the heaviest charges ever brought against him. The law being duly presented, and the opinion of the meeting asked by the Signory, the citizens withdrew to their respective benches, and after holding noisy consultation, Messer Domenico Bonsi, one of the Accoppiatori, a friend of Savonarola, was the first to speak. Reporting the verdict of his bench, he recommended peace, proving its expedience and necessity by many quotations from the Gospel and St. Paul, and by others from Demosthenes and Aristotle. Proceeding to the question of appeal, he acknowledged that the measure would be useful, but reported that his colleagues were very divided in their views, and then, as though hardly daring to speak against the law proposed by the Signory, he suddenly came to a stop. Thereupon Messer Francesco Valori rose, and after extolling the plan of a general reconciliation, spoke of the necessity of sanctioning appeal from the tyrannical tribunal of the Eight, who had always oppressed the city with sentences of exile and confiscation. Yet even he found the new law to be so excessive in its tendency that he ventured to propose that it should not be permanently sanctioned, but only for a time, a tempo. The discussion now became lively, and one of those who, on the first day of the revolution, had closed the palace door in Piero de' Medici's face, now rose to speak. This was Messer Luca Corsini, a very influential and eloquent man, and one of the most fervent advocates of the popular party. He gave a vivid description of the miserable state of the country, saying, "We behold all Italy stirred by new and terrible dangers, and we ourselves, being in the centre of the land, are exposed to even worse suffering than the rest. Wherefore unity and concord are the only remedies which will avail to preserve us from the attacks of neighbouring potentates, who are already preparing to fall upon us at the first sign of disturbance. Besides, having now given to all the right to sit in our councils, as we are careful to conciliate some at least of the friends of the old Senate, they will oppose us, both by the means and in secret. For if no other reason availed to persuade you," he added, in louder and more impressive tones, "the example of our Lord should suffice, since, after smiting us his sword of justice, he hath mercifully averted it from our heads, and vouchsafed us his pardon. Let us then also be merciful, let us ordain a general pardon, and should anyone deem this an extraordinary remedy, let him remember that in extraordinary cases the wisest rule is to follow none." On coming to the question of the 6 beans, he spoke with still greater warmth, asserting the absolute necessity of some new measure, and moved by the democratic spirit which so easily runs to exaggeration, he added, "The Republic consists of one body alone, and this body is the whole people, which, unable itself to attend to every branch of the administration, therefore appoints magistrates. But when doubts, disorders, or dissensions arise, even as we see to be of daily occurrence, there is no injustice in recurring to the greater council which represents the people, as conferred office on the magistrates, nor can the authority of the Signory be diminished by an appeal to the people to whom the whole of the Republic belongs. For if we consider what things have come to pass in these latter days, we shall say that it is the highest wisdom and prudence to desire that these laws should be carried." When Corsini had finished these animated addresses, all eyes were turned towards Messer Guidantonio Vespucci, who was noted for his eloquence and experience, and one of the most powerful members of the Autobiography party. It was he who, during the preceding December, had alleged so many reasons in the palace for opposing the new form of popular government. His learning gave added weight to his opinions, and conscious of this, he spoke with much emphasis and displayed his well-known oratical gifts. He began by carefully praising the discourses of the preceding speakers, who, as he said, were all labouring in different ways towards the same end, the consolidation of liberty. Also, I am well content to see that many have frankly expressed opinions opposed to that of the Signory, for this is the only way to arrive at truth. For my own part, he went on, entering at once into the question of the 6 beans, the only plan seems to be to seek a mode of establishing perfect equality among the citizens. If the old road will lead us to that goal, let us follow it. If not, we must choose another path. I certainly deem the old law to be very perilous, and if carefully considered, it will be seen to be neither well ordered nor practically good, nor indeed does it appear to give so much power to the Signory, without also granting right of appeal against their decisions. In France, appeal can be made to the Council of Paris against the verdict of the King. Imperial decisions can be reversed by the Pope, and the sentence of the papal chair itself can likewise be appealed against. Hence no one should be angered if others correct errors into which he has been betrayed by haste or inadvertence. And if princes who are bound by no law are willing to allow right of appeal, why should it be refused by magistrates whose authority is wholly derived from the people? By granting this power of appeal, we shall only restore to the people its own right, and repress the immoderate pretensions of the over-ambitious. It will certainly act as a great check upon tribunals to know that their sentences are subject to the approval of the Greater Council. Accordingly, I see not what harm can be caused by destroying the pernicious authority of the 6 beans. Regarding the peace unanimously desired by the citizens, nothing need be said, save that the speedier and the more general it be, the greater the good. But, he said finally, the most useful peace that can be concluded will be to deprive the 6 beans of the accursed power that has been the source of all discord. There was great amazement in the assembly on hearing Vespucci so vigorously defend the rights of the people after having opposed them with equal force in the previous December. Nevertheless, his speech turned the scale, and on the 18th of March, the new law was passed in the Council of 80 by 80 votes against 38, and on the 19th in the Greater Council by 543 votes against 163. Such is the true history of a discussion in which all writers have been silent, while charging Savonarola with the authorship of an extreme measure. The accusation is most unjust, for whereas his sermons testified that he was in favour of a far more temperate law, the orator's speech showed that the friar's adherents almost violated the old parliamentary usage of the Republic in their endeavours to check the excesses of both secret and declared opponents. The latter, however, were triumphant. This law may indeed be considered the first step and first victory of the party whose aim it was to destroy the Republic. We shall presently witness the untiring efforts of this faction to compass the friar's downfall and its readiness to resort to arts of dissimulation and double-dealing, with a refinement of political skill surpassing that of the best diplomatists of our own times. It is true that Savonarola made no spoken protest after the law was once carried, for it would have been useless to excite dissensions and rancor between the Signory and the people. It may also be that neither he nor others could then foresee the sinister and dangerous consequences of this intemperate enactment of a law that, after all, was based on a just principle inculcated by himself. Yet none of the evils to be feared in the future was so great as a patent evil that had been accomplished, when at the very moment that by the will of the people a general peace and amnesty was declared, the enemies of the new government banded together to effect the ruin of the Republic, by which they had been so magnanimously treated. Certainly great exasperation was felt that day, and Savonarola's frank sincerity must have been singularly chafed by the spectacle of all this ingratitude and craft. For although maintaining strict silence at the time, the sermons he gave shortly after were marked by an unprecedented irritation and violence of tone. So true is the old saying that one drop of vinegar spoils a whole cask of honey. The passing of this law of appeal against the sentences of the Six Bengs was, however, the beginning of judicial reform. For in all his sermons, Savonarola continued to insist on the due administration of justice. In this, as in every other branch of public affairs, there was the greatest disorder, and indescribable confusion of laws and tribunals. This state of things had been purposely contrived by Lorenzo de' Medici, who, in order to hold the life and property of the citizens at his own disposal, threw old and new laws, old and new institutions, into so strange a jumble that it was almost impossible to disentangle them. In earlier times, the supreme jurisdiction in nearly all criminal and civil cases had been assigned to two foreign magistrates, the podesta and the captain of the people, who passed sentence in all important cases and heard appeals, from the decisions of petty magistrates presiding over civil tribunals in different quarters of the town. But in 1477 the office of captain of the people was abolished, and that of the podesta near its end, and as a greater part of their functions now devolved on the Signory and the Eight, the power of these bodies became greatly increased. In the same year, the Tribunal of Commerce, known as the Casa-della Mercanzia, situated next to the Palace of the Priors, also began to decline. It had been a very important institution in the Republic, as a nucleus and chief meeting place of the Florentine guilds, and no steps having been taken with regard to these tribunals, suitors scarcely knew to which to apply, and justice was very badly administered. Accordingly, Savonarola urged the necessity of a general reform, recommending the creation of a rota, or tribunal of citizens who were to be wise, wealthy, and well paid, in order to ensure their incorruptibility. But shouldn't this be too great an extreme for the moment, he said, hasten at least to appoint a good and competent judge of appeal, and likewise see that the re-establishment of the mercatanzia with a foreign judge elected according to the ancient statutes. The institution of the rota was so novel an idea for Florence that it was only decided upon some years later, but measures were instantly taken to restore the mercatanzia to its original importance. On the 20th and 21st May 1495, both councils passed new law to the following effect. Considering that there is nothing more important than the administration of justice, and seeing how the reputation of the Casa della Mercanzia had been lowered by the confused laws introduced subsequently to the ancient statutes, the magnificent Signory and Gonfalonier are resolved to remedy the said confusion by following the example of ancient and well-digested laws, and restoring the said Casa to its former high reputation, and hereby provide and ordain that the Signory of the Mercatanzia shall elect 38 sagacious citizens, aged 35 years, to be drawn by ballot, scrutinio from the members of the Greater Council, and that the 13 having the largest number of votes shall be appointed statutari e reformatori della Casa e Corti della Mercantanzia ed Universitatia dia Mercantati, with the same authority held by the statutari down to the year 1477, that of changing, enlarging, and entirely reforming the statutes which, after being approved by the Signory and the colleges, will be fully enforced. Thus was re-established the old and illustrious Casa della Mercantanzia, and the new commercial code of Florence complied, both to merchants as a statute of 96. This document is another proof for the revival of civic wisdom among the Florentines, and proved of great advantage to the people, the guilds, and the cause of justice. While the machinery of the Republic was thus being rapidly brought to perfection, it became necessary for the Autobiography to resign their functions, which, unless reduced to mere sinecures, would inevitably clash with the duties of the new magistrates. Savonarola gave much help in overcoming the difficulty, and his friend Messer Domenico Bonsi was one of the first Autobiography to spontaneously resign his post. The others seemed willing to follow his example, and on the 8th and 10th of June, a provision was carried giving the Autobiography authority, power, and charge to renounce and transfer to the Greater Council every privilege and power conferred on them by the Parliament. The same law established the new rules and mode of procedure to be observed in all future elections of the Signory. The dismissal of the Autobiography having been thus successfully and peacefully accomplished, another very important measure had to be carried. This was for the abolition of parlamenti, which had brought so many disturbances, charges, and tyrannies on Florence. Now that the Greater Council could make and unmake every institution at will, parliaments were no longer required, and henceforth there could be no object in summoning them, save for the overthrow of the Republic. Besides, if Piero de' Medici, who was known to be busily intriguing and had already gained some support from the French and among Italian potentates, were to succeed in returning to Florence, the only mode in which he could gain the suffrage of the mob would be by means of a parliament. Also, if his friends, neither few nor feeble, unluckily should think of rousing the city in his favour, they too would infallibly resort to a parlamento, which had always been found the best engine of tyranny in Florence, and the easiest means of effecting a change in the government. Florentine historians and politicians have frequently indulged in long dissertations on the dangers of these popular assemblies and the enormities sanctioned by them. But at this moment the question touched the citizens to the quick. They all knew that the banished Medici were plotting to return. They discovered by the debates on the law of the Six Beans that there were enemies of liberty in their midst. Therefore all minds were in a very excited state, and even Savonarola was moved to speak from the pulpit in terms which were not only unusual, but most unusual to the lips of a minister of peace. I have taken thought of this parliament of thine, and I hold it to be naught but a means of destruction. Wherefore it were best to be rid of it. Come forward, my people. Art thou not sole master now? Yes, see then that no parliament be called, unless thou wouldest lose thy government. Know that the only purpose of Parliament is to snatch the sovereign power from the hands of the people. Keep ye this in mind, and teach it to your children. And thou, people, at the stroke of the bell calling thee to Parliament, rise and draw thy sword and ask, What wouldst thou? Cannot the council decide all things? What law wouldst thou make? Hath this council no power to make it? And therefore I would have ye frame a provision to the effect that the Signory, on taking office, would swear to summon no Parliament, and that should any one scheme to call a Parliament, let him that denounces that man receive 30,000 ducats, if it be a member of the Signory, if not of it, 1,000. And if he that would summon a Parliament be of the Signory, let his head be cut off. If he be not of it, let him be proclaimed a rebel, and all his goods confiscated. Likewise, let all Gonfaloniers, on taking office, swear that on hearing the bell ring to Parliament, they will at once hasten to put the abodes of the Signory to the sack, and that the Gonfalonier, who doth sack one of the houses of the Signory, receive 1/4 the spoil, and the remainder be distributed among his comrades. Item, that should the Signory seek to call a Parliament, the instant they set foot to the ring biera, they shall no longer be considered the Signory, and all may cut them to pieces without sin. This was a momentary license of speech, and it is only just to add that confiscation, pillage, and capital punishment were the usual penalties at the time for political offences. Nevertheless, in spite of the general usage, and although Piero de' Medici and his adherents were already plotting against the Republic, and already, as we shall presently see, nearing the gates of Florence, it was inexcusable for Savonarola to indulge in so virulent an outburst. Anyhow, this sermon was delivered on the 28th of July, 1495, and by the 13th of August a law was passed to the following effect. Seeing that the reform of the present state was made to secure the liberty of the most flourishing people, and had been desired to maintain this government for ever, so that not ourselves only, but also our children may enjoy this sacred liberty, and no one dare to raise his head as a tyrant and subjugate the free citizens, also knowing that in no way can our liberty be so easily subverted, and this new and good rule and government overthrown as by means of parliaments. And finally, seeing that no circumstance could arise in which a parliament would be necessary, inasmuch as the government is in the hands of the people, which is the true and lawful master of our city, and able to pass new laws without need of other popular convocations, etc. The magnificent Signory and Gonfalonier do hereby provide and ordain that no parliament be held in future, that henceforth the Signory shall swear never again to convoke one, and that whoever may plot to do so shall be put to death, and 3,000 florins awarded to his denouncer. But after this burst of fury, Savonarola calmly resumed his work of peace and turned his attention to the establishment of a Monte di Pietà. I recommend this Monte di Pietà to your care, that all may come to its aid. All women especially should devote it to their every superfluity. Let all contribute and let them give ducats, not farthings. He frequently preached in favour of this institution, and exhorted his female hearers, the wealthy and all the citizens in general, to bestow their charity on the poor. In fact, a Monte di Pietà was the best possible means for relieving the people's distress. In those days the Jews of Florence lent money at 32.5%, and with compound interest, so that a loan of 100 florins was found to increase in 50 years to the sum of 49,792,556 florins, 7 grossi and 7 denarii, and several fractions. Consequently, they were held in the utmost detestation by the populace, and many attempts had been made to check their extortions. In the past years, Fra Barnaba da Terni had urged from the pulpit the necessity of founding a Monte di Pietà, and established one at Perugia in 1462. Later, Fra Bernardino di Feltre endeavoured to diffuse the system throughout Italy, and preached upon it in Florence during the reign of Lorenzo de' Medici. On the 27th March 1473, a decree for its institution was already drawn up, when a Jew contrived to corrupt the magistrates and even Lorenzo de' Medici with the bribe of 100,000 florins, and the scheme fell to the ground. In the days of Piero de' Medici, the Minorite friars again excited the populace against the Jews, although more prudent citizens blamed the attempt, and when the Fra Bernardino resumed his propaganda in favour of the Monte, so many riots took place that the preacher was finally banished from Florence. Savonarola had never taken part in these idle controversies, nor uttered a word against the Jews, and when questioned on the subject by the Lucchese in May 1493, had urged the duty of tolerance, saying that he sought not to persecute but to convert the Jews. But after the liberation of the people, he raised his voice in favour of the Monte di Pietà, and its establishment in Florence was solely owed to him. On the 28th December 1495, a law was passed beginning with these words, "Blessed be he that cherisheth the poor and needy. In the day of adversity the Lord shall give him freedom." And they went on to speak of the pestiferous gulf and gnawing worm of usury, already endured for some 60 years in Florence through that perfidious sect of the Hebrews, the foes of God. It wound up with a decree for the election of 8 unsalaried citizens who were to frame the statutes of the Monte, after which all contracts with Jewish moneylenders were to be considered void, and the said lenders were to leave the city within the space of 1 year. By the 15th April 1496, the statute was drawn up and was passed by the Greater Council on the 21st. It was planned entirely to the advantage of the people. The expenses of its administration were restricted to 600 florins annually. The interest extracted from borrowers pledging their effects was to vary between 5 and 7.5%. The said borrowers, however, being obliged to swear not to gamble with the money received from the Monte. Savonarola's object in promoting this righteous institution being solely the good of the people, He had first proposed that the officials employed at the Monte should be paid by the state, and no interest taken on loans. This proved to be impractical, but the new statutes of the Monte afforded great relief to the lower classes, and rendered it needless to persecute the Jews or drive them all from Florence, as the Minorites had suggested, for despite the fervent zeal of Savonarola and his followers, they were never betrayed into intolerance. Such were the laws by which the liberty of Florence was consolidated and a new constitution framed. Many others may of course be found in the records of the provisions passed during these years, but being of no general importance, we have left them aside. One of them, however, dated June 1495, is deserving of mention. It runs thus: The magnificent Signory and Gonfalonier, considering the Messer Dante Alighieri, great-grandson of Dante the poet, cannot return to the city owing to his inability to pay the tax levied on him by the Signory in November and December last, and deeming it were well to give some proof of gratitude to the descendants of the poet, who is so great an ornament to this city, do hereby provide that the said Messer Dante be held exempt from every fine or penalty, etc. This was a tardy proof of pardon to the memory of the great Ghibelline, a very slight act of justice to the name of the divine poet, yet such as it was, it is a title of honour to the new-born republic. Thus in the space of 1 year the liberty of Florence was established, the people authorized to carry arms, the system of taxation revised, usury extinguished by the Monte di Pieta, a general peace made, justice reorganized, parlamenti were abolished forever, and the Greater Council was constituted, to which the Florentines showed a tenacious attachment, such as they never accorded to any other of their political institutions. It was then that Donatello's noble group of Judith and Holofernes was placed on the platform, Ringbera, in front of the palace as a symbol to the people of the triumph of freedom over tyranny, and with the following inscription: Exemplum sal pub civis posuere, 1415. And all this had been accomplished in a short time, without a sword being drawn, a drop of blood spilt, without any internal dissensions, and this in Florence, the city of riots. But the crowning marvel was to see how one man, a simple friar, swayed all Florence from the pulpit, and always swayed it for good. An example without precedent in history of the might of human utterances and the human will. This friar made no harangues in the streets, had no seat in the councils of the Senate, yet he was the soul of the whole people, and the chief author of every law of the new government. In all the laws subsequent to the Revolution of 1494, the influence of the democratic monk is clearly to be traced in every word and detail. They were now drawn up in Italian instead of Latin, in the new form, a new style, and animated by a new spirit. They often seem to echo of Savonarola's own accents, and are frequently composed of fragments of the sermon in which he had urged their adoption. If we enter the council hall, we find the citizens maintaining his ideas and speaking in his very words, and looking back at the close of this year, 1495, we shall find that never before had Florence been so wisely and prudently ruled, and that the form of government then constituted was the best, most stable, that in all its years of turbulent life its people had ever been able to create. Can we then be astonished to see that the greatest of Florentine politicians thought it worthy of examination, and could not refrain from extolling it to the skies? Machiavelli, Guicciardini, and Gianotti, whose works were composed after the liberties of Florence, were crushed and the hopes of the patriots extinguished, ransacked the whole history of Rome, Florence, and Italy in search of the best form of government for their native city, in case of some fortunate turn of events, and they all three arrived at the conclusion that with certain modifications suited to the alteration of the times, no better form of government could be found than that of the Greater Council and the Republic of 1494. And it is truly amazing to see that even the modifications proposed by these great intellects were in harmony with the friars' conceptions. They suggested that the post of Gonfalonier should be a permanent appointment, and Savonarola frequently advised the same before his death. They demanded a new tribunal for criminal offences, and he had propounded the same idea in his sermons. They had proposed allowing freedom of discussion in the councils, and he had urged this more constantly than anything else. It is true that some writers endeavoured to prove that Savonarola could not have originated the idea of the Greater Council because Soderini had borrowed the scheme from Venice, nor invented the Monte di Pieta because it had been previously suggested by others, and so on. But this is labour lost. Savonarola did not invent any of the institutions he persuaded Florence to adopt, and this really constituted his chief merit. Institutions are neither created nor conceived. They come into existence as a result of the times and a condition of the people. He rediscovered them, as it were, and recognized their value, succeeding in persuading the nation to adopt them. And what higher need of praise can be said to his political sagacity? We repeat that Savonarola was more clear-sighted than other men, simply because his eyes were sharpened by natural good sense and earnest benevolence, and his mind was unperplexed by theories, his heart undisturbed by party spirit. He therefore deserves to be ranked among the greatest founders of republican states. For, if the evidence of historical events, the written testimony of the laws we have almost literally transcribed, and the opinions of the greatest of Italian political thinkers do not suffice to enforce our verdict, we are at a loss for fresh arguments. We are aware that many are now of opinion that Savonarola should be mainly judged in the light of a mystic and seer of strange visions, but it should be remembered that during the first year of his political life, all his visionary ideas were kept in the background, and although at a later period they are too often introduced in his religious, scientific, and even political discourses, many of the greatest men of his time were guilty of the same error. Yet no one thought of denying the competence of these men in science, letters, or public affairs, because they chanced to be mystics. Why then should Savonarola be robbed of his fame as a statesman and held up to ridicule, when we behold a people called back to life, as it were, by his breath, and see that the government he framed is the admiration of all writers, both in old times and new? And should the strange shadow of Savonarola the mystic obscure the reader's mind, and prevent him from forming a clear and accurate judgment of Savonarola the man, we will beg him to patiently follow this narrative, assured that on coming to a closer and more detailed view of the friar's visions and prophecies, they will appear in a very different light from that in which other biographers have placed them. Note to Chapter 5. Of the opinions professed by great Florentine politicians concerning Savonarola and the government framed by him. Machiavelli seems originally to have felt little sympathy for Savonarola, since in one of his early letters he only alludes to him as an astute and sharp-witted monk, but this gives increased weight to the respect with which he spoke of him in riper years. For while noting that he thought to be political errors on the part of the friar, especially concerning the law of the 6 beans, which we have already mentioned, we shall have to mention again, he makes far more frequent allusions to his learning, prudence, and goodness of soul. Discorsi, Book 1, Chapter 14, declares him to be inspired with divine goodness. De Canale Primo, and asserts that so great a man should be mentioned with reverence. Discorsi, Book 1, Chapter 11. Then in treating of the institutions founded by Savonarola, he is forced to acknowledge their high importance, as we see by his Discorso to Leo X, in which he expressly states that the only way to re-establish the Florentine state is by opening the Greater Council. No stable republic was ever framed without satisfying the masses. The general mass of the Florentine citizens will never be satisfied unless the hall of the council be reopened, and your holiness may rest assured that whoever should wish to deprive you of the state will hasten to throw it open before thinking of anything else. It might perhaps be urged that Machiavelli shows greater hardiness in praising the laws suggested by Savonarola and the latter's enormous influence over the people than in praising the friar himself. This is quite true, and especially explained by the great difference between these two almost antagonistic characters. The one, all spontaneous enthusiasm and faith, the other, all analysis, doubt, and inquiry. Both were great men, but each was singularly unfitted to comprehend the other. Savonarola would have judged the ideas of the Florentine secretary with undue severity, and the latter, much as he admired the founder of the Republic of 1494, could not refrain from passing sarcasms on the monk and the prophet. In fact, the irony piercing through his praise, and the esteem and respect always tempered his blame, give us a better idea of Machiavelli's mental attitude than had his verdict on Savonarola shown more logic and coherence. As to Gianotti, the noble and generous citizen who twice witnessed the downfall of his country's freedom, twice endured exile, and sought to mitigate this grief by studying how best to reconstitute the government, in case liberty should again be restored to Florence. He cannot mention Savonarola's name without his brave Popolano heart throbbing faster within him. His admiration for the institutions counselled by the friar is expressed with an ingenious eagerness that almost moves us to tears. He that made the great council, he says, was ever wiser than Giano della Bella, for the latter sought to lower the great in order to ensure the safety of the people, whereas the former sought to secure freedom to all. Della Repubblica Fiorentina, Book 1, page 87, in the Opere, Volume 1, Florence Limonier, 1850. The whole book is impregnated with this admiration. Wishing to remove the abuse common to the friars of his day, of continually preaching sermons on matters of state in the palace, he is careful to add, "For although Fra Girolamo preached them, no Fra Girolamo now exists adorned with equal learning, prudence, wisdom. Therefore none should be so presumptuous as to deem it fitting to do that which was done by one in all things superior to all other men." Della Repubblica Fiorentina, Book 3, page 233. But to learn the real views of the great statesman concerning Savonarola and the minute investigations of the form of government he instituted, and of his great services to liberty in Florence, it is necessary to turn to the Opera in Etude of Francesco Guicciardini, in his Storia d'Italia, written at a riper age and in times hostile to Savonarola. He was cautious in his expressions, but in these works, composed in the privacy of his closet and never intended for publications, he becomes another man. Sometimes he seems to be trying to lighten a load too heavy for his conscience to bear, by giving vent to feelings he had long been forced to suppress from motives of personal interest. We can almost see the sumptuous mantle of the diplomat drop from his shoulders, and reveal the simple republican jerkin beneath. An eloquent hymn to liberty gushes from his soul, and he seems forced to carry it aloud to the walls of his room, after having lacked the courage to proclaim it to his fellow citizens. In his writings, no praise is too high for Savonarola and the Greater Council promoted by him. He says in his Ricordi, "The affections of the Florentines are so strongly set on the liberty given to them in 1494 that no devices, no caresses, nor tricks of the Medici will suffice to make it forgotten." It was easy to do so once, when only a few were robbed of their liberty, but now after the Grand Council all are robbed of it alike. Ricordi 1538 376. And in his Regimento di Firenze, he continually repeats, "You owe a great debt to this friar, who made the revolution at the right moment, and accomplished without bloodshed that which, but for him, would have cost much blood and disorder. For, but for him, you would have had first restricted patrician government, and then an excessively democratic one, which would have led to riots and bloodshed, and possibly ended in Piero's restoration by force. He, Savonarola, alone had the wisdom to hold his reins loosely at first in order to apply the curb at the right moment." Page 28, and Passim. In his youthful work, the Storia Florentina, Guicciardini has almost the air of a Pierre Gnome. Extolling the prudence of Savonarola, his practical and political abilities, he speaks of him as a saviour of the country in terms of such genuine eloquence, that being unable to quote the whole passage as it stands, we refrain from reducing it to a colourless summary. It cannot be denied that some writers of the present day have begun to speak slightly of Savonarola, to deny his political merit, and failing other arguments, have put him to ridicule and shown incredible flippancy in their estimate of his worth. But every modern writer of importance who has devoted serious attention to this subject has always ended by concurring the views of the elder historians. And if we may venture to quote any political writer on our own time in the same breath with the great Italians referred to above, we would mention the name of the young Tuscan, Francesco Valori, who, but for his untimely death, would have gained well-deserved celebrity. The writer was gifted with a special institution of all points connected with their own laws and institutions, and this is what he says of Savonarola. The reforms accomplished by the friar gave Florence the only such republican government it ever possessed. In fact, all the best men in favour of a popular government of Florence down to 1530 were unanimously devoted to Savonarola's ideas. The history of all Italy in the 15th century can reckon few names greater than his. All the political history of the Florentine Republic, perhaps none so great. 40 instituzioni civili. It would seem superfluous to lengthen this note by any more quotations, when the facts are so plain. But it may well be as well to add that Professor Sapoli's criticisms of Savonarola in his learned paper, Fra Girolamo Savonarola e la Constituzione Veneta, Archivio Veneto, April-October 1874, do not seem particularly well-founded. He quotes and reiterates charges urged against the Republican Constitution of Florence by Savonarola's admirer Gianotti, but he fails to observe that the latter's remarks do not apply to Savonarola's reforms in particular, for these are praised by Gianotti, but not the constitution of the Commune of Florence in general, and indeed to that of all Italian communes, where there was never any just division of power or legitimate check on the authority of the magistrates. Continual change of magistrates was the expedient resorted to, but this led to other evils. The Florentine Republic was always marred by these defects, and although recognized in the 15th century by political writers such as Guercardini, Machiavelli, and Gianotti, were still left unremedied. In fact, they only disappeared with the destruction of the Italian communes and birth of the modern state. The objections urged by Professor Sapoli against Savonarola's reforms apply with equal force to the reforms suggested by Machiavelli to Leo X. For although the first idea of the modern state is to be found in the secretary's writings, even he proved unable, when reducing theory to practice, to cast entirely off the medieval conception of communal government. End of section 15. Section 16 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 6. Savonarola's Prophecies and Prophetical Writings. What at this juncture was the state of Savonarola's mind? From the events narrated in the preceding chapter, one might be led to interpret it very wrongly. One might naturally expect to find him, if not uplifted, at least rejoiced by his success, and the great good achieved for his people. But on the contrary, just at that time, as a glance at his sermons will show, he was plunged in the deepest depression. While ruling the whole people from his pulpit, with all hanging on his words, and the whole city obedient to his will, he could yet feel no joy. The future looked dark to his eyes, and he vainly tried to throw off his gloomy presentiments. I am weary, O Florence, after 4 years of incessant preaching, in which I have spent my strength for thee alone. Likewise I am bowed down by constant thought of the scourge I behold drawing near, and by fear lest it overwhelm thee. Wherefore I offer up unceasing prayers for thee to God. And it was true that the tempting hopes and promises he had held out to Florence had always been conditional. If you turn not to the Lord, the joyful tidings shall become tidings of woe. And the people being so hardened in sin, the future of Italy, Florence, and the Church naturally seemed to Savonarola to be threatened with increasing danger and suffering. A picture is displayed on the page, Savonarola preaching. Thus, precisely at the time when he might have been supposed to be full of calm and content, he was most burdened by these presentiments. After the victorious result of his first political conflict, after seeing the law carried for the establishment of a popular government with the Grand Council, when all Florence was thronging round his pulpit in the hope of hearing some joyful outburst of thanksgiving to the Lord, he again began to preach in his former allegorical strain, describing the sadness weighing on his soul, and prophesying the violent death to which he had always apparently known himself foredoomed. A youth, he began, left his home and went forth in a bark to fish, and while fishing, the master of the bark steered far to sea, and out of sight of the port, whereupon the youth burst into loud lamentations. O Florence, the lamenting youth standeth here in this pulpit. I was led from mine own home to the port of religion, and I went thither at the age of 23 years in search of the two things most dear to me, liberty and quiet. But then I looked on the waters of this world, and by preaching I began to win a few souls. And seeing that I found my pleasure therein, the Lord led me on board a vessel and out to the open sea, where I now lie tossed and beyond sight of land. Andique sunt angustae. Storms and tempests are gathering before mine eyes. I have lost sight of the port behind me, and the wind bears me farther forward. On my right hand are the chosen, imploring my help. On the left the demons and the wicked, who assail and molest us. I look above, and there is the eternal goodness urging me to hope. I look below, and there is hell, and as a mortal man I fear it, since without the help of God it would certainly be my portion. O Lord, Lord, where hast thou led me? Through seeking to save a few souls, I have come into a place where there is no return to peace. Why hast thou made me a man of disturbance and discord over the whole earth? I was free, and am now the slave of all men. From all sides I behold war and discord coming upon me. Yet at least, O my friends, ye chosen of God, for whom I travail by night and by day, have mercy on me. Let me say in the words of the canticle, give me flowers, qui amor languito. Flowers are good works, and only yearn for ye to please God and save your souls. And while giving this discourse, he was so overcome by emotion as to be obliged to pause, saying, Now let me rest a while in this storm. Presently, resuming his sermon, he cried, What reward, O Lord, what reward shall be given in the life to come to the winner of a battle such as this? That which the eye cannot see, nor the ear hear, bliss eternal. And in this life, what shall be his reward? The servant may not be greater than his master, replied the Lord. Thou knowest that after preaching to thee I was crucified. Thus martyrdom shall also be thy portion. O Lord, Lord, now cried Savonarola, his powerful tones ringing through the church, grant me then this martyrdom, and quickly let me die for thee, even as thou hast died for me. Behold, the sharpened blade already appears before thine eyes. But the Lord saith unto me, Wait yet a little while, so that all things may be duly fulfilled, and then thou wilt use the strength that shall be vouchsafed thee. Thereupon he broke off, resumed his exposition of the text from the Psalms, Laudate Dominum quia bonus, and went on with his sermon. This was one of the moments when, as Savonarola was accustomed to say, an inward fire consumes my bones and compels me to speak. Wrapped in a speech of ecstasy, he then seemed to have real revelations of the future. If he chanced to fall into this state in the solitude of his cell, he would be visited by a long series of visions and maintain his vigil night after night, until at last, overcome by sleep, his wearied body found rest. But if he fell into this state while in the pulpit, his excitement surpassed all bounds. Words failed to describe it. He was, as it were, swept onwards by a might beyond his own, and carried his audience with him. Men and women of every age and condition, workmen, poets, and philosophers, would burst into passionate tears while the church re-echoed with their sobs. The reporter taking notes of the sermon was obliged to write, At this point I was overcome by weeping and could not go on. Savonarola sometimes sank exhausted in his seat, and was occasionally confined to his bed for several days after. It is impossible to form any just estimate of the nature of his eloquence at moments such as these, for his words were either left unrecorded, or coldly and lifelessly rendered. But our belief in the orator's extraordinary state of excitement, and his vehement words and eloquent gestures, is all the greater when we find nothing in the written reports of his sermons to justify the tremendous effect they produced on the Florentine public, which was certainly the most cultured in Europe. We shall also find, on impartial consideration of Savona's life and doctrines, that his strange and inexplicable presentiment of his future fate served to endue his writings, sermons, and life with an extraordinary charm. When his predictions are stripped of all secondary details and accessories, we note with surprise that nearly all were fulfilled. Nor do we merely refer to the political acumen, enabling him to be the first to announce the coming of the French, the expulsion of the Medici, and many other subsequent events, although it was precisely this gift of acumen that roused the amazement of all the keenest statesmen of his age. Neither need we dwell upon Savonarola's fixed presentiment of dying a violent death, and the truly marvellous and unaccountable certainty with which he so frequently announced it. The chief point to be noted is that he was the first to feel that a great regeneration of mankind was at hand, that the religious sentiment would reawaken men's hearts to achieve this regeneration, and that society would be reinvigorated by sanguinary conflict. From the close examination we shall see this to be the real gist of his well-known conclusions. The church shall be renovated, but it must first be scourged, and that speedily. His continual predictions of the coming conversion of all unbelievers, the triumph of Christianity upon earth, where soon there would be but one fold and one shepherd, affords us the best proof of his belief, and the human race was about to be welded into true unity, and Christianity acknowledged as the sole religion of the civilized world. On attentive perusal and consideration of his works, we are positively amazed by his constant insistence on these conclusions and his faith in their speedy fulfillment. And when we find him proceeding to describe the future woes of Italy in minute and strangely graphic detail, when we see how deeply his own spirit is stirred and touched, so that in speaking of these things he is seized with a species of delirious excitement, we are forced to recognize that we are in the presence of an extraordinary fact, even though it be one that admits of no explanation. He was a man who, foreseeing the wretched future awaiting his country, had so distinct a provision of its woes that he already seems to suffer them in his own person. This, it seems to us, is the view to be taken of Savonarola in his character of a prophet, when after glancing at his entire career and all his predictions, we concentrate our attention on such of his prophecies as are of general importance, leaving all of secondary interest aside. For if we pause to notice these, everything is changed, and we are driven to examine another side of his character. We shall then perceive that his was a dual nature, composed of two opposite individualities, and that, whereas the one spurred him towards the future, the other almost chained him to the past. Having considered the first half of his nature, we must now try to arrive at some comprehension of the second. The scholastic studies, forming so great a part of Savonarola's training, had given him an irresistible tendency to the subtleties of the sophists, and his early application to Thomas Aquinas had inspired him with a strange ardour for all the Father's utterances concerning the angelic operations and the nature and visions of the prophets. He had strenuously pored over the minute and hair-splitting distinctions drawn by the angelic doctor, and made at the same time so close a study of the Old Testament and Revelation as to be thoroughly acquainted with every dream or vision of the prophets and patriarchs. These things had absorbed his youthful mind for days at a stretch, inflamed his already overheated fancy, and excited and shaken his sensitive nerves to an indescribable degree. He had seen spectral apparitions even as a child. They were now multiplied, haunted him even in public by day, and became almost threatening by night. On finding in after years that by a study of the Bible and the Fathers, by fervent prayer and prolonged vigils, these ghostly visions were increased, he began to believe them inspirations from heaven, mental pictures shown to him by the angels, even as the visions of the prophets described in St. Thomas. From that time he let no dream or fantasy pass without seeking some parallel case in the Bible and scrutinizing it by the rules of the angelic doctor. He spent whole nights kneeling in his cell, a prey to these visions, until, as strength exhausted, his brain more and more inflamed, he ended by perceiving in all things some revelation from the Lord. It should be remembered that Ficino's Platonic philosophy was then much diffused in Florence, and that its continual reference to spirits, angels, and visions undoubtedly exercised great influence on the friar's mind. And there was another circumstance that should be specially noted. Among the brethren of St. Mark's was a certain Silvestro Maruffi, who played a great part in Savonarola's life. In consequence of some disease contracted in infancy, this man was subject, even by day, to attacks of somnambulism, during which he saw curious visions and uttered strange words. But evidently he did not attribute these manifestations to any mysterious or supernatural agency, for on learning that Savonarola was beginning to speak of divine revelations and predict the future, he sternly reproved him, saying that this was mere folly unworthy of a man of his gravity. Thereupon Savonarola, with the earnestness of look and tone that gains so much ascendancy over men's minds, counselled him to address fervent supplications to the Lord for enlightenment as to the truth in this matter. Maruffi himself, when at the point of death, and with no courage left to defend his master, distinctly confessed that, whether from bodily ailments or other causes, it certainly appeared to me that I was then rebuked by the spirits for mine unbelief. Doubtless this was only another of his strange hallucinations, but it produced so great an effect on both the monks, that they never again doubted even for a moment that these visions and revelations did not come directly from the Lord. Savonarola began to regard Maruffi with an almost reverential esteem totally unmerited by the weak and frivolous man. His blind faith in Silvestro's hysteric utterances involved him in a maze of error and confirm his strange belief in the truth of his own visions. Temperament, chance, study and prayer all combined to urge him forward, irresistibly as it were, on the perilous path. In fact, Savonarola's self-delusion on this point passes description. He was a slave to these so-called visions, and indeed often spoke of them as though they were the most important part of his divinely appointed task. He made them the object of continual study and profound meditation, devoting much time to defining the angelic method of revealing visions to mortals, enabling them to hear supernatural voices, and so on. Some of his theories on the subject are to be found scattered through his sermons, epistles, and other writings. But in his Dialogo della Verità Prophetica, published in 1497, he has put them all together, almost in the shape of a scientific treatise. This composition is an indubitable proof of the friar's innocent credulity and the confusion of ideas in his brain. It is impossible to discover what was his precise view of his own prophecies and prophetic mission. He seems to have bewildered himself with conflicting theories and been unable to decide on which to cling. Sometimes his prophecies of the future appear dictated by a simple process of reasoning, and as though he considered that study of the Bible and of the corruption of the Church must convince all wise men that chastisement was at hand. But at other times he evidently believed his knowledge of the future to be derived from celestial visions expressly vouchsafed to him by God for the benefit of the Italian people. According to him, this gift of prophecy was quite independent of his merits as a good Christian. A prophet, as such, is a mere tool in the hands of God, and may even be unfit to save his own soul. It was on the strength of this theory, deducted from the teachings of St. Thomas Aquinas, that he claimed to be a prophet, and attributed to his visions the same explanations and same importance accorded to the angelic doctor, and the Church to those of the prophets of old. These visions come directly from God, he said, and are impressed by the angles on the intellect, and not the heart. Hence it does not follow that their recipient is assured of salvation. But in other parts of his works, we suddenly come upon an almost opposite theory. Leaving puerile dreams and visions aside, no longer attributes to divine inspiration apart from divine favor or assurance of his salvation, the marvelous instinct or divination of the future that he undoubtedly possessed, but asserts it to be a result and almost an essential element of an evangelic spirit, with which every Christian must be imbued. I am neither a prophet nor the son of a prophet, he says at these moments. I would not assume so terrible a name, but I am certain that the things announced by me will be fulfilled, for they are derived from Christian learning and the evangelic spirit of charity. Truly your sins, the sins of Italy, make me a prophet perforce, and should make all of ye prophets. Heaven and earth prophesy against ye, and ye neither see nor hear. Ye are inwardly blind, ye deafen your ears to the voice of the Lord calling unto ye. Had ye the spirit of charity, all would see, even as I see, the scourge that draweth near. These different theories clash against each other at every step in Savonarola's works, without either being absolutely predominant. Similar contradictions are frequent in the sermons, but are still more abundant and more forcibly expressed in the works especially devoted to the subject of prophecy. And for a due comprehension of this remarkable side of Fra Girolamo's mind and character, these must be carefully examined. In the Dialogo della Verità Prophetica, to which we have before referred, Savonarola is supposed to carry on a discussion with 7 allegorical speakers representing the 7 gifts of the Holy Spirit, and to refute their various objections. They first ask him whether he ever feigns to be a prophet to convince the people of the truths of religion. To this Savonarola indignantly replies that there is but one truth, and that every falsehood is a sin, and that the greatest sin of all would be to deceive a whole people in the name of the Lord, and thus make God himself an impostor. Might not all this, ask another of his 7, be some arrogance of thine, hidden beneath the garb of false humility? Thereupon, quoting the authority of St. Thomas, Savonarola replies, Man is not justified of this light. What foundation, therefore, could I have for my pride and arrogance? May it not be, as a third, that in all good faith thou dost deceive thyself? No, that is not possible. I know the purity of my intentions. I have sincerely adored the Lord. I try to follow in his footsteps. I have passed my nights in prayer and watching. I have renounced my peace. I have consumed health and strength for the good of thy neighbour. No, it is not possible that God should have deceived me. This light is truth itself. This light is the aid of my reason and support of my charity. And then, with much eloquence, he proceeds to expound a theory totally opposed to that which he had proposed a few pages back. To one interlocutor, he proves the truth of his light by saying that it is independent of grace, and then tries to prove it to another by asserting that light is almost identical with grace. But the most noteworthy point of this dialogue is the reply made to the demand, "What certainty hast thou of the truth of these revelations of thine?" It is curious to see how he then flounders among 1,000 arguments and syllogisms, which are the merest sophistry. He was in the unfortunate position of one trying to prove by reason that he was above reason, and demonstrating by human arguments that he was above humanity. Unconsciously to himself, Savonarola was treading dangerous ground on the verge of an abyss. His supernatural powers could only be proved in one way, i.e., by a miracle. And at any moment a miracle might be required of him by the multitude, whose blind credulity was impelling him to ever wilder extremes, and such a request would invariably prove a most powerful weapon in the hands of his adversaries. But his belief was so fixed that it never occurred to him to waver in them. To do so would have seemed an act of ingratitude to the Almighty, nor could he ever admit that those who refused to share them might be sincere in their incredulity. Savonarola also wrote another pamphlet on the subject of prophecy, entitled Compendium Revelationum, which was published in August 1495. This contains a compendium of his principal visions and many highly interesting details of his life, some of which refer precisely to the time and manner of his first prophecies, and record how he combated the impulse to narrate his visions, and then finally yielded to it. Savonarola has written this composition in unusually correct and even almost elegant Latin, and the visions described in it have a certain imaginative force, like those mentioned in a previous chapter concerning the sword of God menacing the earth, the black cross rising to heaven from the centre of Rome, amid flashes of lightning, thunderbolts and storms, and the cross of gold rising from Jerusalem, and shedding light and consolation over the earth. As their meaning was clear, and the hopes symbolized in them were easily understood, these visions became popular, and were reproduced in numerous medals and illustrations to the friars' works. But what can be said of Savonarola's subsequent fantasies, when, in the character of Christ's appointed messenger to the Florentines, he narrates, in minute detail, his long and strangely incomprehensible journey to Paradise, reporting the speeches there addressed to him by various allegorical personages, including the Virgin herself, even describing the Madonna's throne and the exact number and quality of the precious stones with which it is set. This mysterious journey concludes with a sermon from Jesus Christ to the Florentines, transmitted through Savonarola's lips, and a confirmatory of all that he taught. He first related this vision in a sermon given in May 1495, and it apparently excited much adverse criticism, for in a letter addressed ad amicam deficientium, Savonarola complains of his critics, declaring them to be inspired by malignity. For had they listened attentively, they would have understood that I did not intend to say that my mortal body had been in paradise, but only that I had seen it in a mental vision. Assuredly, in paradise there be neither trees, nor waters, nor stairs, nor doors, nor chairs. Therefore, but for their ill will, these men might have easily understood that all these scenes were formed in my mind by angelic intervention. We'll leave the reader to judge whether these fantastic dreams were produced by angelic intervention or by the preacher's excited fancy. Nevertheless, the puerility of these visions is a strong proof of Savonarola's sincerity, and helps to rebut the numerous charges of fraud and bad faith urged by those who would have us believe that he merely fostered the credulity of the mob in order to augment his own influence. Were we to accept this view of the man, it would be impossible to form any judgment of his character, for his whole life would be then reduced to chaos, and not only his best qualities, but his worst errors be alike inexplicable. How could it be credited that a man of Savonarola's genius, wisdom, and experience would indulge in so clumsy and childish a fraud? Had he been a wilful deceiver, would he have exposed his own fictions and barred his weaknesses toward the winds of heaven? If his sole purpose was to beguile the people, why should he have written abstruse and difficult treatises on his visions, described them to his friends and his mother, or made them the theme of marginal notes in his Bibles? All that his warmest admirers would be most willing to conceal, things which the clumsiest posture might indeed have narrated to the people, but would have never allowed to be printed, are precisely what he published, republished, and enforced by quotations from Scripture and St. Thomas Aquinas. Indeed, the strangest side of his character and most noteworthy point of his career lies in the fact that the ruler of an entire people, who filled the world with his eloquence, who was one of the most original philosophers of his age, and who had given Florence the best form of republican government it had ever possessed, should almost boast of hearing voices in the air, of seeing the sword in the Almighty, of being the ambassador of Florence to the Virgin. It behooves the historian to deal plainly with this fact, showing it in its true light and true proportions, for it may thus afford the philosopher a lofty theme of meditation. It is undoubtedly a solemn thing to see how inexorably Providence humbles even the greatest men, and reminds us that they were mere mortals, by counterbalancing their highest faculties by utterly human weaknesses. The singular contrast was very marked in Savonarola, but still more so in the age that he inaugurated. It seemed as though, in that rejuvenescence of the human race, men's faculties were strained to a higher pitch, and as though life were almost a fever in which none could escape delirium. We have seen how the grave Marsilio Ficino daily changed the jewels in his rings, according to the mood of the moment, how he also alternated his amulets, composed of the claws and teeth of various animals, and gave lectures from the professorial chair on the occult virtues contained in them. We have told how Francesco Guicciardini declared himself to have had experience of aerial spirits, and how Cristoforo Landino drew the horoscope of the Christian religion. Hence it may be concluded that the only difference between Savonarola and his most celebrated contemporaries was that he ascribed to religious and supernatural agencies the same phenomena which other philosophers and thinkers attributed to occult powers. But at the next step in this period of the Renaissance, our wonder passes all bounds. The dreams of Pompanecchio, Porta, and Cardano are far wilder than those of Savonarola. The daring spirits, whose researches in the occult science hewed out a path for Galileo, apparently lived in a state of continual delirium. Not one at this day could credit Cardano's faith in dreams and superstitions, but for the evidence of his autobiography, and on reading his account of these things, all belief in his intellect would vanish, but for the real discoveries recorded in his works. Instead of devoting his whole life to science, he wasted half his time in visionary imaginations. If he had a singing in his ears, it was the voice of his familiar spirit. The sight of a wasp flying into his room inspired almost a volume of predictions, in which he had so firm a belief, that according to some writers, he positively starved himself to death in order that one of them might be fulfilled. These were the men, these were the times destined to furnish so many matters to science. And we must again repent that, unless we place Savonarola at the head of his new epoch, it will be impossible to comprehend his character. In announcing his prophecies from the pulpit, he saw the future so clearly before him that he seemed already across the threshold of the new century. He was so strongly imbued with its spirits that he may be said to be its initiator. But whenever he tried to reason upon and explain the marvelous gift that was solely derived from his own greatness of soul, he fell back into the past, and lost in the mazes of scholasticism, could not even comprehend himself. In him, therefore, as in his age as a whole, we behold the past and future in mortal conflict. The past seems still firmly established, but it is withered at the root and losing its grasp of reality, when the future is sending forth vigorous young shoots and claiming the world as its own. End of section 16. Section 17 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 7. Various factions are formed in Florence. Savonarola takes his texts from the Psalms on feast days, and in Lent by means of sermons on Job, inaugurates a general reformation of manners with signal success. Conversion of Fra Benedetto, 1495. Resuming the thread of our history, we must now go back to the beginning of 1495, in order to trace the germs of civil discord, which, although as yet hidden from the eye, were soon to be developed and again divide Florence into factions. At this moment all seemed to be of one opinion and of one party, i.e. that of the friar and the fratelli. But on closer view it might have been discerned that there was considerable variety of opinion among the citizens. First of all, there were some who, while devoted to popular government, had no sympathy for friars in general, nor for Savonarola in particular. These men were few and disunited. They saw that the friar's conduct of public affairs was favourable to the cause of liberty, and accordingly they always gave him and his followers the support of their votes in the council chamber. In consequence of their inoffensive attitude, they were entitled the Whites, Bianchi, whereas a larger, more compact, and far more dangerous body of citizens bore the name of the Greys, Biggi. The latter consisted of Medician adherents, who, owing their pardon to Savonarola, had apparently joined him and declared themselves in favour of the popular government, but in reality they were engaged in secret intrigues and correspondence with Piero de' Medici, whose return they ardently desired. And although it was not long before these schemes came to light, they were carefully concealed at first, and the Republic was long unaware of the treachery lurking in its midst. It was precisely the secrecy of their labours that rendered the Greys so dangerous, for Savonarola's magnanimous behaviour to them, and the over-trustfulness of his followers, increased their faculties for ruining the state. The honest inhabitants of Florence, burning with enthusiasm for the friar's doctrines, and fully satisfied with the general amnesty and the liberty granted to them, had no idea what sinister schemes and intrigues were in progress, and when Savonarola warned them from the pulpit to be on the alert, since there be some that strive against liberty and seek to play the tyrant, they were inclined to think that his zeal for the public good betrayed him into exaggeration, and went about declaring that the Medici had no longer any adherents in Florence. Meanwhile, the popular party kept a strict watch on other and more undisguised adversaries, i.e. the partisans of a limited government, who, as we have seen, had been from the first most energetic opponents of the new regime. These were men of wealth and experience, whom the Medici often, though reluctantly, employed in state affairs. They had weighty influence at the Roman court, and were still more powerful in Milan, where Ludovico the Moor, who was equally hostile to Piero de' Medici and the Republic, gave them the utmost encouragement. The aim of these men was to grasp the government in their own hands, and found a species of aristocratic republic, as in the days of the Albizzi. Consequently they felt as fierce hatred for the Medicians, and instead of pardoning them, as Savonarola had done, would have crushed them by exile, confiscation, and death. They detested all friends of the popular government, but were specially virulent against the friar as the main cause of their defeat, and against his followers whom they sneeringly called Piagnoni, snivellers, hence their title of Arrabbiati, the maddened. They had, in fact, all the old restless party spirit, seemingly indigenous to Florence, that Savonarola alone could hold in check, and this was why they so bitterly hated him. They were ready for any risk and eager to make some daring attempt, but it was still too weak a minority, for after the establishment of the new constitution, the Arrabbiati were in a very difficult position. They could make no assault on the popular government without being opposed by Bianchi and Piagnoni, and still more decidedly by the Biggi, who well knew that under a government formed of Arrabbiati, they would be hopelessly excluded from pardon. In this state of things, even the Arrabbiati saw fit to feign friendliness, or at least tolerance, to the popular government, while concentrating all their hatred upon Savonarola, who was plainly its leading spirit and mainstay. Therefore they persistently jeered at his visions and prophecies, declared that no friar had any call to meddle with politics, and that his charges against the court of Rome were monstrous scandals. With this means they hoped to alienate the Bianchi and Bigi from Savonarola and his followers, and by attacking him as an individual, to find a way of overthrowing his party. Accordingly, they began hostilities in the early part of 1495, and when the 20 Accoppiatori, after a hot dispute, elected as Gonfalonier Messer Filippo Colpisi, a man without administrative ability, indifferent to the people, and decidedly adverse to Savonarola. The Arrabbiati gathered about him and found him a useful instrument for their designs. One day he adopted a very unusual measure of assembling in the palace a council of theologians and ecclesiastics, including Fra Domenico da Ponzo, a noted enemy of the friar. Marsilio Ficuno was also of the number, for though already an admirer of Savonarola's doctrines, he still belonged to the Bedician party. Directly the members were assembled, the Gonfalonier stated that he intended to proceed against the friar for his indifference in the affairs of the state, and caused him to be summoned. Savonarola presently appeared, accompanied by his faithful Fra Domenico of Pescia, and quite unaware of the purpose of the meeting. But scarcely had he crossed the threshold than the mob of theologians began to attack him with a furious storm of invectives. The fiercest of his assailants was Tommaso de Rieti, a Dominican friar, reputed to be a skilled theologian, and who, by reason of his diminutive stature, daring temper, and subtlety in argument, was nicknamed the Garoffanino, spicy little clove. Taking for his text the Apostles' words, Nemo militans Dio implicats si negotiis secularibus, this man delivered a diatribe against Savonarola, who, waiting until all the others had finished speaking, then quietly rose and said in reply, Now the Lord's words are fulfilled. Fili martis mea pugnavurent contract mea. Yet it saddeneth me to see that my fiercest foe is likewise clad in the robe of St. Dominic, that the robe should remind him that our founder took no small part in worldly affairs, and that our order hath produced a multitude of saints and holy men who have been engaged in the affairs of the state. The Florentine Republic must surely remember Cardinal Latino, St. Peter Mathieu, St. Catherine of Siena, and St. Antoine, all members of the Order of St. Dominic. To be concerned with the affairs of this world in which God himself hath placed us is no crime in a monk, unless he should mix in them without any higher aim, and without seeking to promote the cause of religion. He therefore challenged all present to cite a single passage of the Bible forbidding men to give their support to a free government in order to ensure the triumph of morality and religion. And he said in conclusion, Far easier will it be to find it forbidden to discuss religion in profane places, or theology in the palace. The divines are so confounded by this address that no one knew what to reply. One of them, however, started to his feet and cried in a fury, Come then, tell us plainly, are thy words truly inspired by God, or are they not? That which I have said was still plainly. Rejoining Savonarola, I have nothing more to add now, and thereupon this strange meeting was dissolved. Having thus routed and confounded his foes, Savonarola continued his labours in the pulpit, seeking to soothe men's minds, quiet their passions, and extinguish party strife. At one time he would inculcate universal peace, at another the advantages of the Greater Council. Then we find him enthusiastically comparing the different steps in the formation of the government he had instituted with the 7 days of the creation, while on another occasion he compares them with the hierarchy of the angels. Carry on your reforms, was his unceasing cry. Continue in the way ye have begun, and the blessing of the Lord will be with ye. In the course of his last sermon, on Haggai, he announced that it was the Lord's will to give a new head to the city of Florence, and after keeping his audience long in suspense, finally declared, This new head is Jesus Christ. He seeks to become your king. He then dilated on the supreme felicity of having a ruler, no God save Christ, and the overflowing prosperity that would thus be vouchsafed to all. O Florence, then wilt thou be rich with spiritual and temporal wealth. Thou wilt achieve the reformation of Rome, of Italy, and all countries. The wings of thy greatness shall spread over the world. With this proclamation of Jesus Christ as King of Florence, His Advent sermons on Haggai came to an end, amid tremendous outbursts of popular enthusiasm. Politics and religion are so closely and strangely commingled in these discourses that they form a true record of the times and of the diverse passions stirring the souls of the people and their friar. He then bade his congregation farewell on the score of needing repose, but he did not allow himself much rest, for in January 1495 we find him again in the pulpit, delivering sermons from the Psalms on the Sundays before Lent. Thus we have 7 more lengthy sermons, resembling those in Haggai both in matter and form, but likewise containing many indications of the civil discord and the contest with the Arrabbiati, by which the preacher was now harassed. O ungrateful Florence, ungrateful people, for thee have I done that which I would not do for my own brethren, in whose behalf I have ever refused to offer so much as a single prayer to any prince of this world. And now that which I have done for thee have stirred ecclesiastics and laymen to all this hatred against me. One of these sermons on the Psalms demands special mention, namely that delivered on the 13th of January and known as the Renovation Sermon. Taking for his text the celebrated words heard by him in his visions, Ecce clarius Domini super terram cito et voliciter, Savonarola expounded all his own theories on the coming renovation. He began by saying that future and contingent events are known to God alone. Hence astrology, which pretends to ascertain the future from the stars, is fallacious, inasmuch as it is contrary to the rules of faith and the principles of science. After refuting at length the assumptions of astrology, he proceeded to treat of the light of prophecy, which by divine participation reveals the future without any special grace in the seer, even as Balaam, for instance, was a sinner though a prophet. He then explained the various ways in which the future may be revealed, and finally touched on his own visions. They came to me, he said, even in my earliest youth, but it was only at Brescia that I began to proclaim them. Thence was I sent by the Lord to Florence, which is the heart of Italy, in order that the reform of all Italy might begin. Out of these general remarks, he spoke on the need of chastisement and renovation. He first enumerated the natural reasons for this need, namely the oppression of the elect, the obstinacy of sinners, the desire of the righteous, and so on to the last reason, i.e., the universal conviction. Thou seest, all seem to look forward to chastisement and tribulation. Thou seest, all hold it to be just that our many iniquities should be punished. He reminded his hearers of Abate Giorgiano, who likewise foretold renovation at this period. He cited a great number of parables in order to prove the probability of the scourge. He drew 1,000 distinctions as to the diverse nature of visions, and finally recounted those vouchsafed to himself. But his manifest descriptions were of the vision of the sword bent towards the earth, and that of the 2 different crosses he had seen rise from Rome and Jerusalem. It is impossible to describe the fervour with which he related these dreams, and his perfect conviction that they were heavenly revelations. He repeated the words he had heard uttered by invisible beings in heaven. The solemn tone of his voice rang through the vault of the temple, were received as divine manifestations by the spellbound people, and thrilled them with mingled emotions of wonder, delight, and terror. In that age all men, and especially the more incredulous, revelled in supernatural visions such as these. Hence there was an almost magnetic sympathy between the preacher and his audience, and it would be hard to say which dominated the other, which was the exciting force. Both were strung to a pitch of feverish exaltation, scarcely to be described, much less realized at the present day. But to prove the necessity of chastisement, Savonarola did not confine himself to arguments of this kind. On the contrary, he recapitulated his theme in order to prove it by the authority of the Scriptures. Daniel the prophet hath said that Antichrist shall come to persecute the Christians in Jerusalem. Therefore it is necessary to convert the Turks. And how shall they be converted unless the church be renewed? St. Matthew has told us that the gospel shall be preached throughout the world. But who now is fitted to preach it? Where are good pastors and preachers to be found? Continuing this strain, he concluded as follows: Wherefore thou mayest see that the Scriptures and revelation, natural reason and universal consent, announce the coming of the scourge. O Italy, O Princess, O Prelates of the Church, the wrath of God is upon ye. neither is there any hope for ye, unless ye be converted to the Lord. O Florence, O Italy, these adversaries have befallen ye for your sins. Repent ye before the sword be unsheathed, while it be yet unstained with blood, otherwise neither wisdom, power, nor force will avail. Wherefore these are my last words. I have revealed all things to thee with reasons, both human and divine. I have prayed thee, made suppliants unto thee, command thee I may not, being thy father, not thy lord, do thy part, O Florence. Mine is but to pray the Lord to enlighten thine understanding. This sermon was immediately printed and circulated throughout Italy, Savonarola's enemies being as active in its dissemination as his friends. It was useful to the latter as a proof of their master's eloquence and to increase the diffusion of his doctrines, to the former as a specimen of his audacity and a means of inflaming the Pope and princes against him. And, in the hands of the Arrabbiati, it proved a valuable document with which to rouse the smouldering wrath of Alexander VI. Already at the close of 1494, the Arrabbiati had contrived to obtain from Rome a mandate for Savonarola's removal to Lucca, and they now urged the Pope to turn a deaf ear to the signory's request, to be allowed to retain him in Florence. Accordingly, more stringent orders arrived from Rome, and even the pressing solicitations of the Ten failed to reverse the decree. Here the Arrabbiati, having now won the Gonfalonier to their side, hoped that affairs would turn in their favour, and the friar be dismissed. Savonarola, in fact, being determined to cause no scandal, was already preparing to leave at the appointed time. Meanwhile, however, he gave 4 more sermons, and in the first exhorted the people to be steadfast in seeking to perfect their new government, and inculcated the duties of charity, peace, and concord. In the second he treated of simplicity and the moral life, urged his hearers to bestow their superfluities on the poor, and suggested that the convents should be the first to set the example. And should the requisite permission be obtained from Rome, St. Mark's, he added, would be one of the first to begin. Nowhere in the Gospel have I found a text recommending golden crosses and precious stones. Rather have I found, I was athirst, and ye gave me not to drink. I was hungered, and ye gave me no meat. Should ye obtain the consent of Rome, I, for my own part, will give everything away, beginning with my own mantle. In the 2 concluding sermons he bade farewell to the people, saying that he must yield to the wrath of his foes. I must go to Lucca, and thence perhaps elsewhere, as I may be ordered. Pray the Lord to aid me in teaching his word. There be many in this city who would fain to make an end of me, but know that my hour hath not yet come. I depart because it behoveth me to obey orders, and I would generate no scandal in your city. As for ye, the chosen of the Lord, be steadfast in prayer and charity. Be not afeard of the scourges and tribulations, which ever befall the righteous, and be ye firm in holy deeds. Having pronounced these words, he left the pulpit amid the agitation and grief of all his friends. But although the Gonfalonier Corbizzi was adverse to the friar, and the Signory then in power readier to help him by words than deeds, the 10 were now counted among his warmest adherents. Assured of the support of the whole people, they again wrote to Rome, urgently beseeching the Holy Father to permit Savonarola to remain in Florence as Lenten Preacher, notwithstanding the orders transferring him to Lucca. The whole city was in commotion at the announcement of the friar's departure. Many regarded the popular government as already overthrown. The epistles of all kinds were dispatched to Rome, praying that the order might be revoked. So far, in fact, Alexander had no serious reasons to hate Savonarola, for he knew little and cared less concerning his visions and prophecies. Besides, King Charles, the friend of the Florentines, and the friar, was now in Naples at the height of his prosperity, and the Pope was unwilling to arouse his enmity. Therefore he was easily persuaded to yield to the request of the 10, and revoking his decree, permitted Savonarola to preach during Lent in Florence. But although apparently of little moment in itself, this act made a powerful impression on the friar's mind. He could never forget it, and it turned his ideas into a new channel. The order to leave Florence and preach elsewhere was undoubtedly painful to him. Nevertheless, regarding obedience as a sacred duty, nothing would have led him to violate the command. But what was he to think, when the head of the church showed little respect for his own briefs, as to issue and recall them, at the pleasure of his last supplicant? It was now certain that the decree had only been issued to please those enemies of the friar who had already begun to lay all kinds of snares for him. How then could he, Savonarola, attach any weight to a command to which none was given by the Pope himself? Ought he to have forbade it, supposing he had known all this at first? For the moment, however, Savonarola banished these thoughts as harassing temptations. He sent Fra Domenico to Lucca, and being solicited by that city to promise at least to go there in 1496, replied that, unless compelled by unforeseen events to remain in Florence, he would certainly come. Meanwhile, he immediately began his Lenten sermons. As if to show his need of patience, he took his texts from the book of Job, and refrained as much as possible from touching on politics, so that his enemies might have no fresh excuse for attacking him. There was another reform to effect, no less useful and imperative than the change of government had been, namely, the reformation of manner, and to this whole energy was given in his sermons on Job. These discourses, however, had come down to us in almost as mutilated a form as a series on Noah's Ark, reported in a very incomplete and fragmentary fashion by one who continually explains that he is too much shaken by emotion to transcribe the preacher's words. They were first rendered in Latin, then back to Italian, and first published at Venice in this shape in the year 1545. The godly life, union, and concord of the citizens form the principal subject of these sermons. From the beginning he laid down the rule that all may be saved if they honestly endeavour to live a godly life. Naught can excuse us, O my brethren. Rectitude draws us near to the Lord, and the gospel is the staff of our weakness. In these sermons the godly life is the all in all. He treats of friendship, and after discussing its differences of degree and quality, concludes by saying that the only friendship worthy of the name, and really firm and enduring, is that which is founded upon goodness, honesty, and virtue. He treats of the essence of freedom, and arrives at the same conclusion. God is essentially free, and the just man is freer after the likeness of God. The only true liberty consists in the desire for righteousness. It seemeth to thee that a good monk hath no liberty, because he hath submitted his will to that of others. But his freedom is greater than that of layman, exactly because he willeth to do which is commanded him by others. What liberty is there in being dominated by our own passions? Now, in our own case, dost thou, Florence, desire liberty? Citizens, would ye be free? First of all, love God, love your neighbour, love one another, love the general welfare, and if ye have this love and union among ye, true liberty will be yours. He continually urged the necessity of concord. Florence, I tell ye thou must be united, if thou wouldst be free from thy woes. For if thou sayest, O, union is ours, thou dost lie. I repeat that if thou sayest union is thine, thou dost lie. A second and a third time thou dost lie. Wert thou united, thou wouldst have already won that which I promised thee. Wherefore be ye united. If ye desire to have strength and virtue from God, let the flesh be prepared to receive them, and the preparation needed is union, the which, O Florence, thou hast not. Where is union, there is God, and where is God, there is all strength and all virtue. He continually declared these to be the commands of God, and addressed by him to the Florentines. It would seem that, while prudently abstaining from politics, he indulged more freely in visionary flights. He gave an entire sermon on the light of prophecy. In another he stated that the world is divided into two hosts, i.e., the host of evildoers led by the devil, and of the virtuous led by Jesus Christ. He suggested that the chosen should make alliances with Christ, and offered to go to him as their ambassador. Then in subsequent sermons he recounted his dialogues with Christ and the Virgin during this strange mission, and these also chiefly turned on union and goodly living. Jesus Christ had said to him, Behold how all natural things are gradually fused into one more perfect than the rest. Every movement of material things is subject to the movement of the heavens, every movement of our body to that of the heart, every movement of the soul to reason, all rulers and governments to God, the prime ruler of the universe. Consider how, when the elements of a thing are dispersed, that thing is said to no longer exist, and only by some force reconstituting its unity can it be restored to existence. Had it been possible to display all my power and goodness in a single creature, I would have so displayed it, and only because no one creature would be capable of containing it all. Have I created a multitude which represented together a greater and vaster unity? Observe nature as a whole, and thou wilt perceive that every individual being craves unity. All creation seeks it save this Florentine people that would rather be separate and divided. In the course of the same sermon, Savonarola again touches on the theme of holy living. Goodness, the Lord is still supposed to be speaking, is diffusive in its nature, wherefore I, who am supreme goodness, inform the whole created world, and have given life to all creatures, and all that is good in them is a share of my goodness. By goodness I came down among men in the likeness of man, and was fastened on the cross. Behold, therefore, the sign by which the good man shall be made known, namely when one shall infuse his goodness into others, and make them share the good that is in him. Verily, that man is good, and a sharer of my goodness. But when the contrary is seen, the men neither infuse nor spread the talent I have given to their charge. This is a manifest token that they have no share in my goodness. The Christian life consisteth not in ceremonies, but in the practice of goodness, i.e., of compassion and mercy. Wherefore declare thou unto all, that thus is the goodness of man made known, namely by seeing whether he is pitiful, whether he share that which he hath with others, and especially with the poor. And this consisteth the Christian religion, which is founded on love and charity. Thus the chief theme of these sermons is always the reformation of manners. A more pressing need at that time is the political reform, which was in full progress. It is true that the discourses are overladen with visions, allegories, and fantastic interpretations of the Bible, rendered still more fantastic by the superstitious ignorance of their agitated and unskilled compiler. But in fact the preacher's fancies were only, as it were, the outer husk of reasonings intended to enforce holy living and union upon the citizens. Here, for instance, is an example of the moral conveyed by his visions, and by the scriptural allegories which he always interpreted on the same plan. It is recounted by St. Mark that early in the morning after the Sabbath day, Holy Saturday, the three Marys came to the Lord's sepulchre with fragrant ointments to anoint the body of our Saviour. The three Marys represent the perfect, the proficient, and the incipient who are in search of Christ. As I have before told ye regarding this gospel, they bear aromatic and fragrant drugs, id est, virtue, which are pleasing to Jesus. They reached the sepulchre, auto jam sole, i.e., when the sun was already risen. If thou dost seek Jesus, the Son of Justice will arise in thee. Thou shalt be enlightened, and thy desire shall be fulfilled. But thou must walk in righteousness and labour, since by labour shalt thou be made perfect. Behold the three Marys. They walk in righteousness, seeking their Lord, and thou seest, they were comforted at last. And they thought to themselves by the way, who will be able to lift the stone? Thus saying, they reached the temple, and lo, the stone was already lifted. The which signifieth that if thou goest by the path of good life, seeking the Lord, even if thou knowest him not, he abideth in thee, and lifteth the stone of thy ignorance. And the light revealed shall say unto thee, as said the angel unto Marys, Jesum quaeritis Nazarenum, surrexit non espic. I know that you seek Christ. He is risen. He is not here. That is to say, seek Christ in heaven. Seek him not in the things of his life, neither in the things of this world. Seek him in celestial, divine, and spiritual things. Renounce the love of temporal things. He is in heaven, and lo, he awaiteth ye. O Christians, what do ye here? Seek to go where is thy head, for there shall ye be blessed. Venite et videt, and the angel to the Marys, that is, come and see that Christ lieth not in the sepulchre, for he is arisen. Sedite, but go, walk from virtue to virtue in the present life, if you would find Christ in the next. Thus ended the Lenten course on the book of Job, the concluding sermon, as well as many of the others, being interrupted by the emotion of the scribe who was noting it down. Immediately after Lent, Savonarola seemed broken down by fatigue. His old energy still flashed from his eyes, but he was terribly emaciated, looked thoroughly worn out, and was increasingly weakened by an intestinal complaint. The incessant struggle and overexcitement of the last few years were too great a strain to be long endured by any mortal constitution, and political life had tried his strength more than he was himself aware. The direction of the revolution and reform of the state had not only cost him ceaseless thought, speech, and counsel, but also loaded him with an immense responsibility of practically deciding the destinies of a nation whose sole trust was in him. He had felt the necessity of preserving his mortal ascendancy, of animating, as it were, the whole multitude with his own spirit, ruling it by his own will, and had therefore lived in a perpetual state of tension and feverish excitement. Yet so great was this friar's earnestness that when the political strife had abated, instead of taking any rest, he immediately began another reform of equal magnitude by means of his sermons of Job. And into this, as into all his other undertakings, he had thrown his whole strength, with an indescribable devotion and tenacity of purpose. The words in themselves are probably the least part of these sermons, at all events, in the incomplete form in which they have reached us. The subject treated in them was the one dearest to the friar's heart. His mental excitement was increased by physical weakness, and his words were emphasized by fiery glances and energetic gesticulations. And although he gave too much importance to the visions of his brain, so great was the force of his sincerity, goodness, and benevolence as to have unprecedented effect upon his hearers. Never was a multitude so entirely dominated by pious emotion, so easily plunged in tears. By the end of Lent, Savonarola had won almost a greater victory than the political triumph achieved by his sermons on Haggai. The aspect of the city was completely changed. The women threw aside their jewels and finery, dressed plainly, bore themselves demurely. Licentious young Florentines were transformed, as by magic, into sober, religious men. Pious hymns took the place of Lorenzo's carnival songs. The townsfolk passed their leisure hours seated quietly in their shops, reading either the Bible or Savonarola's works. All prayed frequently, flocked to the churches, and gave largely to the poor. Most wonderful of all, bankers and tradesmen were impelled by scruples of conscience to restore ill-gotten gains, amounting to many thousand florins. All men were wonderstruck by the singular and almost miraculous change, and notwithstanding the shattered state of his health, Savonarola must have been deeply rejoiced to see his people converted to so Christian a mode of life. Now indeed he might have died content, but his hour had not yet come. He was called by God to a higher fate. This new state of things was naturally turned to ridicule by the arrabbiati, who grew more and more furious, and vented their feelings by jeering at the friar and his followers, and nicknaming them piagnoni, snivelers, coletorti, werenecks, stropiconi, toadies, and mastica paternostri, prayer mumblers. Nevertheless, the piagnoni were the only determined defenders of the people's rights, the readiest to fly to arms when Florence was threatened by the French, the most generous in giving money to the state, and in tenderly succouring the poor who were suffering from the high price of food and scarcity of work. For their devotion to the Republic was all the more tenacious, because liberty and religion were as one in their hearts, and in all public emergencies it was only on these followers of the friar that the country could really depend. Accordingly, so the great disgust of the arrabbiati, the enthusiasm for Savonarola and St. Mark's became more and more general. Peasants and nobles from all the country round journeyed to Florence by night to be in time for the morning's discourse. Some came even from distant Bologna to spend the Lenten season in Florence, and the vast Duomo itself was too small to contain the throng. Many new converts asked leave to join the Tuscan congregation, and the number of brethren wearing the robe of St. Mark was incredibly multiplied. Instead of 50, as at first, the community now counted 230 souls. Hence it was necessary to obtain from the government the adjacent buildings of La Sapienza, which were accordingly converted with the convent by a passage tunnelling under the Via del Maglio. Many of the new monks were scions of the leading houses of Florence, such as 6 brothers of the Strozzi family, several of the Gondi, Salviati, and Accioli. Others were men of mature age, and of high standing in literature, science, and statesmanship, such as Pandolfo Rucchiale, Giorgio Vespucci, uncle of the celebrated navigator Zanobi Acciaioli, Blemet, the Jewish teacher of Pico della Mirandola, the physician, Pietro Paolo da Urbino, and many more. The mode of these men's conversion is likewise worthy of special remark, since it proves that Savonarola, instead of encouraging sudden resolves and fits of enthusiasm, always proceeded with the utmost caution. We find an example of this in the account given by the Florentine Bertuccio, more generally known as Fra Benedetto, of his own conversion. He was a son of a goldsmith, exercising the then profitable art of miniature painting, was in the prime of youth, of a joyous temperament, full of dash and courage, prompt to quarrel, a singer, musician, a poet, fond of good living and entirely devoted to pleasure. Consequently, he was a favourite guest in the gayest society, and led a life of frivolous gallantry. Tanto musco e profumo allor portavo, con tante pompe legriate igere, che col cervel senza pen volavo. But these, he tells us, were evil days. In the time of Pope Alexander, days rife with avarice, sensuality, and unbelief. Ne quasi si creda del tetto in su. Such was a life led by Bertuccio, the miniature painter, when Savonarola began to be renowned, and all Florence flocked to his sermons. Bertuccio, however, refused to follow the herd, for he was on the side of the Arrabbiati, and joined in their scoffs against the Piagnoni. But one day, when in the house of a noble and beautiful matron, the latter spoke of Savonarola's sermons in the warmest terms. He laughed at the time, but on another day he was induced by the lady's persuasions to accompany her to the Duomo. He describes his deep confusion on entering the church and finding himself among so great a company of believers, who stared at him with astonishment. At first he longed to escape, but somewhat reluctantly decided to remain. And as soon as Savonarola mounted the pulpit, everything seemed changed to him. Having once fixed his eyes on the preacher, he was unable to withdraw them. His attention was powerfully arrested, his mind impressed, and then he says, "Alas, I knew myself to be as one dead rather than living." When the sermon was over, he wandered forth to lonely places, and for the first time I turned my mind to my inner self. After long meditation he went home, and became a changed man. He threw aside his songs and musical instruments, forsook his companions, and discarded his scented attire. Come an vento, spoglia mi el toto di ogni leggiadria. From that day he was one of the most assiduous of Savonarola's healers, frequented the convent of St. Mark, repeated prayers and litanies, and even beheld strange visions, and heard heavenly voices in the air. I had a hard struggle with my companions, he tells us, who went about making mock of me, and a still harder struggle with my own passions, which, breaking loose again from time to time, assailed me very fiercely. At last, when he felt sure of himself, he sought the austere prior of St. Mark's, and cast himself at his feet. His voice trembled. He could scarcely utter a word in the presence of him to whom he owed his regeneration. Nevertheless, he stammered forth his desire to join the brotherhood. Savonarola reasoned with him on the danger of precipitate resolves, the difficulties of the monastic life, and concluded by counselling him to make a better trial of himself by leading a Christian life in the world before crossing the convent threshold. Advice proved to be needed, for Bertuccio had again to fight against the violence of his passions, and was not always victorious in the struggle. After doing 7 penance for these fresh lapses, and when assured by long trial of having really mastered the flesh, he returned to Savonarola in a calmer frame of mind. But the latter, who had kept him carefully in sight, would not yet allow him to assume the monastic robe, sending him instead to minister to the sick and bury the dead. Così più messi in an santo hospital, a vivi e morti carita facevo. From time to time he was summoned to the friar's cell to receive advice and hear lectures on the monastic life. Finally, on the 7th of November of 1495, he put on the robe, and on the 13th of November of the following year took the full vows and assumed the name of Fra Benedetto. This was how Savonarola gained one of the most faithful of his followers, and one of the most steadfast in the hour of peril, who preserved to the last an increasing admiration and almost worship for his master. The friar was equally cautious of his advice to others, and never pressed any one to join the brotherhood. His only concern was for the improvement of manners, the diffusion of morality, and the regeneration of the true doctrines of Christ, to whom men's souls appeared dead. It was to this end that he now especially dedicated his whole time and strength, his entire heart and soul. When preaching on the holy life and Christian virtue, his soul almost seemed to shine forth from his eyes, and his spiritual energy to be transfused by his voice into the people, who daily and visibly improved under his beneficent influence. Contemporary writers never cease expressing their wonder at this quasi-miracle. Some are edified by the triumph thus achieved by religion, others regret the days of joyous ballads and carnival songs. but all are equally emphatic as to the change of public manners, and acknowledge that it was solely the work of Fra Girolamo Savonarola. End of section 17. Section 18 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Book 3, Chapters 1 to 7, 1495 to 1497. A picture is displayed on the following page. Lorenzo de Pietro de' Medici. Chapter 1. Charles VIII returns to France. The Allies and Piero de' Medici attempt to re-enter Florence. Savonarola preaches against tyranny and against the Medici. The latter are repulsed. 1495 to 1496. The altered aspect of Italian affairs was now causing a serious change in the position of Savonarola and the Republic. During the early part of the year, the French expedition had been attended by marvellous prosperity. King Charles reached Naples without encountering obstacles of any kind by the way. The Aragonese had fled, the new kingdom being established as by a stroke of magic. But soon the king's fortunes began to decline as rapidly as they had risen. In a very short time the French had contrived to make themselves equally obnoxious to all the governments and peoples of Italy. Their conduct towards the Florentines cannot be too severely condemned, and everywhere they did nothing but demand money and hold out promises which they never fulfilled. The Neapolitans were so disgusted by their insolence that they were already longing for the return of the Aragonese. The Italian governments felt terror-struck by the might of this foreign host that had traversed all Italy in triumph. But the most troubled of all was Ludovico the Moor, who had first summoned it across the Alps. He was deeply disquieted by seeing so many Lombard and Genoese exiles accompany the French, was terrified to find his personal enemy, Gian Giacomo Trivulzio, among the king's best and most valued commanders, and now his irritations and suspicions were increased by the refusal of Charles to fulfill the pledge made at the beginning of the war, of granting him the principality of Taranto. Therefore, against a prey to alarm, he was absorbed in weaving fresh schemes. After having summoned France to wreak destruction on Italy, he now resolved to put himself at the head of an Italian league to drive away the barbarians, and he succeeded in the attempt. On the 31st of March 1495, a league was concluded in Venice between the Republic, the Pope, the Emperor, and the King of Spain. Its ostensible purpose was to defend Christendom against the Turks, maintain the integrity of Italy and the Allied States, and gather an army of 34,000 horse and 20,000 foot. But in fact the Sultan was one of the powers most favourable to the League, and had promised to send men and money to its aid, inasmuch as its real object was to expel the French from Italy. For there were secret clauses to the effect that Spain was to send a fleet to aid King Ferdinand to reconquer Naples. The Phoenicians were to attack the Adriatic coast, the Duc de Sèze, Asti, and bar the way against reinforcements from France, while the Emperor and Spain were to attack the French frontiers by land. Thus, with lightning speed, the Moor had on all sides raised up foes against France. King Charles was not ignorant of this. The shrewd French ambassador, Messer Philippe de Comines, instantly divided the object of the League, and on the very day that it was signed sent off a dispatch from Venice to Naples. He then hastened his departure in order to join the king, whose only means of safety consisted in leaving strong garrisons in Naples and trying to cut his way back to France with the remainder of his army. The ambassador made his journey through Tuscany, the only Italian state that, regardless of the promises and threats of the Allies, still remained faithful to Charles. As soon as he reached Florence, Comines hastened to St. Mark's. He was anxious to be personally acquainted with Savonarola and gain an exact idea of the prophet whose fame seemed to fill the whole world. And this skilled judge of human nature came forth from the friar's cell, fired with an intense reverence and admiration to which he frequently recurs in his memoirs. He had expected to find a remarkable man, but found a marvel instead. His wonder was aroused from the first moment on hearing the friar treat of politics with an extraordinary knowledge of men and things. He spoke of the great assembly going on in Venice far better than myself, who has just come from it. Then, as every one can see, he has led the purest of lives, His sermons against vice have established good morals in Florence. I have no desire to pass judgment on the revelations, but he certainly predicted to me and to the king things which no one believed at this time, and which have been all fulfilled since. As to his having made use of the confessional, as was asserted by his enemies, for the discovery of state secrets, I declare that I believe him to be an honest man, and that the things he has revealed could never have been told him by any Florentine. Comines, indeed, felt such complete confidence in Savonarola that he most urgently pressed him to say whether or no the king could escape from the dangers by which he was beset. Thereupon the friar took a solemn tone and began to recapitulate the king's broken vows and unredeemed pledges, his disobedience to God's commandments, and his abandonment of the great task of reforming Italy and the Church. These new dangers, he said in conclusion, are forerunners of the still more severe chastisement by which the king will be scourged, if he return not to obedience to the Lord and to the way of truth. As regards the present, he will have to fight hard, but will come out victorious in the end. After this strange interview, Comines at once continued his journey to the Neapolitan kingdom. Meanwhile, Charles VIII had started from Naples, leaving strong garrisons throughout the kingdom, and taking the rest of the army with him under the command of Trivulzio, in order to fight his way back to France. Reaching Rome on the 1st of June, he hoped to have speech with the Pope, but the latter had fled towards Orvieto the previous day. Alexander Borgia had much reason to fear the anger of the French. He had first of all invited them to Italy, then, being bribed by the Aragonese, had changed sides, when the fortunes of the French were at their height. He had again joined them, and now he was once more not only their foe, but one of the main contrivers of the League. Besides all this, a singular fact had occurred, thoroughly characteristic of the Borgia and his times. On the first passage of the French through Rome, Prince Guillaume, brother of the Grand Turk Bajazet II, was a prisoner in the city. He was a spirited youth, thoroughly Eastern in appearance and temperament, was devoted to music and poetry, was very popular, and had contested his brother's throne with some chance of success. But being driven by adversity to take refuge in the Isle of Rhodes, he had there been captured by the Grand Master of the Order and consigned by him to Pope Innocent VIII. On the latter's death he had fallen into the power of Alexander Borgia, who retained him as a very precious hostage. The Sultan, in fact, so greatly dreaded his brother's release that he allowed the Pope 40,000 ducats yearly for his maintenance and frequently offered still larger sums for his murder. Accordingly, when passing through Rome, King Charles immediately asked the Pope's permission to carry off Prince Guillaume, saying that it would be useful to him in the campaign against the Sultan. Alexander reluctantly consented, and was also obliged to yield him his son Caesar, later Duke of Valentinios. And although the latter was normally sent as an ambassador and treated with suitable respect, in reality both he and the prince were hostages in the king's hands against the fickleness of the Pope. Suddenly, however, Caesar made his escape from the camp, and a few days later the youthful Guillaume unexpectedly expired. Some said that the Pope had given the latter a dose of slow poison before consigning him to the king, but others declared that Caesar had administered the drug by his orders. However this may have been, it is certain that the Sultan had written to the Pope a short time before, promising him 300,000 ducats and his permanent alliance on receipt of his brother's corpse. But although Charles had so much cause for resentment, this was no moment to halt in Rome, nor to think of revenge. He therefore continued his journey and entered Siena on the 13th of June. The news of this event roused incredible excitement among the Florentines, who now held Charles in detestation. They still adhered to the terms of their treaty, but could not forgive him for having broken faith with them, violated his engagements, and encouraged the revolt of Pisa. The king had done nothing but make repeated demands for money, always promising to give up the fortresses and compel the Pisans to surrender, but leaving both pledges unfulfilled. Accordingly, despite all their efforts, the Florentines were in a state of increasing peril. They had sent their most courageous young citizens to the field under the command of Piero Capponi. They had engaged Ercole Bentivoglio and other captains, but the Pisans were constantly receiving reinforcements from Genoa, Siena, Milan, and even from Charles himself. When the Florentine ambassadors reminded the latter of his pledges, he replied, But what can I do if your signori discontent all their subjects? And he afterwards sent the Pisans over 600 Swiss and Gascon foot soldiers, who were of great assistance to them in the war. In this way rebellion was encouraged throughout the territories of the Republic. At the same time, on the 26th of May, Montepulciano gave himself to the Siennese, who immediately occupied its fortress, and now, with things in this state, the king was drawing near, and, what was still more alarming, with Piero de' Medici in his train. No sooner was this known in Florence than all flew to arms, and the historian Jacopo Nardi relates, it was marvellous to see how rapidly men and boys took up arms, and how private citizens compelled with the commissioners of the Signory in stocking the city with weapons and supplies. In a surprisingly short time, 11,000 foot cuirassiers were collected from the outlying villages. Every householder in Florence had gathered together his friends and domestics. All the towers were furnished with missiles, all the gates barred, many of the streets barricaded, and the Gonfaloniers of the companies kept guard over the city by night, no foreign soldiers being allowed admittance at this time. And all these preparations were the work of the Biagnoni, whom the Arrabbiati declared to be only fit to mumble paters and evers. It is true that they never neglected the services of the church, that they held public prayers, gave large sums to charity, and carried the Madonna del Impruneta in solemn procession. But those most zealous in devotion were also the readiest to bear arms. And Savonarola, who was then continuing his course of sermons on the Psalms, always cried from the pulpit, "Be instant in prayer, but neglect no human precaution. Help yourselves in all ways and by all means, and then the Lord will be with ye. Have courage, my brethren, and above all preserve union. If ye will all be united and agreed in one purpose, victory shall be yours, even if the world be against ye. Be not terrified by present events, for we are hardly at the beginning of the game. Ye will pass through terrible times, ye will see enemies on all sides, ye will hear that they are in Rome, in this or that quarter, and here close upon ye. And then alas for Florence, alas for Italy, be united therefore among yourselves, united in the Lord, for the righteous shall conquer." Meanwhile the first ambassadors sent by the Republic to King Charles in Siena obtained nothing but rough replies from him. They begged to know by which road he intended to march, in order to furnish it with the necessary supplies, and his answer was, "Furnish your whole territory." He was highly indignant to find that Florence had flown to arms, as at the approach of a foe, and the ambassadors on their side, finding Piero de' Medici in the camp, and fearing that the king purposed to reinstate him in Florence, expressed themselves with more daring than diplomacy, so that both parties were increasingly irritated, and there was no hope of coming to a friendly arrangement unless some one of great weight and firmness could be persuaded to intervene. Again with one accord, all turned to Savonarola for help. He alone was capable of taking a firm, imperative tone with the king without exciting his wrath, for Charles had an almost superstitious respect for him, and had kept up a continual correspondence with him, by letters of which the tenor was known to all. In fact, one of these epistles had been intercepted and published by Savonarola's enemies, in order to stir the wrath of the League against him, but it had produced the contrary result of increasing his popularity, inasmuch as its terms were to this effect: "Most Christian sire, it is the Lord's will that the Florentines should remain allied with your majesty, but he wills that your protection should serve to extend their freedom, not the power of any individual citizen. Forasmuch as the divine providence hath ordered and decided the overthrow of all tyrants, the Lord will inflict terrible chastisements on those private citizens who should seek to usurp, as in the past, the rule of this flourishing republic. Forasmuch as the present new popular government of the state hath been constituted by God, and not by man, and he hath chosen this city in order to magnify it, and hath filled it with his servants, and he that would touch it would touch the pupil of his eye. Wherefore, O sire, if you will not obey him by maintaining your pledges to the Florentines, and restoring their fortresses, many adversities shall come upon you, and the nations shall rise against you." Certainly, he who was capable of writing to the king in these terms was the man best fitted to address him at this juncture, and save the Republic from its pressing dangers. Accordingly, at Poggibonsi, in June 1496, Charles VIII was again confronted by Savonarola. The letter assumed his commanding prophetic tone and repeated by word of mouth all that he had already expressed in writing. The king was reminded that he was now returning to his own country, almost as a fugitive, that the new perils in which he was involved had been already foretold to him in Florence, and repeated by letter. "Most Christian prince," continued Savonarola, "thou hast provoked the Lord to anger by breaking faith with the Florentines, by forsaking the task of reforming the church that the Lord had so often announced to thee by my lips, and for which he had chosen thee by such manifest signs. Thou wouldst escape from the present dangers, but shouldst thou fail to resume thy abandoned task, shouldst thou fail to obey the commands which the Lord once more repeateth to thee by the voice of his poor servant, I tell thee that still heavier woes shall be poured on thee by his wrath, and that another shall be chosen in thy stead." The king appeared almost terror-struck by this language, and instantly continued his journey towards Pisa, begged Savonarola to bear him company thither. But the latter, after having held a second interview with him at Castel Fiorentino, decided to turn back for fear of being captured by the enemies of Florence. On the 21st of June he announced from his pulpit that the threatened danger was once more averted, and made this the text for fresh exhortations in favour of godly living, concord, and free government. Meanwhile the king had entered Pisa in triumph. The citizens placed all their finest mansions at his disposal. The ladies stripped themselves of all their jewels to present them to Charles and his barons, in order, by thus satiating his avarice, to keep him on their side. All this formed a strong contrast with the surly behaviour of the Florentines. Charles was already well disposed towards the Pisans in consequence of these signs of affection, when one day, as he issued from church after Mass, he was met by a procession of all the fairest women of Pisa, robed in black, with loosened hair, bare feet, and ropes about their necks, in token of their detested subjection to Florence, who all cried aloud to him to restore their freedom. The whole population gathered round and joined in their supplications, and Charles and his captains seemed much moved by the scene. The barons were assembled in council, and for a moment it was seriously proposed to assist the Pisans, but this plan, like all the rest, was afterwards abandoned. The king neither gave liberty to the Pisans, nor yielded up the fortresses of the Florentines, and regardless of his recent promises to Savonarola, continued his march with his army by way of Lucca and Pontremoli. At Fornovo, on the river Taro, he encountered the allied troops, who considerably outnumbered his force of 1,000 men. A pitched battle took place on the 6th of July, and there was afterwards much dispute as to which side had won the victory. It is certain that the French succeeded in their purpose of forcing a passage, and that the Allies tried in vain to drive them back. Charles VIII halted at Asti on his march, again indulged there in pleasure, and then slowly pursued his way to France. On the 7th of July, Ferdinand II of Aragon made his entry into Naples, and after re-establishing his fallen government, met with no further opposition, excepting from the few garrisons scattered through the kingdom, which were still holding out, without any hope of reinforcement or support. Thus, in less than the space of 1 year, the French had twice traversed the length and breadth of Italy, easily conquering and easily conquered, disgusting friends and enemies alike, and leaving behind them sad memorials of their falsity and greed. Their attitude towards Florence remained unaltered, whether it was that their captain in command of the castle of Pisa had secret orders from the king, differing from those openly sent, or whether, as was said by some, he had fallen in love with a Pisan lady. It is certain that he never surrendered the fortresses. And on one occasion, when the Florentines, after a skirmish, pursued the Pisan troops almost to St. Mark's Gate, he actually opened fire on them from the walls and killed several of their men. The Republic made this a subject of repeated remonstrance, dispatched successive embassies, and more money to the king, and even promised to succour his scattered garrisons in the kingdom of Naples. But it all was in vain. Yet in the month of September, Messer Niccolo Alamanni at last returned from France with special orders from the king to his officers and men, enjoining them to yield the fortresses, and relinquish the subsidies furnished by Pisa. Instead of obeying this decree, the French commandants sold the fortress of Pisa to the citizens for 14,000 florins in January 1496, and received 10,000 more in payment of the artillery they left behind. The fortresses of Sarzana and Sarzanello were sold to the Genoese for 20,000 florins, that of Pietrasanta to the Lucchese for 30,000, and that of Leghorn was the only one restored to the Florentines. Nevertheless, the departure of the French from Italy greatly increased the insecurity of Florence. The Allies, being no longer threatened from other quarters, were now free to turn their arms against the Republic. Entertaining a mortal hatred for the new government, they determined to punish its fidelity to France, and its refusal to join the League, which, as they pretended, had been formed on purpose to free Italy from the barbarians. Accordingly, Florence was now in the gravest danger, and, with so many powerful enemies arrayed against her, placed her only hope in the discord prevailing amongst them. For whereas the Pope in Venice desired the reinstatement of Piero de' Medici, Duke Ludovico, while ostensibly favouring the plan, had a personal dislike for Piero, and having come to an understanding with the Arrabbiati, and nourishing some distant hope of one day subjecting the Republic to his own rule, was trying meanwhile to ensnare it by secret and deceptive advances. However, the Allies concurred for the moment in encouraging Piero de' Medici to collect men and money for an attempt upon Florence, and, as may well be imagined, he promptly began his preparations. Although already bankrupt in purse and credit, yet he contrived by a desperate effort to scrape together 10,000 ducats and gave them to Virginio Orsini for the hire of his former troops. Orsini, who had ignominiously fled from the French camp at the Battle of the Taro, threw himself heartily into the undertaking for the sake of retrieving his military reputation. It was arranged that when he and Piero advanced upon Florence, Giovanni Bentivoglio, the higher general of Ludovico and Venice, was to simultaneously invade the Republic from the Bolognese frontier, while Caterina Sforza, the ruler of Imola and Forli, was to dispatch troops from another point. Siena and Perugia had also promised to send strong contingents. Accordingly, the fallen tyrant's expeditions seemed to have every chance of success. But once begun, the aspect of affairs quickly changed. Piero and Orsini approached the confines of the Republic by easy stages, always expecting to be overtaken by promised contingents which never arrived, and thus both time and money were wasted. While the Medicians were taking things so coolly, the citizens of Florence had been stirred by Savonarola to the most energetic efforts. The friar kept silence for some time on account of the growing ill feeling against him in Rome, of which more will be said in the ensuing chapter. But on withdrawing from the pulpit, he had announced the grave dangers were overhanging the city, and had caused the law against parliaments to be carried. That was to be the safeguard of its freedom. Now that the dangers foretold by him had really come to pass, his name instantly rose into new favour, and his daring was increased. Throwing aside all personal considerations, he reappeared in the pulpit on the 11th of October to encourage the citizens and rouse them to the defence of their country. The first part of his sermon was entirely on religion. The life of man, O my brethren, he said, is a continual struggle upon earth, especially for the true Christian, inasmuch as he has to fight against all hindrances to the spirit. He wars against the world, the flesh, and the devil, and is continually fighting. Thus it was with the apostles and martyrs, thus will it ever be with good Christians. God willeth it for their greater glory in the life to come. Wherefore marvel ye not, even announcing new things, we meet with so many contradictions. To me it is a marvel that they be no greater. And inasmuch as it behoves us to fight, we have now returned to the camp, to put a little order in our disarrayed forces, and equip them for a new campaign. We have two things to do. First, to fight, and that unceasingly and to the death. And secondly, to conquer, for the cause of Christ is bound to have victory. Fear not, for in the end the victory will be ours, and if I were to die, this cause would still be even as the hydra of the poet, the which, when one of its heads is cut off, shooteth forth 7 others. Continuing in the same strain, the friar then turned his discourse from religion to politics, and began with ironical remarks on those who spoke ill of the new government. Magnificent signori, whenever ye have some difficult business on hand, I would have ye call one of these chatterers, and say to him, Tell me now, what is to be done concerning this matter? and if that man should know what to say, I would forfeit my mantle. You will see that either he will know not what to reply, or will speak some gross folly, and then take ye a peck of bird seed, and say to that man, Come, take this and go free to the fowls, but leave state business alone. The sermon went on a little longer, in this tone of burlesque, but when Savonarola at last broached the grave and important question of the day, his language changed and became terribly earnest. He will have no half measures when the country is in danger. In church, in the pulpit, crucifix in hand, he openly and loudly counsels the citizens to put to death all who seek to re-establish tyranny and reinstate the Medici in Florence. One must treat these men as the Romans treated those who sought the recall of Tarquinius. Thou hast respected not Christ. Wilt thou respect private citizens? Do justice, I tell thee. Cut off his head, were it be even the chief and head front of thy house. Cut off his head. Remember the law that hath been made against parliaments. Teach it to thy children. Write it in all places. Thou must trust in naught but this great counsel of ours, which is the work of God and not of men. And let all who would change it, or play the tyrant, or establish a government of private citizens, be accursed of the Lord for ever and ever. He then exhorted his hearers to show energy, courage, and determination in adopting necessary measures, since he had hoped for help from heaven, without helping himself, tempteth his Lord. He repeated this advice with similar energy on the 18th and 25th of the same month, and only when assured that the courage of the people had revived, did he again lapse into the silence now imposed upon him by causes which will presently be described. It was not long before the effect of these sermons was seen. For days after the delivery of the first, enactment was passed, again setting a price on the Medici's heads, and that was virtually on almost general summons to arms. It ran pretty much as follows. Seeing that Piero de' Medici, in his tyrannical greed, hath made many attempts against the liberty of Florence, the 8 of Guardia e Balia do now declare him a rebel, wherefore in virtue of the statutes he may be killed with impunity, and inasmuch as he is seen to preserve in his evil intent, by stirring against this city not only many Roman barons, but the supreme pontiff, and almost all the potentates of Italy, hoping by their favour to crush your liberty, usurp your revenues, violate your women and maidens, and resume the course of tyranny with which he and his ancestors so long oppressed your city. It hath been decreed by the said Signori Otto di Guardia e Balia, that whoever kills the said Piero de' Medici, who seeks to destroy our liberty, shall receive a reward of 4,000 bought florins of gold. Later a reward of 2,000 florins was likewise offered for the head of Girolamo de' Medici, and officials were appointed to administer their property in the interests of the Republic. But this was not enough, nor did the Florentine people stop here. Savonarola's sermons had roused both Arrabbiati and Piagnoni to arms, in their common hatred to the Medici, and Piero's approach excited either party to equal fear and indignation. Prompt and efficacious measures were accordingly taken. The war with Pisa was at once suspended, barely 2,000 foot and 300 men-at-arms being left in the camp, and 1,000 foot soldiers and 200 men-at-arms were dispatched to the neighbourhood of Cortona as a check upon the enemy supposed to be advancing on that side. At the same time, a body of 1,500 foot and 300 men-at-arms was encamped near the Sienese border to prevent the forces of that state from joining the Medicians. Thus Piero found himself practically surrounded on all sides. He lingered inactively between Tavernelle and Pinnacle, awaiting promised contingents which never arrived. His purse being exhausted by this day, his army dispersed, and even Virginio Orsini marched away. Thus Piero's expedition ended in smoke. He was left in the field with a mere handful of men, had reaped nothing but failure and mortification, and given the last blow to his exhausted credit. Accordingly he was compelled to take flight, and groaning over the broken faith and failed promises of the allies, strayed back to Rome to seek refuge at the court or with his friends. Meanwhile the Florentines, rejoicing at the dispersal of the threatened storm, again dispatched their forces to Pisa, and felt growing distrust in the League, which, as is now clearly seen, under pretence of saving Italy, only sought to crush the Republic. End of section 18. Section 19 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 2. The Pope issues a brief summoning Savonarola to Rome. His reply: another brief prohibits him from preaching, but the 10 procure its tacit revocation. A cardinal's hat is offered to Savonarola, but he refuses to accept it. 1495 to 1496. The hatred of the Arrabbiati and Franceschi against Piero de' Medici was a real cause of the failure of his expedition. For had the allies been really determined to help him, the city of Florence could scarcely have withstood their attack. Hence the ill success of the enterprise may be chiefly attributed to the lack of harmony between the members of the League. Duke Ludovico had never forgotten the insults he had received from Piero de' Medici, and although the latter was now lavish in protestations of friendship and respect, had resolved to prevent his reinstatement in Florence. Besides, he was now reconciled with the Arrabbiati, who had succeeded in rousing his violent irritation against Savonarola by giving him to understand that the friar made direct allusion to him, and actually mentioned him by name in his sermons against the vices of Italian potentates and his descriptions of tyrants. Accordingly, Ludovico had long joined in their schemes for Savonarola's overthrow. In this way the Arrabbiati were able to carry out their purpose of covertly attacking the popular government, while Ludovico, by persecuting a friar who was opposed to him, made fresh friends in Florence, and improved his chances of gaining a foothold there in the future. To this end his orator, Paolo Somenzi, sojourned in the city, and as we shall see, almost acted the part of a spy and provocative agent provocateur, receiving efficacious assistance from his colleague, Francesco Valori, the Milanese orator at Bologna. As regarded the rest of the allies, the Venetians objected to these secret arrangements and machinations on the part of the Milanese duke, and continued favourable to Piero de' Medici. But they were the only power decidedly inclined to reinstate him in Florence. Even the Pope himself was very cold upon this point, since his chief purpose was the aggrandizement of his own offspring. Hence he too secretly yearned to fix this rapacious clause on the Florentine Republic, and had no sympathy to spare for any other object. It was therefore easy for the Arrabbiati and the Duke of Milan to obtain his cooperation in the deadly war they had planned against Savonarola, and having once kindled the ire of so tenacious a hater, their designs advanced rapidly to fulfilment. At first, as we have said before, Alexander had no special reason to hate Savonarola, but when, early in 1495, he began to receive letters from Florence and Milan describing the friar as an audacious denouncer of the clergy and the Pope, when altered, exaggerated, and falsified versions of the friar's discourses, already daring enough in their genuine form, were placed before his eyes, and when he was told that the prior of St. Mark's was the sole support of the popular party, sole author of the popular hatred of the Medici and the League, Alexander's anger was roused and soon burst into flame. Cardinal Ascanio Sforza, brother to Ludovico and his chief agent in Rome, was he who blew most dexterously on the flame from the moment that it was first kindled. Another of Savonarola's worst enemies was now in Rome, i.e. the preaching friar Mariano da Genazzano, who had never forgiven the shameful defeat he had endured in Florence. He was one of the most active conspirators in favour of the Medici and against Savonarola, whom he assailed with the foulest calumnies. He always spoke of him as the devil's instrument, and maliciously harped upon all his invectives against the evil life of the clergy, and all his declarations of intending to go further and speak more frankly at any risk. The Borgia dissimulated his anger on his head, but in reality it wrought him to fury. Rumours were already afloat concerning scandals of a kind that history often shrinks from recording, and it was openly asserted that another son had been, or was just about to be born to the already aged Pope, and that this would be his 6th or 7th child. Accordingly, we may imagine with what feelings he must have regarded the monk, who inculcated morality from the pulpit, and fearlessly thundered against all transgressors. The Borgia now set to work with characteristic astuteness. On the 25th July 1495, he addressed Savonarola in a brief of the mildest description, conceived in these terms: "To our well-beloved son, greeting and the apostolic benediction, we have heard that all the workers in the Lord's vineyard, thou art the most zealous, at the which we deeply rejoice and give thanks to the Almighty God. We have likewise heard that thou dost assert that thy predictions of the future proceed not from thee but from God. Wherefore we desire, as behooves our pastoral office, to have speech with thee concerning these things, so that being, by that means, better informed of God's will, we may be better able to fulfill it. Wherefore, by thy vow of holy obedience, we enjoin thee to wait on us without delay, and shall welcome thee with loving kindness. The subtle craft dictating this brief is shown by the way in which it appeals to Savonarola's sincerity, which was, in truth, of the greatest. But the character of the Borgian Pope was too well known to all men, and the Florentines were too keenly awake to the plots of the Autobiography, who had already attempted Savonarola's life by steel and poison, and now openly boasted of their friendship with Rome. Hence no one was deceived as to the purport of this extraordinarily gentle summons. All saw that the Pope designed earlier to have him murdered by the way, or should that plan fail, to seize him and put him to death in the dungeons of Castle Sant'Angelo. Consequently, his friends hastened to beseech him not to stir from Florence, where his presence is more indispensable than ever, now that the departure of the French had brought so many fresh dangers on the Republic. The dilemma was one of serious difficulty for Savonarola. He had either to disobey the Pope's mandate or risk falling a prey to his watch and that of the Autobiography, who hoped to destroy the popular government by its preacher's death. At this moment he was only just recovering from a serious intestinal disturbance, by which his strength had been so much exhausted that, according to the physician's dictum, his life was in danger unless he would abstain from all preaching and study. A few days before he had already announced this to the Pope, saying that illness compelled him to suspend his sermons, and indeed his exhaustion was written in his face, and all saw that he was barely able to mount the pulpit stairs. It is truth that, on facing the people and beginning to speak, his vigour revived and made him appear even stronger and more impassioned than before. But this was merely a passing and almost fictitious excitement, frequently followed by a reaction costing him many days of utter prostration. He therefore decided to entirely abandon the pulpit, and at the same time to submit to the Pope the just and well-founded reasons compelling him to delay his departure. But first of all he determined to bid his hearers farewell, and give them the advice required in the present state of affairs. He foresaw the dangers overhanging the Republic, perceiving that it was not only imperative to be on the alert against the Autobiography, but likewise against the Medici, who were all the more dangerous because they were less feared. Accordingly, on the 28th of July, he delivered one of his terrible sermons. The Signory and all the magistrates attended Mass in the Duomo of that day, and Savonarola mounted the pulpit in a mood of profound sadness. He had to forsake his flock at a moment when the departure and treachery of King Charles had brought new perils on Florence, when his enemies were making war upon him, so that his overthrow might lead to that of the Republic. He had dexterously contrived to convert the Pope into an instrument of their party strife. But if the Republic was to be assailed in his person, Savonarola saw very plainly that in defending himself he defended the whole people. Therefore, though almost too feeble to drag himself into the pulpit, once in sight of his flock, he looked on the expectant throng and felt braced to renewed effort. He began by speaking of the corrupt habits and scandals still prevailing in Florence. Gamblers, blasphemers, loose women, and other persons dedicated to unmentionable vices still polluted the city by their presence. They had grown more reckless since the persecution of the friar had begun. What might they not become when he was reduced to silence? Hence Savonarola did not spare them on this occasion. He urged the authorities to chastise them severely, even by death, if their practices could be checked in no other way. He reminded his hearers how, in consequence of ancient sin, the wrath of God had been poured out on the whole Hebrew people, and could only be appeased by the death of the culprit. Take heed, therefore, Florence, thou that wouldst be so pitiful, see in what way the Lord wrought. Art thou wiser than God? Art thou more merciful than God? Art thou more than God thou? O Florence, thou wouldst be more clement than God. But thy clemency is madness, thy pity is cruel. Do justice, I tell thee, on these nefarious crimes. I tell thee, the Almighty God demands justice. It behooves thee to arise and seize one of these men, and lead them forth and cry, This man deserveth death. Otherwise ye and your city will be endangered. Renounce dancing, renounce gambling, close the taverns. O tell thee, O Florence, now is the time to weep, not to make merry. These threats, however, were only uttered in order to terrify the people, since in spite of his profound hatred for every form of vice, Savonarola never practically forsook his natural moderation, although often indulging in undue vehemence of speech. He next turned to the subject of prophecy, declaring it to be needful to the salvation of the people and the Church, and which is now made desolate by the corruption of its rulers and the lack of good preachers. The honest preacher should be ready to give his life for truth's sake, and to save his people. But where now are such preachers to be found? I tell thee that so long as matters proceed in this fashion, the Church will sink to lower depths of ruin, and Italy will have no respite. As I have already said unto ye, O clergy, ye have given birth to this tempest. Again changing his theme, he then turned on to politics. To 4 things I have exhorted ye, to the fear of God, to peace, to the public welfare, and to the reform of the government, i.e. to the Greater Council. Now I have only to insist on these same. And thus examining all subjects in turn, he drove them home by new arguments. Above all, he urged the necessity of union, and suggested the appointment of officers of peace, who should put an end to these names of Bigi, Bianchi, and Arrabbiati, which are the ruin of the city. At all events, let the construction of the council hall be hurried forward, employing on it, if needful, the artificers of the Duomo, since that labour will be the most pleasing to the Lord. Let the council remain steadfast, and, becoming better and purer, be the sole hope, the sole strength for the people. It was on the same day, and at this very moment, that Savonarola proposed the law for the abolition of parliaments, to which we have already alluded, and pronounced his famous diatribe against all who still favoured those gatherings, saying, They refuse to understand that the council is the supreme power and must command in all things. He found no threats nor punishments severe enough for those men, knowing that the parliament was the means to which the Arrabbiati in general, and the Medicians in particular, intended shortly to recur, in order to overthrow the present form of government. Having thus impressed the people with the necessity of guarding against the coming danger, he offered a few other brief counsels and then hastened to conclude. He exhorted the signary not to waste time continually on petty matters, as was too much the custom in Florence, but to limit their attention to affairs of importance. He left the rest to the minor authorities. He recommended them to encourage labour in all possible ways, even should it be necessary to levy a tax on the guild of silk and wool, and finally pronounced his farewell, saying, My people, when I stand here, I am always strong, and if, when out of the pulpit, I could feel as when in it, I should always be well. But after descending these stairs, I believe that my pains will return, and for this reason some time will pass before I see ye again, for I must needs wait a little to recover. Then, if still living, I will again begin to preach, but probably a month may elapse, unless your prayers should recall me sooner. During this time, Fra Domenico will preach in my stead. Then will I return, if still alive. But the welfare of Florence will be cared for in any case. However much the wicked may labour at their work, this seed shall bear fruit, for it is God's will. I might this day tell ye who be the authorities of your perils, but I would do harm to no man, and ye will know their names when they are brought to punishment. I must now conclude, for I have preached so often, and laboured so hard as to have shortened my life for many years, and am fallen very weak. Well, brother, what reward wouldst thou have? I would have martyrdom, for I am content to endure it. I pray for each day, O Lord, for love of this city. After delivering this sermon, Savonarola immediately sent his reply to the Pope on the last day of July, and his letter is a remarkable combination of dignified humility and noble frankness. Acknowledging that a monk's first duty was certainly to yield obedience to his superiors, he said that it was likewise permissible to bring forward such reasonable excuses as might sometimes retard his obedience, and quoted, on his head, the words addressed by Pope Alexander III to the Bishop of Ravenna. He then continued as follows: Most blessed Father, my most ardent desire is to behold the shrine of the apostles Peter and Paul, in order to worship the relics of those great saints, and still more willingly would I have gone thither now that the Holy Father deigneth to summon to him his humble servant. But I am barely issued from a very serious malady, the which hath forced me to suspend both preaching and study, and still threateneth my life. Furthermore, I am bound rather to obey the benign purpose of the command than the mere words in which it is framed. Now, inasmuch as the Lord, by my means, have saved this city from much bloodshed, and subjected to it good and holy laws, there may be adversaries, both within and without the city, who have sought to enslave it, never been confounded instead, now seek my blood, and have frequently attempted my life by steel and poison. Wherefore I could not depart without manifest risk, nor can I even walk through the city without an armed escort. Also this newly reformed government, that the Lord hath been pleased, by my means, to give to Florence, is not yet firmly rooted, and is visibly in danger without continued assistance. Wherefore, in the judgment of all good and experienced citizens, my departure would be of great hurt to the city, while of scant profit to Rome. I cannot suppose that my superior would desire the ruin of a whole city, and therefore trust that your holiness will graciously accede to this delay, so that the reform begun by the Lord's will may be brought to perfection, since I am certain that it is for the good of the same that he hath now raised up these hindrances to my journey. And should your holiness desire greater certitude on the matters publicly foretold by me concerning the chastisement of Italy and the renovation of the church, you will find them set forth in a book of mine that has now been made public. I was anxious to have these predictions put in print, so that, should they be not fulfilled, the world may know me to be a false prophet. But there are other things of a more hidden nature that must still remain veiled, and which I may not as yet reveal to any mortal. Accordingly, I beseech your holiness to graciously accept my very true and plain excuses, and to believe that it is my ardent desire to come to Rome, wherefore, as soon as possible, I shall spur myself to set forth. To this letter the Pope made no reply, but perceiving that it would be useless to insist any further at present, sent an expressed message to Savonarola to state that he accepted his excuses. So the friar, having retired to his convent, studied his health, and only addressed occasional short discourses to the brotherhood. He was replaced in the Duomo by Fra Domenico of Pescia, who did his best to expound his master's doctrines and imitate his style and mode of delivery, although unable to approach him in originality, energy, or eloquence. Nevertheless, the people were very gladly to hear him, for all loved the straightforward sincerity of his character, and knew that he acted as Savonarola's mouthpiece. But while everything was going on in this quiet and peaceful manner, suddenly on the 8th of September, a new and unexpected brief arrived from Rome, addressed to the brethren of Santa Croce. The foes of St. Mark's, designating Savonarola as a certain Fra Girolamo, a seeker of after novelty, and disseminator of false doctrines. This man's wits have been so perturbed by the changes in Italian affairs, the brief continued, that he seeketh to make the people believe that he hath a mission from God, and holdeth discourse with God, although unable to prove this, either by miracles, or the direct evidence of the Holy Scriptures, as the canonical law would prescribe. We have shown great patience towards him, in the hope that he will repent and retrieve his transgressions by making submission to us, and desisting from the scandalous severance from the Lombard congregation, to which our consent was extorted by the specious devices of certain monks. The brief wound up by referring the whole affair to Fra Sebastiano di Mattias, Vicar General of the Lombard congregation, ordering Savonarola to recognize the latter's authority, and go without delay to any place to which he might be summoned, and meanwhile to refrain from every description of preaching, whether public or private. The convent of St. Mark was declared to be joined to the Lombard congregation, and Fra Domenico, Fra Silvestro, and Fra Tommaso Busini were instructed to repair to Bologna within 9 days, all this under pain of excommunication. Later sentiete. Why should the Pope have been so suddenly stirred to hostility after accepting the friar's excuses? Why should a brief solely concerning Savonarola and his brethren have been addressed to the friars of Sa Croce, the foes of St. Mark's? Undoubtedly for the purpose of increasing its publicity and preventing its concealment. But the cause of the Pope's sudden change was only understood later. The dangers predicted in Savonarola's last sermon in July all came to pass, and the wisdom of his invectives against tyrants and parliaments was clearly justified by Piero de' Medici's attempt. This indeed took place shortly afterwards, although its connection with other events compelled us to relate it in the preceding chapter. Hence, it was highly important to the Pope that Savonarola should be reduced to silence. But in order to prevent the discovery that his chief purpose was to aim a blow at the Republic, it gave the question the air of a dispute as to the junction of severance of certain convents, and left it to be decided by others. The congregation of St. Mark's once dissolved, Savonarola's authority would be at an end, and should he leave Tuscany in obedience to the commands of the Lombard superior, he would speedily fall into Alexander's hands. Savonarola had understood all this from the first, and was deeply incensed by it. But his position was one of extreme difficulty. He was reluctant to complicate the matter by openly rebelling against the authority of the Pope, but was determined not to allow the Republic to be crushed without exciting the Florentines to resistance. He freely expressed these sentiments in a letter of the 15th of September of this year addressed to a brother of his order in Rome, saying, "It is known to all the world that the charges made against me are false, and will bring great infamy on the prelates and the whole of Rome. I well know that my accusers have no just cause of attack, for verily they are stoning me for a good deed, but I dread them not, neither fear I their power, for the grace of God and a pure conscience suffice me. I know the root of all these plots, and know them to be the work of evil-minded citizens who would fain re-establish tyranny in Florence, and are agreed with certain Italian potentates. All these men seek my death, thus I can no longer go abroad without a guard of armed men. Nevertheless, it will be no other way of saving my conscience. I am resolved to make submission, so as to avoid even a venial sin. For the present I suspend judgment and take no hasty decision, following in this the precepts of the Fathers." In pursuance of this intent, he forwarded a detailed reply to the Pope on the 29th of September. In this he lamented that his enemies should have succeeded in deceiving the Holy Father regarding events witnessed by the whole people. "As to my doctrines," he continued, "I have always been submissive to the Church. As regards prophecy, I have never absolutely declared myself a prophet, or this would be no heresy, but I have undoubtedly foretold various things, of which some have already been fulfilled, and others that will be verified at some future time. Moreover, it is known to all Italy that the chastisement hath already begun, and how solely by means of my words there hath been peace in Florence, the which failing, all would have suffered greater woes." And hereupon he reminded the Pope that the brief ordaining the separation of the convents had not been extorted by a few friars, but at the request of all, and that it was only granted after long debate. That as to leaving our case to the decision of the Lombard vicar, this implies making our adversary our judge, since the quarrels between the two congregations are publicly known. What can have given birth to all this, most blessed Father, save the false accusations and lying reports of the enemies of this Republic, the which I have delivered from many dangers and restored a true religion and freedom, by destroying factions, reforming manners, and establishing peace. And besides, concluded Savonarola, citing the authority of many fathers of the Church, it is lawful for all to pass from one rule to another that is stricter and more severe. Our reunion with the Lombard friars at this moment would only deepen the rancour already, unhappily existing between the two congregations, and give rise to fresh dispute and fresh scandal. And finally, inasmuch as your Holiness declares that you desire this union so as to prevent others from lapsing into my errors, and inasmuch as it now most plain that I have not lapsed into error, the cause being non-existent, neither should its effect remain. Having therefore proved the falsity of all the charges brought against me, I pray your Holiness to vouchsafe a reply to my defence, and to grant me absolution. I preach the doctrine of the Holy Fathers, have departed in nothing from their precepts, and am ready, if I should be in error, not only to correct myself, but to avow it publicly, and make amends before the whole people. And now again I repeat that which I have always said, i.e., that I submit myself and all my writings to the correction of the Holy Roman Church. At the same time, Savonarola addressed many other letters to friends of some influence in Rome, repeating the arguments he had adduced to the Pope in his own favour, and most earnestly recommending his cause to all. With his usual acuteness and sagacity, Alexander VI grasped the difficulty of the case and hastened to proceed with the astuteness truly worthy of a whilom law student of Barcelona. Seeing that Friar was resolved neither to dissolve his congregation nor depart from Florence, seeing that Piero de' Medici's preparations were going on, and that this was a most critical moment for the Republic, and considering that the sole object of any real importance to himself at this juncture was to exclude the friar from the pulpit, he desisted from threats and recurred to flattery. Accordingly, on the 16th of October, another brief was dispatched, in which the Pope replied to Savonarola's letter as a rejoicing over the recovery of a strayed sheep. In other letters, so he said, we have manifested our grief to thee regarding these disturbances in Florence, of which thy sermons have been the chief cause. Forasmuch as instead of preaching against vice and in favour of union, thou dost predict the future, the which thing might give birth to discord even among a pacific people, much more therefore among the Florentines, in whom there will be so many seeds of discontent and party spirit. These were the reasons for which we bade thee to our presence, but now that, by the letters and the testimony of many cardinals, we find thee prepared to yield obedience to the Roman Church, we do greatly rejoice, feeling assured that thou hast erred rather from overmuch simplicity than the badness of heart. Wherefore we again reply to thy letters, and in virtue of thy vow of holy obedience command thee to abstain from all sermons, not only in public, but in private, so that no man may see that after preaching in the pulpit thou hast been reduced to conventuses. And thou wilt preserve in this course until such time as thou mayest be able to seek our presence with greater safety and with honour, when we will receive thee in a joyful and fatherly spirit, or until we shall have come to a ripe decision as to the course to be prescribed for thee, and appointed a suitable person to settle these matters. And if, as we doubt not, thou wilt obey, we shall then revoke all our preceding briefs, so that thou mayest tranquilly attend to thy spiritual welfare. By good fortune, this brief on the 16th of October was a long time on the way, and thus Savonarola, while awaiting the reply to his letter, was enabled to occupy the pulpit during that month and deliver the 3 sermons to which we have referred, and which contributed so much towards the failure of the Medici expedition. But on receiving the ostensibly affectionate brief that wound up by condemning him to silence, his position became more difficult than before. He thoroughly comprehended that all this prenatal suavity was a mere device to seal his lips at the moment when the Republic had most need of his words. It was a stroke of the Borgia's usual craft that was now understood by all. In fact, the letters of the Florentine ambassador in Rome gave information that the Pope's anger was growing daily more violent, and that he was absolutely determined to seize the friar's person. But as we have seen, Piero de' Medici's expedition speedily failed, and there had been no longer any pressing need for Savonarola to raise his voice in defence of the Republic. He held his peace, so as to give his foes no fresh pretext for attack. In fact, during Advent in 1495, he never once ascended the pulpit, and Fra Domenico continued to take his place in St. Maria del Fiore. The mind of Savonarola must have been deeply agitated during those months of silence, and when still so enfeebled by disease, he saw that he was being forced into a struggle with Rome to defend his doctrines against obviously calumnious accusations, and his life from the snares laid for him by party hatred. If he took thought for his own safety, he would have to neglect the political reforms already making such satisfactory progress, and the moral crusade that already led to such happy results. This was precisely the end desired by his foes. As to the charges of being a heretic, a disseminator of scandal, a seducer of the people, and so on, they were not believed even by those who brought them forward. The Pope, as we shall soon see even more plainly, had no fault to find with the friar's teachings, but together with the Arrabbiati and the Duke Ludovico, attacked him on entirely personal and political grounds in order to exterminate his party by his downfall. So long as the struggle wore its true aspect of a purely political conflict, Savonarola had always faced it with a bold front, but now the ground was being shifted, the political question cunningly veiled in the guise of a religious dispute, and he realized all the dangers and difficulties of his position. Had it been really a question of dogma, he would have submitted to the authority of the Church, but the Pope merely taxed him in general terms with the dissemination of false doctrines, and commanded him to hold his peace. Therefore he must either forsake the people in order to obey commands, solely aimed at the destruction of Florentine liberty, or he must rebel against the papal authority, bring his own cause before the public, and thus breed scandal and dissension in the church. He was deeply saddened by this, but unhesitantly accepted silence, in the hope that a fresh attempt would be made by well-disposed magistrates and cardinals to bring the Borgia to a milder frame of mind. Indeed, Savonarola's letters at this period prove that he was then most firmly resolved never to return to the pulpit without permission from Rome. But notwithstanding his silence, he had no doubts regarding the justice of his cause. He wished to avoid rousing scandal in the church, but could not realize the validity of orders sent for political ends and inspired by his enemies' calumnious reports. The increasing iniquities of the Pope and his children, who were openly accused of incestuous intrigues and of murders by poison, struck terror into all and stirred Savonarola to irrepressible indignation. Accordingly, it was at this time that his theories as to the best mode of checking the evils oppressing the church first took a definite shape. Many good and experienced Catholics maintained the opinion that Alexander's election was null and void, having been obtained, as all knew, by simony, and that the only way to put an end to the numerous scandals of which he was the cause would be to summon a council to depose him. The leader of this party was the pugnacious Cardinal of St. Piero in Vincoli, afterwards Pope Julius II. He styled the Borgia an infidel and a heretic, was constantly in waiting on King Charles, doing his utmost to induce him to assemble a council and achieve the reform of the church. Nor was the monarch opposed to the idea, for his ambassador, de Comines, frequently repeats, "A little more and this reform would have been carried out." The first time the French passed through Rome, no less than 18 cardinals joined de la Rovere in pressing the king to procure the desired reform. And on 2 occasions the French guns were pointed on Castle St. Angelo for the purpose of seizing Alexander's person and summoning the council by force. But then, Charles, being always most hesitant when on the brink of a resolve, ended by taking the advice of Brizonet, who had great influence over him and had received much favour and many bribes from the Pope. None could be more anxious than Savonarola to urge on the council and procure the desired reform, and though he had sometimes hesitated to push the matter, for fear of the rising scandal in the church, whose unity was his most cherished aim. The fresh infamies perpetrated by the Pope now put an end to his hesitation. Knowing that he might count on the sure support of the Cardinal of San Piero in Vincoli, so long as he abstained from treating the subject in the pulpit, he continued to write pressing letters to King Charles, beseeching him to carry out the promised reforms. 3 of the letters, in fact, which we find addressed to the king, post Amazonium Regni Neapolitani, were written this year, and lead us to suppose the existence of others. In these, as in the previously quoted missive of the 26th of May, Savonarola always speaks as a prophet or the Lord. "Remember," he says, "that I repeatedly announced your descent into Italy when it was expected by none. I have predicted your success, predicted your perils. The Lord hath punished ye, because, deviating from his commands, ye have abandoned his work, and still heavier punishments await ye if ye return not to the right path. I tell ye, in the name of the Lord, that if your ways be not changed, if ye maintain not your sworn promises, if ye fail to perform that which hath been commanded ye through my lips, the Lord will revoke your election as the chosen minister of his will, and elect another in your stead." The death of the Dauphin, a few months after this time, confirmed the bereaved monarch's faith in the truth of Savonarola's prophecies, but even this was not enough to put an end to the eternal hesitancy by which he seemed fated to disgust all the world. Meanwhile, Savonarola kept silence, devoted himself to study, and corresponded with his kinsmen who were then suffering from poverty and domestic trouble. These letters show that, like all men of true greatness, he was constant and unchanging in his family affections. He urged upon his brothers the necessity of aiding one another, since for his part, having renounced the world, he could only help them by his words. Nevertheless, he heartily stared into the joys and their sufferings. On the death of his brother Borso, he wrote a letter to his mother in which he pours out his tenderness for her who was the object of his dearest earthly love and the confidant of his most secret thoughts. This is a truly remarkable letter, not only on account of the delicate feelings expressed in it, but as a proof of the identity of this affectionate son with the impassioned preacher, we have seen launching thunderbolts from the pulpit in the presence of an excited throng. We find the same ideas, the same words. He is always mindful of his lofty prophetic mission. He addresses exhortations even to his mother on the godly life and the vanity of the flesh, and concludes by announcing the approach of his death. I would that your faith were as that of the holy Jewish woman of the Old Testament, so that you might be able, without shedding a tear, to see your children martyred before your eyes. Dearest mother, I say not this in order to comfort ye, but to prepare ye, lest I should have to die. About this time his health began to mend, and his need of activity revived with increased strength. But what was he to do? He would not return to the pulpit without permission from Rome, and Fra Domenico's sermons, although directed by himself, could scarcely obtain the same great results as his own. Nevertheless, Savonarola always found some way of doing good, and when unable to achieve much, contented himself with little. The carnival of 1496 was now at hand, and the friar being silenced, the Arrabbiati were preparing to celebrate it in the old Medicean style, in order to vent the unbridled passion and filthy lusts which, as they thought, had too long been repressed, and thereupon the friar determined to thwart them even in this matter. But it proved a harder task than might have been expected. The Florentines had always been much given to carnival festivities, and under the Medici had indulged in these pleasures to an unlimited and almost incredible extent. During this holiday period the whole city was a scene of wild revelry, drunkenness and debauchery prevailed, and public decorum was cast to the winds. Savonarola's sermons were undoubtedly brought a great change, but certain carnival customs were so deeply rooted that neither new doctrines, altered laws, nor the severe prohibitions of the magistrates had availed to extirpate them. And, as was only natural, the boys of Florence took special delight in these revels. They were accustomed during those days to continually stop people in the streets by barring the road with long poles, and refusing to remove them until they had extorted enough money to pay for their mad feastings by night. After these carousals they made bonfires in the squares, round which they danced and sang, and finally pelted one another with stones in so brutal a fashion that no year passed without some of the combatants being left dead on the ground. This mad and bestial game of stones, as the chroniclers style it, was frequently forbidden, and the players threatened with the severest penalties, but none of these measures had the slightest effect. All the leading citizens, the Eight, even the Signory itself, had exhausted their efforts in vain. By nightfall the boys were so excited with the revels of the day that no penalty availed to keep them in check. Thus Savonarola undertook the task. After the brilliant results achieved during the past years in the reformation of politics and morals, he, and being prevented by the changed condition of affairs from continuing those important crusades, he planned a third and simpler reform that he styled the reform of the children. Foreseeing that it would be extremely difficult to entirely abolish the old customs, he decided to transform them by substituting religious for carnival gaieties. Accordingly, at the same street corners where the children formerly assembled to demand money for their banquets, he caused small altars to be erected, before which they were to take their stand and beg contributions, not, however, for purposes of self-indulgence, but for alms to the poor. Sing as much as ye will, he said to the boys, but sing hymns and sacred laws instead of indecent songs. He wrote some hymns for them himself, thus returning to the poetical pursuits which he had long forsaken, and commissioned the poet Girolamo Savonarola to compose other verses for the same sort. Then, that all might be conducted with due decorum, he charged Fra Domenico to collect all the children, and choose some letters from among them, and several of the latter waited on the Signory to explain the proposed reform. Having obtained the sanction of the government, the boys of Florence, exulting in their novel importance, eagerly undertook their appointed work. The city was by no means quiet, even in this carnival, nor was it possible to walk the streets without molestation. But although the children were as importunate as of old, it was now for the charitable aim prescribed by Savonarola, and thus in the year 1496 the game of stones was suppressed for the first time. There was no more gluttonous feasting, and 300 ducats were collected for the poor. Then, on the last day of carnival, a grand procession was arranged, in which, attracted by the novelty of the thing, the whole population took part. The children went through the city singing hymns and entering all the principal churches, after which they handed over the sums collected for the good men of St. Martin for distribution among the modest poor, poveri vergognosi. Some objections were raised by those who always murmur against every good work that proceeded from Savonarola, but the greater part of the citizens and all worthy men declared that the friar had again achieved a task which every one else in Florence had failed. By this time the Ten of War, or as they were now entitled, the Ten of Liberty and Peace, still being composed of Savonarola's adherents, had succeeded in obtaining from Rome his nomination as Lenten Preacher. They had repeatedly addressed the Pope on the subject, and solicited many of the cardinals, and particularly the Cardinal of Naples, to induce him to revoke, were it only by word of mouth, vive voces oraculo, the decree for Savonarola's suspension. And they had also written to Niccolo Pandolfini, Bishop of Postioia, and to Messer Ricciardo Becchi, the Florentine ambassador, saying, "You could do nothing that would be more grateful and welcome to all your fellow citizens, or better appreciated by the good sense of this whole population." Indeed, it was apparently owed to the efforts of the Cardinal of Naples and others that the Pope's mood was somewhat softened, since although no fresh brief revoking the decree of suspension was issued, these intercessors obtained leave for Savonarola to preach, in the hope that he would now adopt a more temperate tone towards Rome. And so great was the anxiety of the Florentines to welcome him back to the pulpit, that on the 11th of February, 1496, the Signory unanimously decreed that he was to preach during the ensuing Lent. That the Pope was bent at this moment on conciliating Savonarola is indubitably proved by the fact that, precisely in the month of January 1496, the Dominican convent of Prato, having fallen into a shamefully corrupt state, was annexed to the Tuscan congregation under the Prior of St. Mark's, who sent some of his monks to accomplish its reform. The affair was directed and carried out by the general of the Dominicans, Giuliano Toriano, who was aided, or rather spurred to the task, by the Signory. A new prior was chosen for the Prato convent in the person of Fra Antonio de Orlando, who immediately besought Savonarola to send him a preacher, and received the reply, "If permission be granted me to preach, I will send ye Fra Domenico of Pescia. Wherefore offer up prayers, and I trust we shall succeed." Another event deserving public mention seems to have occurred just at this time, although no exact date is given by the many historians who relate it. The Pope had handled Savonarola's sermons, and a learned Dominican bishop, hoping that the latter might discover them to contain some matter deserving condemnation, but after careful perusal, the prelate returned the volume with the words, "Most Holy Father, this friar says nothing that is not wise and honest. He speaks against so many and against the corruption of the priesthood, which in truth is very great. He respects the dogmas and the authority of the Church, wherefore I would rather seek to make him my friend, even were it needful, by offering him the Cardinal's purple." Whether the Pope was now beginning to fear this friar, who was not to be silenced, and consequently desired to conciliate him, or whether he was trying to set some new snare for him, it is undoubted that, by means of a Dominican expressly sent from Rome for the purpose, a cardinal's hat was offered to Savonarola on condition that he would henceforth change the tone of his sermons. His astonishment on receiving just at this moment so unexpected an offer, and the indignation it aroused in him, are scarcely to be described. He now possessed evident proofs that Rome made a traffic of the holiest of things, and the fullness of his wrath refused any reply at the time, merely saying to the bearer of the scandalous proposal, "Come to my next sermon, and you shall hear my reply to Rome." Such were the auspices under which Savonarola began his Lenten course of 1496, the most daring that he had hitherto delivered. Accordingly, a minute account will be given of them in the following chapter. End of section 19. Section 20 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 3. Savonarola returns to the pulpit as Lenten Preacher in 1496. The 17th of February 1496 was Memorial Day in Savonarola's life. He reappeared in the pulpit overflowing with grief and indignation. After having battled through an increasingly hard struggle with the court of Rome, he was now granted, as it were, a covert permission to preach, and at the same time an endeavour had been made to seduce him by the offer of a cardinal's hat. He clearly saw that his contest with the Pope was daily becoming fiercer, and that the latter sought to have his blood. Doubtless he had alone been concerned. He would have willingly given his life for the peace of the Church, but in destroying him he was also intended to destroy the Republic, of which he was the universally recognized and principal support. Consequently, he must defend himself in order to defend the religion and freedom of an entire people, who, by his means, had expelled their oppressors and restored Christian faith and morality. Certainly none could doubt the truth of his religious doctrines, neither the Pope, who dangled the cardinal's crimson before his eyes, nor the arrabbiati, who hated him as an uncompromising reformer of morals, and could not brook the excessive rigour of his piety. Nevertheless, they had joined, as we have seen, in veiling the political question under the guise of religious dispute, in the hope of thus being able to vanquish him with greater facility. They were determined to silence, at all costs, the voice that had dared, in the midst of corrupt and pagan Italy, in face of a Pope whose crimes and lusts inspired terror and awe, to uphold political freedom and Christian virtue. And now, strong in his own good conscience, Savonarola came prepared to make a daring defence, and to champion his cause before the whole world. The crowd flocked with redoubled eagerness to hear again the voice that the thunderbolts of Rome had for long months kept secret. As the floor of the Duomo was insufficient for the multitude, a lofty amphitheatre with 17 rows of seats was erected against the wall of the nave. It rose to the level of the lower windows, and was occupied by the children of Florence, now prominent members of Savonarola's congregation, and to whom his words were frequently addressed. The Signory had been obliged to adopt many precautions to prevent the disturbances planned by the friar's opponents. His life, in fact, was perpetually in danger, for the arrabbiati were evidently determined to kill him the first time they could take him by surprise in the streets. It was also known that Duke Ludovico had sent hired assassins to attack him. Accordingly, the guards of the Eight and some of the Gonfaloniers of the guilds patrolled the city to maintain order. No sooner had the friar issued from his convent than the shouts and joyful cries of the expectant people rose to the sky, and he was immediately surrounded by a large body of well-armed friends to protect him from insult on his way to the Duomo. On that day all men's passions were strung to a high pitch. It was the most solemn moment of Savonarola's life. He had never seen an audience so thirsting for his words. He was about to touch on a most serious theme, and knew that his sermon would be instantly reported to the pontiff, to whose tempting baits he had this day promised to reply. On appearing in the pulpit, he stood erect and cast a firm glance round the church, while his eyes flashed like burning coals. The crowd was packed so closely that no man could stir, the silence so great that one could almost hear the preacher's hurried breathing as he laboured to control his agitation. Presently, calming himself with an effort, he quietly began his discourse in the shape of a dialogue. "How is it, O friar, that thou hast tarried so long in idleness, without coming to the camp to thy soldiers' aid? My children, I have not been in idleness. To the contrary, I come from the camp. I have been defending a stronghold, the which, had it been captured, you also might have been destroyed. But now, by God's grace, and through your prayers, we have saved it. Come, brother, didst thou perhaps fear to be killed? No, my children, certainly not, for I had been afeard. I should not have come here, where I am now in greater peril than before. Then dost thou not scruple to preach? Not I. But why not? We hear that an excommunication hath been sent, and that thou hast been forbidden to preach. Hast thou read this excommunication? Who hath sent it? But even if it was so, rememberest thou not how I told thee that even if it came, it would be useless, of no avail to these wicked men full of deceit? What then hath happened? Friar, thou keepest overmuch in suspense. Now I will tell ye all, if ye will hearken with patience. I have said and bethought me, before proceeding, custodian vias meas. That is, I will look to my ways, if they be pure of all contamination. Beholding so much opposition from so many parts against a poor man who is not worth 3 farthings, I have said in my heart, peradventure thou hast not looked well to thy ways, and therefore thy tongue hath betrayed thee, and I have looked to my ways one by one. I have chiefly examined them as to faith, for with grammar and logic I have no more concern. And straits, as regards faith, my ways are wholly pure, for I have ever believed, and do believe, all that is believed by the Holy Roman Church, and have ever submitted, and do submit myself to her. I have written to Rome, that if peradventure, if I have preached or written any heretical thing, I am willing to amend me, and to retract my words here in public. I am ever prepared to yield obedience to the Roman Church, and declare that whosoever obeyeth her not shall be damned. I declare and confess that the Catholic Church will surely endure to the day of judgment, and inasmuch as there be diverse opinions as to the real definition of this Catholic Church, I rely only on Christ and on the decision of the Church of Rome. After this explicit declaration, by which the orthodoxy of his belief is placed beyond doubt, he touched on the more daring part of his doctrines. He then said that although the Church be infallible as to points of dogma, that by no means implies that we are bound to obey every command of our superiors, or even of the Pope himself. The superior may not give me any command contrary to the rules of my order. The Pope may not give me any command opposed to charity, or contrary to the Gospel. I do not believe that the Pope would ever ask to do so, but were he so to do, I should say to him, Now thou art no pastor, thou art not the Church of Rome, thou art in error. For I would even say, whenever it be clearly seen that the commands of superiors are contrary to God's commandments, and especially when contrary to the precept of charity, no one is in such case bound to obedience, for it is written, Opertet obedire magis dia qualam hominibus. But if the case were not clear, or there were the slightest doubt, then we must always obey. These premises established, he proceeds to touch on his own case, saying that he cannot hold himself bound to obey anyone who would remove him from Florence, inasmuch as all the inhabitants, even the women, know that his removal is desired solely from motives of political hatred, and that would bring injury not only to liberty but to religion. Were I to clearly see that my departure from a city would be the spiritual and temporal ruin of the people, I would obey no living man that commanded me to depart. For as much as in obeying him, I should disobey the commands of the Lord, and likewise because I should presume that my superior had no intention to do evil, but had been misled by false reports. O thou that writtest so many lies to Rome, what wilt thou write now? I know well what thou wilt write. What, O friar? Thou wilt write that I have said that one need not obey the Pope, and that I will not obey him. I say not so. Write that which I have said, and thou shalt see it will be suited to thy purpose. In fact, the doctrine expounded by Savonarola was entirely Catholic, and differing in no respect from that laid down by St. Thomas Aquinas and many doctors and fathers of the Church. Nevertheless, it was of a kind that, by a few verbal alterations, might easily be made to appear hysterical, and this was precisely what his enemies attempted. Resuming the thread of his discourse, he proceeded to say that, having examined his ways and found them to be clean, since his doctrine had always been in conformity with the Church, and although convinced that the briefs sent from Rome were invalid, inasmuch as they were solely inspired by lying reports, and opposed to the law of charity, he had nevertheless resolved to be prudent, and had therefore held his tongue so far, and had intended to remain silent. But when I perceived that many of the righteous were growing lukewarm, the wicked gaining strength, and the work of the Lord being overthrown, I boldly decided to return to the pulpit. First of all, however, I sought the Lord, saying, I was rejoicing in my peace and tranquillity, and thou drew me forth, by showing me thy light. And thereupon I became even as a moth, that, tempted by the light, doth burn its wings. O Lord, my wings of contemplation are consumed. I've embarked on a stormy flood, assailed on all sides by contrary winds. I would fain reach the port, yet I find no track. Would fain repose, yet find no resting place. Would fain remain still and silent, but may not, for the word of God is as a fire in my heart, and unless I give it vent, will consume the marrow of my bones. Come, my Lord, since thou wouldest have me steer through these deep waters, let thy will be done. Savonarola ended his sermon by first addressing a few words to the young, whom he believed to be nearly all good, and then to the old, in whom he had much less confidence. In ye, O young men, is my hope, and the hope of the Lord. The city of Florence will be well governed by ye, because ye have not the evil tendencies of your fathers, who know not how to free themselves from tyrannical rule, nor understand the greatness of this gift of liberty that the Lord hath bestowed on the people. But as for ye, old men, ye pass your days in evil, speaking at clubs and in workshops, and in your letters ye send forth many lies from Florence. Wherefore many say that I have thrown Italy into disorder, and this hath been charged against me, in writing even in official documents. O ye fools, Louis vos viscoviets non obidere veritiati. Where are my hosts and my treasure, with which to disturb Italy? Not by me is Italy disturbed, but I foretell that she will be disturbed. I foretell that the scourge will be hastened by your sins. Thou unbelieving one, a mighty war shall strip thee of thy pomp and thy pride. A mighty pestilence shall make ye cast aside your vanities. O women, as for thee, thou murmuring populace, thy tongue shall be stilled by a great famine. Citizens, lest ye live in the fear of God, and love a free government, the Lord shall bring sorrow on ye, and lay fulfilled to your children his promises of happiness to Florence. Thus finished the sermon in which Savonarola had given an epitome of all that he wished to express throughout Lent. His doctrines are daring, his charges against Rome are audacious, his words in which he describes the coming scourge are words of fire, but he says nothing that can be accused of heresy. We ought rather to admire the prudence with which he always refrained in the pulpit from any mention of Borgia's simoniacal election, or of the hope of a council, and avoided all open allusion to the offers received from the Pope, to which he only indirectly replied. The magnanimity of his nature forbade his taking advantage of a fact that, however useful to himself, would have spread scandal in the Church. During the whole of Lent, we find Savonarola constantly worthy of himself, essentially Catholic, but at the same time with an amount of moral courage and independence such as few have possessed either before or after his time, fearing nothing in the world, allowing naught to check his progress. He is a sole defender of the people's freedom, of the freedom of his own reason and his own conscience. Nevertheless, he holds his standard aloft in the pulpit, and firmly confronts all the princes of Italy and the ill-advised thunders of Rome. Neither does he fear the position and steel of the arrabbiati, who are threatening his life on all sides, in the highways, in church, and even in the pulpit. During the whole of Lent, he was unceasing in his terrible denunciations against the vices of Rome, and the false, hypocritical religion of the day. The second Sunday he delivered a sermon on this subject that has become famous, less for its audacity, which was not unusual, but because it was one of those interdicted by the Roman court. It began by giving a strange interpretation of the following text. Audit verbum hoc vece pinguis quae estis in monte semere. Well then, who be those which say I shall preach the Holy Scripture? I preach nothing else. If thou knewest what is the Holy Scripture, thou wouldst not speak thus. Rather thou shouldst have said, Preach Tullius or Virgil, and then I should not have tested thee. But the Holy Scripture will test thee at all points. Well, I will preach the Scripture, I will obey thee. Tell me how wouldst thou interpret these words, O vece pinguis? For me these fat kine signify the harlots of Italy and Rome. Are there none in Italy and Rome? 1,000, 10,000, 14,000, or a few for Rome, for there both men and women are made harlots. And pursuing this strain, he describes the vices of Rome in terms scarcely to be repeated at the present day. He then turns to the people, accusing them of a false and hypocritical religion, only taking satisfaction in material things. Ye are corrupt in all things, in your speech and your silence, in that which ye do and that which ye leave undone, in your belief and your unbelief. Ye speak against prophecy, and behold there cometh one to tell ye a strange dream, and ye have faith in it. He telleth ye, fast on a certain Saturday, at a certain hour, and ye fast, and believe ye are saved. I tell ye that the Lord willeth not that ye fast on such a day, or at such an hour, but willeth that ye avoid sin throughout all the days of your life. Instead ye are good for 1 hour of the day, in order to be bad all your life. Observe the ways of these men during the last 3 days of Holy Week. See how they go about seeking indulgences and pardons. Come here, go there, kiss St. Peter, St. Paul, this saint and that. Come, come, ring bells, dress altars, deck the churches, come all of ye, for 3 days before Easter. And then no more. God mocketh your doings, heareth not your ceremonies. For Easter past ye will be worse than before. All is vanity, all hypocrisy in our times. True religion is dead. And elsewhere, how is it that if I were to say, give me 10 ducats for one in need, thou wouldest not give them? But if I tell thee, spend 100 for a chapel here in St. Mark, wouldest thou do it? Yes, in order to have the coat of arms placed there, for thine own glory, and not for the glory of God. Look through all convent buildings, and thou wilt find them full of their founders' armorial bearings. I raise my head to look above a door, thinking to see a crucifix, and behold, there is a shield. I raise my head again a little further on, and behold, there is another shield. Armorial bearings everywhere. I don a vestment, thinking that a crucifix is painted on it, but arms have been painted even there, the better to be seen by the people. These, then, are your idols to which ye make sacrifice? Then, after describing and condemning the corruption of the times, and especially of the clergy, he always repeats his predictions of the coming chastisement of Rome and Italy. Prepare thee, I say, for heavy shall be thy chastisement, O Rome. Thou shalt be girdled with steel, put to the sword, to fire and flames. Wretched Italy, how I see thee struck down, wretched people, how I see ye all oppressed. Italy, thou art stricken with a grave disease. Thou, Rome, art stricken with a mortal malady, usque ad mortem. Thou hast lost thy health, and hast forsaken the Lord. Thou art sick with sins and tribulations. If thou wouldest be healed, forsake feasting, forsake thy pride, thy ambition, thy lusts, and thy greed. These be the food that have caused thy sickness, these that bring ye to death. Italy laugheth at this, Italy maketh mock of it, refuseth medicine, saith that the physician raveth. O ye unbelieving ones, since ye will neither hearken nor be converted, thus saith the Lord, inasmuch as Italy is all full of sanguinary deeds, full of iniquities, harlots, and miserable panders, I will overwhelm her with the scum of the earth. I will abase her princes, and trample the pride of Rome. These invaders shall capture her sanctuaries, and defile her churches, and inasmuch as these have been made dens of vice, I will make them stables for horses and swine, the which will be less displeasing to God than seeing them made haunts of prostitutes. When trouble and tribulation draw nigh, men will have no peace. They will seek to be converted, without being able. They will be confused and bewildered. Then, O Italy, trouble and trouble shall befall thee. Troubles of war after famine, troubles of pestilence after war, trouble from this side and from that. There will be rumours upon rumours, now rumours of bargains on this side. There will be rumours upon rumours, now rumours of barbarians on this side, then rumours of barbarians on that. Rumours from east, from the west, from all sides, rumour after rumour. Then men will yearn for the vision of the prophets, and will have them not, for the Lord saith, Now do as I prophesy in my turn. Men will lean on astrology, and it will profit them nothing. The law of the priesthood shall perish, and priests be stripped of their rank. Princes shall wear haircloth. The people will be crushed by tribulation. All men will lose courage, and as they have judged, so shall themselves be judged. In another sermon we find the following description of the plague that was to come upon Italy. Believe ye this, friar, that there will be not enough men left to bury the dead, nor means to dig enough graves. So many will lie dead in the house, that men will go through the streets crying, Send forth your dead, and the dead will be heaped in carts and on horses. They will be piled up and burnt. Men will pass through the streets crying aloud, Are there any dead? Are there any dead? Then some persons will come forth and say, Here is my son, here is my brother, here is my husband. Again will they go through the streets crying, Be there no more dead here? And the people shall be thinned, that few shall remain. Savonarola continued throughout Lent to preach in this strain. He first described the sins of Rome and of Italy, then announced the scourge, and always ended by calling the people to repentance. Hu, fuge de terra Aquilonis. Fly from the land of Aquilon, the north, ye from vice, and return to Christ. Behold, the sky shall be darkened. Behold, it will rain fire and flames, stones and rocks. it'll be wild weather. I have placed ye between four winds, saith the Lord, namely between prelates, princes, priests, and bad citizens. Fly from their vices, gather ye together in charity. Fuge, O Sion, quae habitas apans filiam Babylonis. That is, fly from Rome, for Babylon signifies confusion, and Rome has confused all the scriptures, confused all the vices together, confused everything. Fly then from Rome, and come to repentance. This continued description of the woes of Italy is in truth so graphic and vivid that Savonarola seems almost transported into the future by his own fancy, and to see all these things with his own eyes. No less extraordinary is his persistency in announcing the approach of his own end, and always reiterating, "Not yet hath the day come for ye to wreak your will on me, sed abuc modicum tempus vobiscum sum. I have said unto the Lord, I leave thee to take thought of this deed. I am but as a tool in thy hand. And he hath answered, Leave all to me. It will be with them even as it was with the Jews, who thought to destroy me by nailing me on the cross, and instead did make my name known throughout the earth. Therefore, concluded Savonarola, like unto a good captain, I will fight even unto the death." But although still in an attitude of resistance, although still refusing to bow to the Pope's will, the latter had succeeded in putting him on his defence. Up to this moment he had spent his life in directing and spurring the multitude, infusing it into his ideas and his will, and continually enlarging his field of action. But now, to the serious hurt of the people, his circle of activity was narrowed. He was obliged to think of defending his own doctrines and his own life. His enemies were multiplying on all sides, and resolved that even if the Republic remained standing, its founder at least should perish, and they were already closing in round the poor friar. He was defending himself against their attacks with increased energy, was proclaiming to Italy and the whole world that they were trying to destroy the Republic by his death, to overthrow the inviolable rights of the human reason and human conscience. But meanwhile he was gradually being forced to relinquish the reformation of morals and politics. His position was essentially changed, daily becoming more difficult and encompassed by greater dangers. Nevertheless, he did not leave politics entirely aside this Lent, since an opportunity occurred of recurring to the subject for several days. The new hall of the Greater Council was just completed at this moment. Its construction had been entrusted, in the first days of the new government, to the famous architect Cronaca. But the work was very slackly carried on until Savonarola began to urge him to haste in his sermons. He then brought it on with so much speed that the people declared that angels must have had a hand in it. On the 25th of February, a new signary was elected by a great meeting of the councillors. Gladdened by this solemn event, Savonarola devoted 2 of his Lenten sermons to political topics. He dwelt upon the mode of conducting elections, and sternly condemned the party spirit, always influencing them in Florence. There be many that go about the city scattering notices to the effect that this or that man should not be elected. I tell ye, never obey the suggestions of those papers. If those whom ye would not have elected be bad, ye may openly proclaim it in the council, now that there is no tyrant to oppress ye. Wherefore come forth and say frankly, such an one is not fit for this office. But if he be a good man, let him be chosen. Elsewhere he says, I am told there be some in the council who, when one is about to be balloted, say of him, Let us give him the black or white bean, because he is of this or that party. Et quod pius est. I am told there be many that say, He is one of the friar's men. Let us give him the black beans. What? Have I taught you thus? I have no friend save Christ and the righteous. Act no more in this wise, for this is no purpose of mine, and ye would soon cause dissensions. Let electors give their beans to those they conscientiously hold to be good and sagacious men, as I have frequently told you before. And we would here remark that Savonarola, as he is seen in his sermons, his writings, and the real history of events, is a very different man from the Savonarola depicted by many of his biographers, both ancient and modern. Where do we find the party spirit that, according to some, was the sole motor of his actions? Where the desire to exalt his own friends at others' expense? Where the narrowness, where the lack of magnanimity attributed to him? We find him, on the contrary, to be a man of lofty ideas, most noble principles, purely disinterested, and desirous of liberty and justice for all, even including those who were seeking his death. On this important occasion, after having insisted at length on the necessity of conducting the elections without party spirit, he urged the citizens to be steadfast to their greater council, their new government, and their liberty, and in order to heighten the attachment of the people to the present state of things, he gave in either sermon a long description of tyrants, and the evils brought by them on cities subject to their yoke. The term of tyrant, he said, signifieth a man of the worst kind, who would grasp all for himself, give nothing to others, an enemy to God and to man. The tyrant is proud, lustful, and avaricious, and as these three vices contain the germs of all others, it follows that he hath the germ of every vice of which man is capable. Likewise all his senses are perverted, his eyes by looking on wantonness, his ears by hearing flattery of himself and censure of other men, his palate by the vice of gluttony, and so forth. He corrupts magistrates, robs widows and orphans, oppresses the people, and favours those that incite him to defraud the commune. He is devoured by suspicion, and has spies everywhere. He desires all to seem bashful in his presence, and be his slaves. Hence, where there is a tyrant, no man may act or speak freely. In this wise the people become pusillanimous, all virtue is extinguished, all vice exalted. Behold, O Florence, thy fate, if thou wouldest have a tyrant. He is the cause of all the sins committed by the people. Wherefore he will be called to render account of them to God, and will bear the penalty of his misdeeds. Thou, O citizen, that followeth the tyrant, thou art no less miserable than he. The tongue is enslaved when addressing him, thy eyes when regarding him, thy person is subject to him, thy goods at his disposal. Thou art beaten with rods, and must yet give him thanks. Thou art debased in all ways, and such, he said in conclusion, are the miseries of the tyrant and his followers, the which miseries weigh them down in this life, and bring them to eternal perdition in the next. This description was repeated by the preacher in the minutest detail, with a complete exposition on the life and passions of a tyrant, and of his various acts of oppression. It was an appalling and terrible picture, not only painted in vivid colours, but often with truly artistic skill, and Savonarola persistently displayed it to the eyes of the people, and always concluded with these words, Behold, O Florence, thou which thou seekest. Nor was he speaking at random. On the 27th of April, a plot was discovered by which it had been designed to tamper with the votes and procure the election of the enemies of the Republic. Accordingly, 3 of the ringleaders were sentenced to perpetual imprisonment, and many citizens publicly reprimanded. Ammoniti. During this Lent, Savonarola also addressed the children, a great number of whom occupied seats in the grand amphitheatre raised in the Duomo. He exhorted them to charity and to diligence in study. He was anxious that all should know at least the elements of grammar, and charged their parents to grudge neither expense nor labour to that effect. He also urged them to avoid assuming the ecclesiastical robe at too early an age, and gave them other good advice. Then, Palm Sunday being at hand, he arranged a very edifying and solemn procession for the children. The election of the officials of the Monte di Pietà had just then taken place, and being an earnest promoter of that institution, Savonarola desired that its inauguration should be celebrated by the children. Accordingly, early in the morning of Palm Sunday, a tabernacle was erected in church, decorated with a painting representing Jesus Christ riding into Jerusalem on an ass. Savonarola then preached a sermon full of wise counsel to the assembled children, ending with words, O Lord, from the mouths of these little ones shall thy true praises proceed. Philosophers praise thee according to the light of the world, these little ones according to the light of heaven. Philosophers praise thee from self-love, and these from simplicity. Philosophers praise thee with their lips, and these with their works. Then turning to the multitude, and raising the crucifix in his hand, he said, Florence, behold, this is the Lord of the universe, and would fain be thine. Wilt thou have him for thy king? Thereupon all assented a loud voice, and many with tears crying, Long live Christ our King. Savonarola then left the pulpit amid the enthusiastic cries of the people and the murmurs of the arrabbiati, who, although standing aloof at some distance, carefully kept him in view. In the afternoon the children, all in white robes with olive wreaths on their heads and red crosses or palm branches in their hands, carried the tabernacle in procession through the town, and having visited all the churches, halted on the piazza to sing a song composed by Girolamo Savonarola on the future felicity of Florence. Then, having gleaned a good harvest of coin, they gave it to the Monte-di-Pieta. Thus the institution was brilliantly inaugurated by their urchins who, under Savonarola's guidance, had forsaken carnival gaieties and devoted themselves to good works. But with the exception of the two sermons respectively given on the days of the opening of the Greater Council and of the Monte-di-Pieta, no political or social questions were treated in the rest of the Lenten series. Savonarola continued to preach in the same strain in which he had begun, and the 8th day after Easter gave at last discourse, recapitulating and winding up all the subjects announced in the first of these Lenten sermons. In fact, these two sermons contain all the principal ideas that he purposed to expound at that time, and the last day of Lent, Savonarola again declared his entire submission to the authority of the Roman Church, saying that the Church would stand firm forever, and that whoever should leave her fold would be eternally lost. He acknowledged the authority of the Pope in the words of the New Testament, "Thou art Peter, and on that rock will I build my church, and that which thou bindest on earth shall be bound in heaven." But after this he again repeated, "Nevertheless we are compelled to obey all commands. When given in consequence of lying reports, they are invalid. When in evident contradiction with the law of charity laid down by the gospel, it is our duty to resist them, even as St. Paul resisted St. Peter. We are bound to presume that no such commands will be imposed on us, but in case they were imposed, we must then reply to our superior, saying, 'Thou dost err, and thou art not the Roman Church. Thou art a man and a sinner.'" These were the identical words he had used in the first sermon, and repeating them he now quoted many authorities in support of his ideas, and elucidated them by many examples. "If my superior command me to forsake poverty, I resist. If thy confessor give thee a command that, in contrary to God's will, thou must resist and condemn him. For when the matter is quite plain, we shall fear nothing, and persevere in the right path." But although justified by the verdict of the Fathers, these ideas were held to be very audacious, and in fact they were equivalent to a war cry. Even Savonarola might have hesitated to proclaim them from the pulpit, had he not been convinced that Pope Alexander's election was null, and had not cherished a strong hope that a council would soon be called to remedy the woes of the Church and put an end to the abominable scandals, infamies, and crimes by which she had so long been profaned. Then, as to the individual case of his dispute with Rome, he again said on that day, "Do not all know that the brief was sent to favour those enemies of the Republic and myself who spread lies and calumnies concerning me? Do not all know that my departure hence would not only place my life in the utmost jeopardy, but also be very injurious to these people and the cause of freedom? For would not good morals be cast aside and religion overthrown? This and none other is our enemy's desire." Thus I can only suppose that the pontiff had been deceived by my detractors' lying reports, and therefore preferred to obey that which I held to be his real intent. I cannot suppose that he seeketh the ruin of an entire people, and he again repeated the prophecy of his own doom. "What will be the end of the war thou art carrying on? If thou wouldest know the general result, I tell thee it will end in victory, but if thou wouldest know what will be its results as regards myself in particular, I tell thee it will end in death and being cut to pieces. Rest assured, however, that all this will serve to spread abroad this doctrine, the which proceedeth not from me, but from God. I am but a tool in his hands, wherefore I am resolved to fight to the death." He then related how, on the preceding night, he had beheld a vision in which he seemed to see a crucifix arise betwixt Rome and Jerusalem. From this poured a river of blood, which unbelievers appeared very eager to plunge, while Christians entered it almost reluctantly. The darkness covered the earth, and there was a rain of fire and lightning accompanied by a terrible uproar. Hereupon the orator made this vision the text for another of the eloquent and vivid descriptions of the scourges of Italy, in which these Lenten discourses abound, and thus brought this series to an end. Many pages of these sermons afford excellent proofs that under different circumstances, and with a different course of study, Savonarola would have been the greatest of Italian orators. His impetuous utterances burn with a fire of new and genuine eloquence. His language is thoroughly original, for even in the very manner in which his ideas are conceived, he has a special style of his own. His forcible imagery seizes the fancy and almost takes it by storm. And if we remember his singular vigour of gesture and accent, we shall be able to understand the enormous enthusiasm he aroused in the people of Florence. In fact, the impression produced by him this Lent far exceeded that of the preceding years. The fame of these sermons on Amos and Zechariah was noised throughout Italy and even beyond the Alps. On the one hand, the enthusiasm of his followers was increasing to fanaticism, while on the other the hate of his adversaries was nearing its climax. The potentates of Italy raised cries of protest. The Pope was burning with fury, and it seemed as though the Vatican itself was shaken by the thunders of the friar's eloquence. His courage in daring to assert the irresistible might of charity, of liberty, of justice, of faith, and of reason, and still more to cry it aloud in defiance of the threats of a Pope, stained with infamy and bloodshed, was truly unprecedented, and by awakening an echo wherever the sentiment of goodness still survived, threw men's minds in a turmoil. But of the different passions raging on all sides, we must speak in the following chapter. End of section 20. Section 21 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 4. Various writings concerning the works of Savonarola. Letters addressed to him by different potentates, and his replies. The Florentine ambassador's interview with the Pope. Savonarola returns to the pulpit and preaches on festival days on texts from Ruth and Micah, 1496. For the due comprehension of the effect of Savonarola's sermons, it would be necessary to read the letters written in Florence at that period. Florentines seem to have been positively unable to think of anything excepting the friar, and equally unable to confine themselves to truth. Some write that he, the friar, scoffs at the bull of excommunication that had just arrived, that he speaks of the Pope as worse than a Turk, the princes of Italy as worse than heretics. Others assert that he intends to reveal from the pulpit all the crimes of his persecutors, and that he is about to prophesy still more marvellous things. Some say that he has become the tyrant of Florence, others, on the contrary, that he will soon reduce the enemies of the Republic to sad straits, even if he does not destroy them altogether in some miraculous way. And thus, with the exaggerations of hatred and deceit on the one hand, and of admiration and fanaticism on the other, men's minds become more and more disturbed, and they had continual fresh food for their passions. At the same time, the press was deluged by such a swarm of strange pamphlets as to threaten the land with a new and fantastic literature. And here, too, while some of these publications exalted the friar's name to the skies, others found no words, accusations, nor insults strong enough to assail him. Although as regards literary merit, these compositions are almost unworthy of notice, they so vividly portray the circumstances and men of the time that it is necessary to devote a few words to them. One of the most noted of these pamphlets, entitled the Oraculum di Novo Secolo, by Giovanni Nessi, a somewhat celebrated disciple of Marsilio Ficino, was full of Neoplatonic ideas. The mere title of the work proved the author to be a follower of Savonarola. It contained an account of a remarkable vision he had beheld, in which, finding himself transported to the other world, he carries on a long conversation with the shades of Aeneas and Plato, and ascribes the latter as a precursor of Christianity. He then meets the celebrated Pico della Mirandola, who, guiding him through the heavenly spheres, shows him how Savonarola's doctrines are verified therein. During this celestial excursion, Pico extols the friar's intellect, character, and heart, and concludes by saying, Sed quid plura, Christi est in omnibus angelator egregius. A preacher in the church of Sancti Spirito now assailed the new doctrine, daily hurling insults at Savonarola and challenging him to the ordeal by fire. Savonarola despised the man and paid no attention to his attacks, but Messer Filippo Chioni, a Florentine notary, replied to him with an epistle, and Mestro Paolo da Fuxino published a pamphlet in defense of the prior of St. Mark's. Another adversary, in order to inflict a deeper wound on Savonarola, feigned to be one of his supporters, and published a letter repeating in the form of doubts all the usual accusations, namely of disseminated scandal in the church, disobeying Rome, assuming to be a prophet, and so on. Domenico Benevieni, brother of the poet of the same name, and author of a great number of religious compositions, immediately wrote an epistle unmasking the coarse hypocrisy of this anonymous assailant, and afterwards produced numerous dialogues and tractates in defence of his master's doctrines and prophecies. He gave in these a complete history of the friar's career as a preacher, described the state of corruption and unbelief from which the Florentines had been rescued by means of the new doctrine, showed that the truth of this doctrine was proved by the righteousness of all its followers, and by its perfect accordance with the precepts of Scripture, and enumerating the friar's numerous predictions, wound up by noting those which were already fulfilled or in course of fulfillment. During the heat of this discussion, a certain Fra Angelo, an anchorite, began to send forth from his hermitage in Vallombrosa a series of printed epistles to the different Italian states. One is addressed ai signori e popolo di Florence. He repeatedly confirmed the promises Savonarola had made, and claiming to have been specially inspired by the Holy Scripture, declared that he had discovered in the Apocalypse a prediction of the descent of Charles VIII into Italy and of his expedition to the east to re-establish the Christian Empire, and stated that he had written to announce these coming events to the churches of Asia and Africa. In another epistle addressed al Senato e Doge di Venezia, he said that he disapproved of their policy and that of the League, since the latter in opposing Charles opposed the will of the Lord, who had appointed the monarch to this new enterprise. This anchorite, inditing from his hermitage calculations of the respective forces of Turkey and France, and discussing the probabilities and consequences of war in the East, was a truly singular phenomenon. All Florence was now absorbed in politics, every one full of designs for the future. Men of all the parties now taking up the pen. In fact, political pamphlets were beginning to multiply faster than ever, for in this way the Arrabbiati vented their passions and their irrepressible hatred for Savonarola, whom they sought to injure by every possible means. The age daily discovered fresh plots against the friar's life, and were frequently obliged to put some of the conspirators to the question, while more than once, it is said, the crime was so close on accomplishment that its would-be perpetrators had to be sentenced to death. But even this failed to cow the Arrabbiati. On the contrary, their courage was unabated, and when foiled in their murderous attempts, they had recourse to the pen. This indeed was their only weapon, now that in consequence of the briefs from Rome, the friar had withdrawn to his cloister. Accordingly, numerous epistles in verse and prose, sonnets, songs, ballads, and compositions of all kinds were employed to heap contumely on his head. A certain Girolamo Musi wrote a ballad beginning with these lines: O popolo ingrato, tu ne vai presso alle grids, idroieto è una gaia, pieno de hypocrisia. Not contented with attacking Savonarola, these men also turned against the magistrates and censored their conduct. C'è a Ducati e a Marzioni, li sam de Caponi, Gio venci han si gran forza, c'è rompono ogni scorza, c'è innanzi alla vestizia. And he continued in so indolent a strain that the age prohibited him from holding any office for 5 years, and fined him 60 gold florins. But the best idea of the scurrilities employed by the Arrabbiati is to be gained from the Defensione contro al Arca di Fra Girolamo of Francesco Valori. The author claims to have suffered exile and every kind of persecution from tyrants, to be specially devoted to liberty, and now moved to attack Savonarola in defense of its cause. It would seem, writes Valori, that this man is so blinded and inflamed by vice, so dominated by pride, that even as he falsely asserted to have discoursed with the Almighty, so he believes that he is to have the power of a dictator of the state and its forces, in order to give laws to the city and even to the whole world, like unto Moses, and to compel the pontifical power to accept them by force of threats. He laments that the friar should have abolished the festivities of St. John's Day, destroyed the carnival, and put an end to all gaiety in Florence, and then, being at a loss what to say next, adds, "He wishes to play the tyrant, and though he has sometimes spoken against tyranny, has now lowered his tone because Piero has become his friend. And now there is no doubt that where Fra Girolamo is, there too is Piero de' Medici, and those who desire Fra Girolamo desire Piero de' Medici likewise. Wherefore, in order to extinguish thoroughly the name of the tyrant, it is needful to extinguish the name of the friar, for he is the father of the tyrant, and the officer of the tyrant, and so on." Or a greater absurdity could be imagined, yet this was the language daily used by the arrabbiati. It must be acknowledged that neither were the Frateschi uniformly pacific. They too occasionally vented their bile, as may be seen by the following verses. Foere det e consonetti, dispregiate il divin verbo, ma spectat il duro nervo, ce la spel ver reciti, su masconi e scompigliare, scrafagi e vostra stella, calabron cer siest agala, fate e visi anpo avvigliare, ma apiat ce ma falla, la ustizia col supplucio. These compositions were sometimes issued in the shape of pamphlets, sometimes as fly sheets, circulated among the people from hand to hand or affixed to street corners. More often, however, they were in the form of verses which were sung about the city and shouted by the piagnoni and arrabbiati at one another whenever they met in the streets. But the political character of Savonarola's adherents is not to be learned from the writings in which they returned insult for insult. It will be best ascertained from the still greater number of compositions in prose and verse in praise of the name and grandeur of the Florentine nation, and in which new laws and reforms are proposed, and the nature of those already established is discussed. Mention may here be made of a few short tracts addressed to Savonarola and his community by Fra Santi Rucchiella. They are entitled Sul Cambio, Sul Monte Comune, and Sul Monte del Fanciul, and in treating of some of the chief institutions of the Florentine Republic, also afforded much valuable information on the financial condition of the city at that time. But the writings of greatest value, as giving life portraits of the friars' adherents, were produced by men of the people, who, regardless of grammar, only wrote from spontaneous impulse and for their own satisfaction. One of these works, which may serve to give us a notion of the rest, was entitled Reforma Santa et Pretiosa a Fata Domenico Cesi, per Cherson della Città del Firenze. The author begins in this way: "By the great love I bear to this, I have taken it to my head to write this work, and can do nothing else. For day and night I feel impelled to the task, and could tell of such miracles wrought on me by it, that I myself am amazed thereat." Ceci is a true type of the fanaticism that Savonarola's sermons had roused in the people. Politics and religion are strangely jumbled in his brain. He reasons as one constrained by a superior power to offer advice to the Republic, and is overflowing with enthusiasm, natural talent, and devotion to freedom. His pamphlet shows complete ignorance of the first rudiments of literary art, joined to remarkable political sagacity. His suggestions give evidence of rare common sense, and we might suppose them to be based on a consummate experience of public affairs. He proposes that the Greater Council should be relieved from the duty of attending to numerous minor details, inasmuch as these not only take time owed to things of greater moment, but serve to prevent many from attending to meetings. He writes on the Decima, and shows the enormous advantage of a single tax of this sort, severely condemns arbitrary imposts, since, as he justly says, our city has been crushed by them. He approves of the tax on church property, and would like to see a limit imposed upon dowries, since then no gentleman nor artisan would be prevented from marrying his daughter. In this book we find the first suggestion of the citizen militia, afterwards founded by Machiavelli, and which so heroically aided in the defence of the Republic. Ceci argues, in fact, that certain officers should be elected to give a military training to all able-bodied men within and without the walls. For thus, besides the advantage of the paying money circulating among the citizens, be assured that 1,000 of our own men will do better work than 3,000 foreigners. By these laws, he says in conclusion, bad men will be made good, and all Florence dwell in happiness. Likewise, in a short space of time, these citizen soldiers will give reform, peace, and unity to all Italy, since all will come to learn here, this city being the center and core of Italy. We may conclude this review of popular literature by ranking with Jesse's prose the verses of an author signing himself. I, Giovanni, neither noble nor gentle, but a tailor of Florence. He is as enthusiastic as Jesse for the Republic, is inspired by the same patriotic zeal, and though a man of small learning, writes less ungrammatically and with fewer orthographical blunders. In one of his sonnets he attacks those who, although always seeking office, refuse to serve their country in moments of danger, and extols others who have joined in the campaign against Pisa. In another sonnet, his reproofs are directed against the Birgi, who hypocritically feign themselves Piagnoni, and he warns them that they will not succeed in their intent. O pret, o fret, o seculaire streno, sia ci vuol, ci non tira la bocca, el popolo fiorentino alto el sovrano, che ci el popol vura por el freno, cadrilo vetro in un bellino. He wrote some octaves in praise of patriotism and obedience to the Greater Council, several terzine in the future glory of Florence, and others censuring the policy of Duke Ludovico, the Venetians and the rest of the League, and threatening the Pisans with speedy defeat. Pero bisogna che il Pisano cali, co feri a piedi gui nella sentine, poci stato cagnini di tanti mali, e la famosa Petra Fiorentina. In alla ste con bel falcon, e le legueninte la domina. Pedro non sida nessun sottoposto, un sir del brillante al gran leon. El ci lo inganera tonero tosto, a sua dispetto sotto il suo artiglio, com Cristo superno ha ben disposto. On examination of these and many other writings, which were then in general circulation, we are instantly struck by the immense difference between Arrabbiati and Piagnoni. Whereas the friar's adherents are entirely honest and sincere, his adversaries are full of exaggeration, calumny, and deceit, and have no belief in their own words. Also, setting aside the writings of the Arrabbiati, we turn our attention to those of the Piagnoni. We shall find them to be divided into two distinct classes, the political and the religious. There is an immense distance between the one and the other, not only on account of difference of subject, but in their tone and manner of direction. Men of the people discuss politics, men of learning religion. The former are quite unlettered, the latter know Latin and Greek, Aristotelian and Platonic philosophy. Nevertheless, as regards intrinsic worth, the writings of the people are decidedly the best. In fact, all these different pamphlets were the outcome of either political or religious energy, whereas the first flourished in Florence like a tree grown in rich and congenial soil, which quickly sends forth luxuriant shoots. The other, fostered by Savonarola with the greatest tenderness, resembled a plant set in barren ground, only kept alive by unremitting care and attention. The Florentines were an essentially political race, and after the expulsion of the Medici, immediately resumed their old habits of thought, so that it now seemed as though the Republic had never ceased to exist. Accordingly, while we see that the popular writers, from a sense of incapacity or perhaps of reverence, always abstain from religious topics, we find them continually occupied in discussing and writing on politics. Their spelling and grammar may be feeble, but their very blunders assist the ingenious manifestation of their individuality. They are always full of life and ardour, full of spontaneous originality. But if it be asked whether, in this reawakening of the old Florentine spirit, there were any learned men devoted to politics, and if so, what were the merits of their writings, we should have to reply that the genius of Machiavelli, Guicciardini, and Gionati began to bud under this republic, and flowered in the sun of its freedom. All three were the undoubted offspring of the Revolution of 1494, the revolution initiated by the friar. For during that period we find political life active and flourishing in all directions. New laws and reforms are discussed with marvellous skill, and carried out with the utmost prudence. A new generation full of vigour is springing up, and men of riper age show experience in the business of the state. Even military affairs were conducted with success. Piero Capponi, as a leading spirit of the war, increased his reputation in the Pisan campaign, and the name of the valiant Antonio Giacomini had already become famous. All undertakings, in fact, were conducted in a way that would have done honour to the most warlike of republics, and was especially admirable in the case of Florence, which had barely shaken off the yoke of its 60 years' slavery. And although the chief merit of this energetic and zealous exercise of freedom is due to Savonarola, the founder of the new republic, the germs which, fostered by his care, so soon flowered and bore good and lasting fruit, must have been already latent in the Florentine people. Their freedom, in fact, outlived the friar's death, after being crushed by the blows of many enemies. It revived with increased glory. Again assailed by powerful hosts, it was finally overthrown, but its fall was heroic, and its glory had lasted forever. But on turning our glance to the religious life of this same people, things wear a very different aspect. We always find something forced and ephemeral in it, something that defies definition, but it's patent to all acquainted with the chronicles of the time and the religious works of Savonarola's disciples. The latter indeed can only faintly reproduce their master's ideas and give feeble echoes of his words. No original thought ever issues from their mind, no vigorous line from their pen. In spite of its boasted new birth in religion, this people has left posterity no record of its faith. Savonarola's is the sole figure that is truly and supremely religious. He seems to be the only real human being in the midst of a dream world, where all is changing and evanescent. It must not, however, be implied that there was no great religious reform, no universal moral improvement, but this multitude that spontaneously reconquered its freedom could only be kept steadfast in its faith by the daily stimulus of the friar's sermons. His voice once hushed, vice and unbelief instantly reared their heads. All can see that if the Republic of the Florentines survived their leader, not so their religion. Although Savonarola tried to hide it from himself, he must have frequently foreseen this result. At these moments he hurled bitter reproofs on his much-beloved people, threatened them with the awful wrath of the Lord, announced that their promised felicity would be replaced by terrible chastisements. But he had an intense need of trust and hope. The natural course of events was no longer to be checked, and was fatally whirling him along. When he first spoke to them of religion and morals, the Florentines were roused to love of liberty, but had then favoured their desires by consoling and promoting the foundations of a new republic, and immediately became the idol of the multitude. But he sought to make politics and free institutions serve the cause of religion, whereas the Florentines wished to subordinate religion to freedom. Whenever the friar lost sight of politics, he could no longer command his hearers' attention. Hence he was obliged to proclaim Jesus Christ King of Florence, to represent himself as the mouthpiece of the Virgin, when he counselled from the pulpit the formation of the new government, and declared that the Almighty himself had ordained the abolition of parliaments. He was continually obliged to compare the new order of government with the hierarchy of the angels, and the successive days of the Florentine rebellion with the 7 days of the creation. In point of fact, even while Savonarola seemed omnipotent over the Florentines, their religious indifference proved an insuperable obstacle. It was the only result achieved by the Medici that he could never entirely destroy. The people leapt from doubt to fanaticism, and from fanaticism back to doubt, and his best efforts notwithstanding, he never succeeded in making them truly devout. This is a very important fact, and one deserving of serious attention, since only by its aid can we comprehend the unexpected catastrophe of the strange drama of Savonarola's life. His aim was to be the regenerator of religion, but the Florentines adored him as the founder of the Republic. If they showed so much ardour in defending him against the Pope, it was because the latter sought to reinstate the Medici in Florence, and therefore they upheld their own freedom in defending the friar. But if Alexander Borgia, whose interest in religion was of the slightest, had succeeded in separating the one cause from the other, Savonarola could have no longer counted on the same zeal. The ground would have yielded beneath his feet. Meanwhile, to resume our interrupted narrative, in consequence of Savonarola's sermons on Amos and Zechariah, the name of the new doctrine was noised throughout the world. It excited much attention even in the East, where the Sultan caused the sermons to be translated into Turkish for his own reading. From France, Germany, and England, Savonarola received letters from new followers whom these servants had converted to his views. At the same time, the Italian princes addressed him sometimes in terms of flattery and then of reproach, inasmuch as all these potentates, being more or less uneasy in their conscience, considered themselves personally touched by his invectives against tyranny and vice. The Duke of Ferrara, however, who was his true friend, maintained a constant and affectionate correspondence with him through his ambassador in Florence. Savonarola gave him good advice and sent him his works in return. On the other hand, Paolo Somenzi, the Milanese envoy, who had always been a pertinacious opponent, was now using his best efforts to persuade Savonarola to second the designs of Duke Ludovico, also, as we are all aware, a declared enemy of the friar. On the 12th of April 1496, this man, Somenzi, sent his master a letter from Savonarola, earnestly begging him to give it a gracious reply, because this friar is now master of the people, has the power to make it submit to your highness. Savonarola's letters had not been preserved, but we see by the reply that he must have expostulated with the Duke for giving ear to his detractors, and urged him to do penance for his sins. Ludovico's answer is so excessively gracious as to be almost ironical. He excused himself on the score of having heard that the friar spoke ill of him, and inculcated from the pulpit the duty of disobeying the Pope. Nevertheless, he promised to believe no more of these calumnies. As to his own sins, says the ingenious Duke, he is not conscious of having committed any, having always led the life of a good Christian. Would Savonarola kindly inform him what penance he should perform? By the Duke's order, Somenzi brought this letter to St. Mark's, repeated his visit on several occasions, and tried by soft words to induce Savonarola to make the Florentines join the League. He also promised that his master would give him the favour of his brother, Cardinal Asciano, who was very powerful in Rome and hitherto one of the most zealous in spurring the Pope to excommunicate him. But Savonarola was neither to be conquered by threats nor by blandishments, and on the 25th of April sent Ludovico a very dignified reply. It is not true that I have ever absolutely asserted that the Pope should be disobeyed. This would be reprehensible, as being contrary to the precepts of our faith, from which I have never swerved and never intended to swerve. The same calumniators have told you that I speak ill of your lordship, but I allude to no special interest when urging repentance upon all. And if your highness be in the spiritual mind, you give me to understand you have only to preserve in it, and can need no better judge than your own conscience. He also told the orator Somenzi that he was by no means hostile to the Duke, and was ready to do all he could for his welfare, but at the same time was no fitting instrument for that which was now asked of him. And he added that the Florentines refused to enter the League, for fear lest the Duke, together with the other powers, should aim at destroying the popular government, and paying the despot in Florence. In the same way, and for the same reasons, Savonarola was obliged to write to Galeotto Pico, Prince of Mirandola, who was then oppressing his states with cruel tyranny, and therefore deemed that he too had been attacked in the preacher's sermons. The friar again denied having made any personal attacks, repeated that his mission was only to announce the scourge, and it all to repentance. The prince, who was brother of the famous Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, the father of Giovanni Francesco Pico, the biographer of Savonarola, had a very different nature from that of his kinsmen. His life was a series of atrocious acts of cruelty, and he had long kept his mother and another brother confined in a dungeon. Accordingly, Savonarola now changed his tone, and on the 26th of March, 1496, sent him a very menacing letter. I counsel you to return to God, to live under the manner of a good Christian, to repent the past, and recur to pity. Otherwise, I make known to you that severe chastisement awaits you, and that you shall be scourged in your substance, your flesh, and your kindred. Likewise, I announce to you that your life is near its end, that if you obey not my words, you will go to hell, and this letter will be brought up against you before the judgment seat of God, and leave you no way of escape. And Gio Francesco remarks on his head, My father was then in the prime of health and strength, and seemed likely to have a long life. Nevertheless, he only survived 2 years after this truly prophetic letter, and from that moment our family history has been a long and sanguinary tragedy that still seems far from its end. The unhappy youth certainly did not foresee that he was to be one of the saddest victims of the disasters Savonarola had foretold. On the night of the 25th of February, 1533, he was murdered by the hand of his own nephew. But of all these enraged potentates, the Pope was by far the most incensed, inasmuch as he had only given Savonarola a verbal permission to resume his sermons, and hoped that the friar would lower his tone. The Signory, on the other hand, had expressly commanded him to enter the pulpit, and he had shown himself more violent and aggressive than ever. Alexander therefore continued to address threatening reproofs to the Florentine orator, Messer Riccardo Becchi, not only complaining of the friar, but still more of the Signory for upholding him and basically trucking to his will by refusing to join the League. Consequently, on the 10th of March, 1496, a pratica was held to consult on what should be done, but no conclusion was reached. No one wished to desert the French alliance, all distrusted Ludovico and the Pope, and all considered that Savonarola's sermons were indispensably required. Nevertheless, dreading lest Borgia should proceed to violence, they made an effort to pacify him. Even Piero Capponi, although one of Savonarola's adherents, remarked with solitary good sense that they must remember what great harm papal edicts had often wrought on the city, and especially on our merchants in diverse parts of Christendom. The Ten wrote repeatedly to the orator and the cardinals in Savonarola's defence, but the Pope was only the more enraged, and curtly refused to grant any spiritual indulgences asked by the Florentines in that time. It was decided to try to soften his anger by sending him, as had been proposed at the Pratica, an ambassador extraordinary in the person of Messer Niccolo Pandolfini, Archbishop of Pistoia. But directly the prelate entered the Pope's presence, the latter greeted him with the harsh complaints against the Florentines for remaining faithful to France, refusing to join the Holy League for the expulsion of the barbarians, and thus by their obstinacy bringing Italy to ruin. He then spoke of the friar, and though his words were few, they displayed the depth and virulence of his ill-repressed wrath and hatred. The Archbishop tried to exculpate the Republic in the best way he could. As regarded the French alliance, he alleged the binding nature of treaties, and the constant hatred shown to the Republic by the Venetians and the Duke. Then as to the friar, he reminded His Holiness how he had himself, through the lips of the Cardinal, authorized him to resume his sermons, so that neither the friar nor the Signory could believe themselves guilty of disobedience. But at this point he was roughly interrupted by the Pope, who said, "Well, well, we need not speak of Fra Girolamo just now. A time will perhaps come when we can speak of him to better purpose. As to the rest, you give me nothing but words, and are trying to keep your foot in both stirrups at once." Thus the first interview was brought to an end. Meanwhile the Pope summoned a consistory of 14 Dominican theologians, charging them to hold an inquiry on Savonarola's conduct and doctrines, so as to discover some mode of condemning and inflicting severe punishment on his followers as well as on himself. But it was strange to see how the principal charge brought against Savonarola by this assembly of theologians was that of having been the cause of all Piero de' Medici's misfortunes. What other proof can be needed that the whole question was one of political, not of religious strife? That Ambassador Becchi did not remain idle while this was going on, but profiting by the favour and assistance of certain of the cardinals, went round to all the others, trying to win them over to the side of the Republic, and endeavouring to gain time, since nothing else could be done at the moment. Meanwhile Savonarola, his sermons being ended, had gone after Easter to Prato, where he had preached on the prophet Joel from the steps of the chapter house, and afterwards delivered in the refectory a sermon on faith before all the professors of the Pisan University, which by reason of the war had been transferred to this town. A portrait is displayed on the previous page, Marsilio Piccolo. His success was immense. Great numbers of people had journeyed from Florence to hear him, and all the land of Prato, says an old biographer, seemed turned into a church. Several learned doctors were converted on this occasion. A certain Messer Olivieri, a canon of the Duomo of Florence, and a skilled Aristotelian, said to his pupils, "Let us cast away our books and follow this man, for we are scarcely worthy of him." Marsilio Ficino, then considered the first philosopher of his age, expressed himself almost ecstatically regarding the excellence of Savonarola's doctrines. It was then too that the famous Niccolò Schomberg was converted, who afterward assumed the robe of St. Mark, became Archbishop of Capua, and finally a cardinal. After these new triumphs, Savonarola returned at once to Florence. He there hastened to revise and publish his treatise on the simplicity of Christian life, della simplicità della vita cristiana, intended as a serious reply to the court of Rome, and in which, by a complete exposition of the whole Catholic doctrine, the author refuted the charges of heresy and schism his enemies were trying to bring against him. The chief merit of this treatise consists in its giving an exact and easily understood compendium of the leading dogmas of Catholicism, and although this only demanded clearness of form and style, nonetheless it does signal honour to Savonarola's intellect that he should have been the first to attempt to free theology from the burdensome scholastic intricacies with which, even to this day, many writers still keep it encumbered, and thus begin to make it intelligible to the people. Later we shall have occasion to note the presence of the same qualities in another work of far greater extent and importance, of which the present treatise, being merely, as it were, a rough sketch, may be passed over with hasty mention. The author brought it out in the original Latin, almost simultaneously with an Italian translation by Girolamo Savonarola, to which he had written a preface, again declaring his submission to the authority of the Roman Church, and explaining that he only wrote and preached in order to combat the unbelief of these times, in which charity hath grown cold, and no gleam of good works is anywhere seen. The first book of this treatise is the only part of it devoted to the Catholic doctrines. He begins by insisting on the necessity of good works, then proceeds to describe the Christian life, and says that its root and foundations entirely consist in the grace of God. He defines grace and concludes that every Christian should seek after it with his whole soul, inasmuch as without great good works are of no avail. In the same book he discourses at length on the subject of the divine ecstasy, that product of the Neoplatonic beliefs to which Savonarola was so keenly sensitive. He concludes by saying that, although in the state of ecstasy his works are of little use, no Christian can ever attain to the vision of God, save after having long abounded in charity. He then treats of ceremonials and sacrifices, regarding which he merely repeats the doctrines of Aquinas. He pauses to note the difference between the sacrifices of the Mosaic and the Christian law, remarking that whereas the former only acted as means, and according to the disposition of him that offered them up, the latter infused grace even by their own intrinsic value. This forms the conclusion of the first and principal part of the work. In other books mainly consists of moral precepts, long dissertations on inward simplicity of heart, on external simplicity in conduct, dress, and all else, and they conclude by describing the supreme bliss of the true Christian life. The work was most eagerly read, was frequently republished, and must have been of great value in refuting the accusations of heresy under which Pope Alexander tried to disguise his personal and political attacks. In the course of the same year, Savonarola brought out an exposition of the psalm, Qui Regis Israel, in which he besought the Lord to come to rescue the world from its present depth of degradation. For now all religion is extinguished, he said, and it is the general practice to be one day in the theatre and the next in the episcopal chair, to be in the theatre today, and tomorrow a canon in the choir, today a soldier and tomorrow a priest. Meeting with the word aper in the course of the psalm, he dwells on the instincts of that animal and finds vices corresponding to every one of them in the priesthood of the day. He then again addresses the Lord, exclaiming, "Show to us at least thy face, thy light and thy truth." This was truly characteristic of Savonarola. Submissive as to dogma, he was daring to pitch of audacity as regard points of discipline, and to the last hour of his life always remained the same. In the month of May he returned to the pulpit to preach Sunday sermons on the Book of Ruth and on Micah. This time also his discourses were few and extremely long. Frequently, after remaining silent 2 or 3 weeks, or even a month, he would preach in the Duomo for many hours at a stretch. He hoped by this course to avoid giving the Pope continual cause of complaint, and at the same time to keep alive the people's enthusiasm for his teachings and their own freedom. "We are still here," he told them, "instead of having fled, as some have declared. The first motive that urged us to come was the calumnies of the foes. We also discerned that for lack of dew from the pulpit, everything was becoming withered and our numbers diminished. I will even confess to ye that I cannot live without preaching, and finally I am here in obedience to him that is the prelate of prelates, and the Pope of Popes. Savonarola explained in these sermons how the Lord's Spirit descended on the priesthood through the medium of the saints, and was then diffused among the whole people. But now, he added, the corruption of the clergy and the corruption of the Church prevent the Spirit from being diffused among believers. Therefore we must needs beseech God to help us, and send down the scourge that, by correcting the Church, will reopen the way for an abundant diffusion of grace and of the Spirit. On the 23rd of May he invoked the descent of the Holy Spirit with such ardent and impassioned words that his hearers were moved to torrents of tears. And the following day, in resuming the same subject, he said, even as the conjunction of the planets produces diverse effects on the earth, so the prelates, who should be the planets of the Church, produce vices or virtues in the people, according as their qualities be evil or good. When they are corrupt, the whole Church and all Christianity are corrupt. When the righteous are exposed to terrible warfare, inasmuch as they are bound to obedience, because all superior power emanates from God, but they are not bound to yield to commands opposed to the law of God. Wherefore there is great tribulation, great warfare, when Christian princes are bad, and greater still when the temporal power, the spiritual also, is united. Thereupon the anguish becomes unbearable. Nevertheless, we have to remain submissive, for it is not the Lord's will that the keys be changed. They, the wicked princes, have a double power, the spiritual and temporal conjoined, and use both in defence of evil. How then can we live the good life? All seem to have fear of goodness. It was far happier in the days of the apostles, for they at least were not bound to respect an authority with which they were at war. What therefore can be done at present? We must await the coming of the scourge. Then addressing himself to the clergy, he said, I am the gate, crieth the Lord to ye, and he that enters not by this gate is a thief. Thou, prelate, thy biased benefices art a thief. Thou, father, that buyest them for thy children, art a thief. Traffic not, I say, in spiritual things. Ye have them gratis, therefore give them gratis to others. Who then will follow the Lord's summons? Who will be clothed in simplicity and forsake all things for the Church? O prelates, O lords of Italy, come forward. Will ye take this woman? Behold, this is their reply. Sido jura propinquitatis. They yield their rights, and will have none of them. Be ye therefore witnesses unto me, that I have called on them without cease for the last 6 years, or rather Christ hath called on them through me, yet they refuse to come, and they renounce their rights. Wherefore strip their benefices from them, O Lord, and deprive them of all things. The sword, that is the sole remedy. I warn thee, O Italy, I warn thee, O Rome, that by Christ alone canst thou be saved. The time hath not yet come to send the Holy Spirit, but the time will come, and then, O Lord, thou shalt be praised in all eternity. Thus this sermon ended, and nearly all the rest continued in the same strain to the 20th of August, 1496. On that day we find him preaching in the hall of the Greater Council by request of the Signory. Inspired by his surroundings, he now recurred to politics, and has rendered a general account of his past life, seized the opportunity to rebut the numerous charges which were being spread against him. The clergy wrongfully complain of me. If I have attacked vice, I have attacked no individual in particular, but still greater wrong is done me by the citizens, who go about crying that I meddle in all the business of the state. I have never intervened in your affairs, both in public and in private. I have said, and I repeat in this place, that such is not my office, and even did I seek to interfere in those things, no one ought to give ear to me. What if I have suggested good laws for the well-being of the people and its liberty? What if I have checked discord and pacified men's minds? All that hath been to the glory of God, and those men would stone me for a good work. They go about crying, the friar would have money, the friar have secret intelligences, the friar would play the tyrant, the friar would have a cardinal's hat. And I tell ye that, had I desired such things, I could not be wearing a tattered robe at this hour. I would be glorified only in thee, my God. Neither mitres nor cardinals' hats would I have, but only the gift thou hast conferred on thy saints. Death, a crimson hat, a hat red with blood, that is my desire. But I tell ye that unless ye provide against these murmurings, great hurt will befall your city. After this introductory, Savonarola proceeded to offer suggestions for the security of the new government. He advised that the council should be allowed full liberty of discussion and authorized it to express its opinions, but that a law should be passed at the same time for the severe punishment of all persons spreading slander in the city. When the citizens are gathered together, no man can speak to the purpose unless he may speak his whole mind. Therefore let all have faculty to say what they will. O Father, there be many in whom one can put no faith. Have no care for that. Let them speak, for by their deeds shall they be known. But ye see that heavy penalties be inflicted on such a go about speaking evil of that which has been said in the council. If thou art in content with that which thy neighbour saith, do not speak ill of him, but come forth and declare to him, I like not your reasons, and then give him better ones in return. But if ye be distrustful the one of the other, and do not but slander one another, then shall ye reap naught save dissension and discord. The delivery of this sermon in the hall of the Greater Council, in the presence of all the magistrates and leading citizens of Florence, seems also to carry us back a couple of years to the brilliant and successful days when the friar was engaged on the foundation of the new republic. How could the Florentines find courage for this open defiance of the Borgia's wrath, this disregard for his threats and his briefs? We are forced to conclude that some great change must have taken place in the position of the state. In fact, the new events occurring in Italy had evoked so many new dangers on all sides that men turned in their alarm to the friar, who alone had been able to steer them safely through the worst difficulties, and although his former efforts had been so ungratefully repaid, he again devoted himself to the defence of the Republic, and meet, as we shall presently see, with a still baser and more cruel reward. End of section 21. Section 22 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 5. The Straits of the Republic and the Disastrous Course of the Pisan War. The Death of Piero Capponi. The Threats of the Allies, who summoned the Emperor Maximilian to Italy. The new brief issued by the Pope against Savonarola and the latter's reply. The Republic is besieged in Leghorn by the forces of the Emperor and of the League. Savonarola returns to the pulpit, and the Florentines are miraculously rescued from every danger. 1496. The turbulent vicissitudes of the past years had paralyzed the commerce and industry of Florence. The exorbitant sums paid to the French king and spent on the war had been a continual strain on its resources, and the public credit was lowered to such an extent that a bond of 100 florins on the communal bank was only worth 10 florins in the market. For the last 2 years, the Signory had summoned a meeting of the council almost every month to demand fresh supplies and impose fresh taxes, but by this time both public and private funds were equally exhausted. To these troubles famine was added, for the rural districts were cruelly pinched by hunger, and the peasantry flocking to Florence in troops. According to the old law, they would have been expelled as foreigners, but the new rule of charity accorded them a brotherly welcome. There was much discussion on the point, it is true, but the friars' adherents carried the day and gave shelter in their own houses to as many persons as possible. Then, however, all poured into Florence, and misery increased. The sight of those haggard rustics augmented the general depression, and there were always a few cases of death from the plague. Nor did any better luck attend the campaign against Pisa, where the besieging forces were daily dwindling away from lack of provisions and money. On several occasions Florence had the pain of seeing some of her mercenary leaders desert to the enemy for higher pay, since the Pisans were always receiving fresh supplies now that Duke Ludovico and the Venetian Republic were trying to gain a foothold in that city. Thus, while the Florentines saw the enemies they faced daily growing in strength and numbers, other foes were attacking them in the rear. The peasants, whose fields had been for 2 years ravaged by the war, were now suffering from famine and maddened by hunger, who broke out in revolt and attacked the camp in such great numbers and with so much fury that it was necessary to repulse them by force. Profiting by this state of things, the Pisans sallied forth under the command of Gian Paolo Manfroni, and gave battle to the whole of the besieging army. Both sides fought well, but the Florentines were compelled to abandon all their strongholds in the plain and withdraw to the hills. Towards the middle of September they were again attacked, and forced to surrender their position on the hills, thus forfeiting all their previous advantages. Thereupon the enemy, pushing forward with increased daring, endeavoured to cut the communications between Leghorn and Florence. Had the attempt succeeded, the Florentines would have been utterly ruined, as by no other road could necessary supplies of corn be obtained. But of all their disasters, the greatest and most depressing to men's minds was the death of that brave and generous citizen Piero Capponi on the 25th of September 1496. He was laying siege to the castle of Soiana in the hope of recapturing it from the enemy, and according to his usual habit of doing the work of a common soldier as well as of a commander, was engaged in planting his guns against the walls, when a shot from the Pisans struck him down. His biggest gun had burst on the previous day, and this had seemed to him so evil an omen that he had predicted his own death, and written to his confessor, Fra Silvestro Maruffi, asking him to commend his soul to God. The news of this event spread incredible terror both in the camp and the city. His soldiers fled in dismay from Soiana and refused to continue the siege. In Florence, the government immediately decreed splendid obsequies to Capponi at the expense of the state, and no other citizen was ever so universally mourned. His corpse was conveyed up the Arno to Florence in a funeral barge, exhibited to the public in his house by the Trinitia Bridge, and then borne to Santo Spirito, followed by all the magistrates and a countless multitude of people. The church was illuminated by quantities of huge torches, and the walls were draped with 4 rows of banners, in which the arms of the magistrates alternated with those of the Capponi. Eulogistic speeches were pronounced over his bier, extolling the deeds and lamenting the loss of this valiant soldier and eminent citizen. His remains were then laid to rest in the tomb prepared by his grandfather Neri for his illustrious great-grandfather Gino Capponi. But fate had fresh adversaries in store for Florence. Taking advantage of the perils by which she was threatened, the Allies pressed her from all sides, to induce her to break with France and join in the so-called Holy Alliance. Aware of the great detestation in which Piero de' Medici was held, they said no more about him, but promised to maintain the free government of Florence, and assist it to conquer Pisa, provided it would enter the League, otherwise they threatened instant war to the Republic. The Arrabbiati favoured the pretences of the Allies, but the people unanimously opposed them, knowing well that these were merely intended to pave the way for a change of government, and also because no reliance could be felt in the promises of allies who were too ill-agreed among themselves to be able to achieve anything. On the other hand, King Charles was again talking of a second descent into Italy, and seemed to be already preparing for the enterprise, so was accordingly decided to remain firm to the alliance with France. But this rumoured return of the French filled the soul of Duke Ludovico with fresh alarms. He who boasted of being the umpire of Italy, and was the chief author of all her disturbances, now trembled at every change of the wind, in continual fear of losing the power he had usurped. We find him at once planning new treaties and alliances, summoning fresh strangers. For some time past he had been on good terms with the Emperor Maximilian, who had taken one of his nieces to wife and granted him the investiture of the Milanese duchy as a fief of the empire. He therefore conceived the idea of inviting Maximilian to come to Italy to possess himself of the Iron Crown, re-establish the diminished authority of the empire, and act as arbiter in the many dissensions of the different states. The presence and authority of the emperor would suffice, he thought, to prevent the coming of the French, and furthermore, Maximilian, being entirely unprovided with men and money, would be necessarily dependent on those who could furnish him with both. And Ludovico manoeuvred so dexterously that he was authorized to invite him in the name of the League and promise him 40,000 ducats monthly for 3 months, of which sum 16,000 were to be supplied by the Venetians, as much by Ludovico himself, and 8,000 by the Pope, on condition, however, that the Emperor brought an army strong enough to achieve some effect. But at this juncture it was learnt that King Charles had renounced all idea of returning to Italy. That monarch was once more expected to become a father, and was too much absorbed in this joyful hope to think of other things. In fact, a son was born to him in September, but it died the following month, leaving the king so overwhelmed by grief that he took no measures to relieve the scanty remains of his army, left in the kingdom of Naples, who, without supplies, and hard pressed on all sides, were on the point of falling into the enemy's hands. The news of the Dauphin's death produced various effects in Italy. It was regarded in Florence as a fresh verification of Savonarola's prophecies. Then the intelligence that Charles had abandoned all thoughts of Italy slackened the eagerness of the allies for the emperor's arrival, and made them almost retract their offers. But Ludovico, although now unsupported, firmly adhered to this purpose, and pressed him to come even more eagerly than before, in the hope that being now his sole ally, he would be able to lead him as he chose. While Maximilian was marching towards the frontier, the Pope was encouraged by the new aspect of affairs to put an end to delay and come to open war with the Florentines. His forces and those of the Sienese, stationed at the bridge of Veliano, attempted to invade the territory of the Republic. After repeated repulses, however, they were driven to flight and compelled to seek refuge at Montepulciano. But although the Florentines were victorious, this event had forced them to weaken the army before Pisa, while it was in the sad straits, as we have recently described, and at a moment when the movements of Ludovico and the Emperor kept them in dread of fresh attacks from the north. The Emperor, in fact, had already crossed the Alps, but with so small a force that, as if from a sense of shame, he avoided passing through Milan, where the Duke had made grand preparations to receive him. Taking the route by Genoa instead, he sailed from that city on the 8th of October, with 6 Venetian galleys and a few Genoese ships. Disembarking at Spezia, he marched inland to Pisa with only 1,000 foot soldiers, who were soon joined by a second 1,500 horse. The Pisans gave him the heartiest welcome, lodged him sumptuously, and rushed to the bridge over the Arno, cast into the river the statue of King Charles, and set up the emperors in its place. They were full of hope, well supplied with men and money, good leaders, and abundant provisions. Reinforcements, too, were pouring in from all sides, and now a piece of additional good luck came this opportunity of gaining the prestige and power of the empire in favour of their cause. With the Florentines, on the other hand, all things fared badly. Fate and mankind being equally adverse, but nevertheless they faced their ill fortune with admirable energy. Their courage never failed. They were on collecting men, money, and all obtainable provisions, and sent everything to the camp. They appealed to the patriotism of Florentine merchants settled in France for contributions in aid of their native land, urging them to hire soldiers, send corn, and do everything in their power as behoved good citizens. Nor did their efforts stop here, for on perceiving that the moment Leghorn was the key of the Tuscan territories and about to be attacked by the foe, they instantly furnished it with abundant supplies, and set to work so vigorously to strengthen its defences that it seemed well nigh incredible how in their straitened condition they could accomplish so much. And as we have already seen, the Signory's first thought was to secure Savonarola's help, and induce him to rouse the courage of the masses, who, disheartened by the many dangers and enemies arrayed against him, were apparently incapable of effort without the stimulus of his voice. Savonarola had promptly and readily undertaken the task of encouraging the more influential citizens, but he had not yet returned to the pulpit, foreseeing that if he began to preach, the Roman court would instantly make him the object of fiercer and more threatening attacks, such as he felt reluctant to provoke. For, of all the Republic's foes, Alexander was undoubtedly the most virulent. The Duke of Milan would have been satisfied for the present by seeing the Arrabbiati gain the upper hand in Florence, and the Venetians by acquiring some influence in Pisa, but the Pope aimed at the total destruction of the Republic and the temporary reinstatement of the Medici to pave the way for his own sons. Unlike all the other allies, who were content to await the coming of the Emperor, he could not restrain his eagerness, and began the attack with his own troops. His ruling motive was hatred for Savonarola, whose return to the pulpit he greatly feared, knowing that the Florentines, if again guided by their friar and cheered by his voice, would probably be capable of heroic resistance. And in that case, all the hopes inspired by the Emperor's descent might speedily be crushed. He therefore began to weave fresh intrigues, waiting nevertheless to see the issue of the war, for the friar was not preaching at this moment, and the affairs of the Republic were rapidly going from bad to worse. The imperial troops, increased to 4,000 strong by the Venetian and Milanese contingents, were already pushing on the siege of Leghorn. The Venetian fleet held the seas and blockaded the port, while a company of their soldiers was stationed at the Sacco bridge to cut the communications between Leghorn and the army encamped before Pisa. Nevertheless, the Florentines provided for the emergency with a courage worthy of the old days of their republic. First of all, they dispatched Antonio Canigiani to restore discipline in the camp, where there had been much disorder since Capone's death, and he was also instructed to concentrate the army at Montopoli in readiness to march on whatever point circumstances or the movements of the enemy might dictate. Benito da Racosoli, the governor of Leghorn, was noted for his energy and military talents, and now the Ten sent him a reinforcement of 300 men under the command of Count Secco, who, profiting by a dark stormy night and heavy rain, contrived to slip through the enemy's lines and make his way into the city. Thus strengthened, the garrison made several brilliant sallies in which the Imperialists were defeated. Also, even in the midst of their adversaries, it was a great advantage to the Florentines that the Emperor should not only be incapable of directing the war, but likewise be hampered rather than helped by the Venetians and the Duke, for these latter, while quite willing to oppress Florence, had no desire to create another power in Italy. Therefore they first urged the Emperor forward and then pulled him back, thus allowing him to harass the enemy, but never to satisfy his ambition of making his rival by some notable feat of arms. Besides, Venice and Milan were already at odds, neither wishing the other to occupy Leghorn when the war should be ended. For these reasons, the Florentines had been so far enabled not only to hold their own against numerous and more powerful opponents, but to gain an occasional advantage over them. Their resistance, however, could not be much longer maintained, since famine was beginning to accomplish what the attacks of their enemies had failed to effect. And now their last hope was destroyed by the news that all the efforts of the Florentine merchants in France to come to their aid had entirely failed. These merchants had engaged the Count of Albigion and his troops, had purchased many vessels and loaded them with wheat at their own expense, but at the last moment the Count had refused to fight in Italy, and the ships being caught in a tremendous gale on first leaving port, some of them had returned to Marseilles, and others had put out to sea in different directions, in the hope of making larger profits. Besides, even had they sighted Leghorn, how were they to enter the harbour when it was so strictly blockaded by the Venetians? Accordingly, the general misery in Florence had increased to a pitch that is hardly to be described in words. Dread of the future was depicted on all countenances, while the faces of the poor were haggard with famine. The hospitals were all full. Peasants often sank down exhausted by the roadside, and perished for lack of food. The plague was making daily progress, yet to such an extent may men be blinded by party spirit, that the Arrabbiati seemed positively to rejoice in the general distress. They went about crying aloud, "At last we can see all how the friar has deceived us. This is the happiness he predicted for Florence." And they already began to speak of surrender, dared to publicly censure the new government, and declare that now was the time to overthrow it. The Signory, uncertain what course to adopt, resorted to religious services, and ordained that the miracle-working image of the Madonna della Impruenta, whose help the people always implored in adversity, should be brought to Florence and solemnly borne in procession. But the only thing all thought that could really comfort the people at this terrible pass was the voice of their friar, and all were grieved and disappointed by his silence. Therefore the Signory once more appealed to him, beseeching and almost commanding him not to shrink from his duty to the Republic, and at least not to leave those whose greatest trust was in him, deprived of the consolation of his words in the midst of this dire peril and misery. Having long been deeply moved by the general suffering and despair, Savonarola could not refuse the Signory's request, and on the 28th of October at last re-entered the pulpit. But how different was now the aspect worn by his flock! Present distress and dread of the future were printed on every face, and believed that the popular government was nearing its end, the triumph of the Arrabbiati at hand, and that famine and war would be followed by exile and death. All eyes were accordingly fixed upon him with looks of uncertainty and doubt. According to his frequent method, he began his sermon in the form of a dialogue. "I was not to speak to ye, but I am here in obedience to the Signory, and to exhort ye once more to repentance. Are ye convinced? I tell ye that I am convinced, and that everything we have said will be verified to the last iota. I am convinced that God is turning the brains of Italy, and that many will be deceived. This scourge seemeth to be one thing, and will prove to be another. Art thou convinced? Of what? What tribulations are at hand? That thou art wrestling with Christ? Know that the good promise to Florence will come, and that evildoers will suffer hell in this life and the next. Be assured, therefore, that unless ye change your life, ye will suffer calamity. Thou still clingest to thy vices, O Florence. There is gambling and blasphemy, and thus ye draw down the scourge upon ye. Come then, form this possession. It will be a goodly thing, and if ye implore God in a right spirit, I believe that some great grace will be vouchsafed to ye, and that we need stand in fear of none. But thou still puttest thy hope in men. Thou still waitest for aid from the king that cometh not, and hath already been chastised, even as we foretold to him. But I rather say unto thee, Maledictus homo qui confidit in bonem. Well then, O Father, what must we do? First of all, it is needed to return to God, and then to lay aside the idea that thou hadst already conceived of changing the government and making surrender, to use every human precaution to aid thyself, to lend money to the city to the full extent of thy means, and lend it without usury. Finally, I tell ye, to be all united together, casting aside all dissension, and if ye form a true union, hearken well to these words. May my very robe be forfeited if we now drive not off our enemies. I say that if ye do this, I will be first to go forth against them, crucifix in hand, and our enemies shall fly before us, to Pisa and beyond. Have faith in my words, O Florence. Remember that many tears thou didst shed in this church on the 6th of November, and how then the revolution took place the same day, and thou wert made free. Remember how I perceived on King Charles to depart from Florence, and when he returned from Naples, how I went almost at full speed to his camp, and threatened him, wherefore he left us unharmed. Have faith then in my words, and trust in the Lord. Happen what may, I fear nothing, if you return to the Lord, and remain united, and do all that is humanly possible. Then once more addressing those who murmured against the new government, he said, Now I will say another word to ye. Ye citizens are of three kinds. First come those who were exiles under the old government, and yearned in vain for their country. Now ye have it, therefore be quiet. Secondly, those who had the halter already round their neck. Now ye have both safety and liberty, therefore be quiet. I stir not, Father, that is not true. Ye are all plotting, and I well know what ye would have. Lastly come the citizens who hold office in this present republic, and yet fail to enforce justice, for the city is full of gambling, blasphemy, lust, fornication, and disunion. To these I say, if you do not maintain justice, the scourge will come upon ye. Finally I say to all, I say it in verbo domini, he that desireth a tyrant shall come to an evil end. Be ye united, therefore, arrange this procession, and trust in the Lord. Thus spoke Savonarola that day, but while danger was still imminent, the blind confidence expressed in his words supplied the Autobiography with fresh reasons for ridiculing the friar and his adherents. Nevertheless, the people derived great comfort from his sermons, and so long as his voice was heard in the pulpit, no fresh misfortunes, they thought, could possibly befall Florence. On the 30th of October, the miraculous image of the Madonna del Imperenta was brought into the city, escorted by a vast multitude, and so great a fervour of devotion had never before been shown by the Florentines. They paced the town slowly in contrite silence. Large sums were given in alms, every face was sad, and the aspect of the populace testified to their half-starved condition and their dread of greater privations to come. The procession had reached the street of Porta Santa Maria, when a messenger rode in by the San Frediano gate, and crossing the Carrara bridge, came galloping down the Long Arno towards the palace of the Signoria, bearing an olive branch in his hand. But meeting the crowd by the way, he was instantly surrounded. Men seized his horse by the bridle and anxiously asked for news from Leghorn. It was good news, for suddenly, and as if by a miracle, the ships from Marseilles had arrived with the long-expected reinforcements and supplies of corn. They had been driven on their course by so fierce a wind that they had hardly been sighted at sea before they were skimming full sail into the port, while the Venetians could make no attempt to cut them out, having been compelled by the same wind to anchor off Meloria. No words could describe the frantic joy of the people. They pressed round the messenger with mighty shouts, and his words flew from his mouth to mouth with many changes and exaggerations. Almost in an instant the city rang with the glad tidings. The bells pealed gaily, and in all the churches solemn thanksgivings were offered up for the miraculous succour received. Even to the Arrabbiati, it seemed as though the Lord had come to rescue the Republic from imminent ruin, and at this time Savonarola had proved a true prophet. His fame and influence were 1,000-fold increased, and the populace went about crying, "The friar's sermons have saved us again." After all, neither the supplies nor reinforcements were of much account. Only 600 of the men engaged by the merchants had consented to join the expedition, and as we have said, some of the vessels chartered parted from the rest directly they were out of port, sailed elsewhere in the hope of swelling their gains, and were all wrecked. Accordingly, a rumour had spread that no chance of succour remained. Even now only 5 ships and 2 galleons had come in with corn and men, but their unexpected mode of arrival, and at so opportune a moment, produced the most encouraging effect, not only on Florence but Leghorn. In the latter city the inhabitants were stirred to new hope, and firing all their guns in token of joy, they sallied forth against the Pisans, and at the same time hastened to strengthen the bastion of Ponti and Stangol, just as it was on the point of being seized by the enemy. The imperial troops, panic-stricken by the tremendous cannonade from the walls and exaggerated rumours of the reinforcements from Florence, were easily put to flight with a great slaughter, and left many horses and prisoners in the hands of the Livernese. Meanwhile, on the 1st November, Savonarola again appeared in the pulpit, and referring to his unlooked-for good fortune, extolled the loving kindness of God, inculcated the necessity of faith, of abandoning vice, of being constant in prayer, and trusting in none save the Lord. He next sought to moderate the excessive gladness of the people. "It is not meet to let yourselves to be so easily overcome, whether by joy or by grief. Ye must neglect no human precautions, but prepare more than ever for war." On the 2nd November, being All Souls' Day, he made another and most successful sermon on the art of dying a good death. He said that the true Christian ought to keep the idea of death always before his eyes, and that by duly reflecting thereon, all might be led to righteousness. He depicted in very vivid colours the state of the soul at the supreme moment, giving a minute and ingenious analysis of all the passions and regrets by which man is then assailed. "Death," he exclaimed, "is the most solemn moment of our life. It is then that the evil one makes his last attack upon us. It is as though he were always playing chess with man, and waiting the approach of death to give him checkmate. He who wins at the moment wins the battle of life. O my brethren, for what do we live in this world, save to learn to die a good death?" He suggested that every one should keep some picture over his bed to remind him constantly of the peril of death. He minutely described some pictures of this kind imagined by himself, and the people listened to him with the deepest attention. A portrait is displayed on the page, Sandro Botticelli. These suggested designs were afterwards executed and engraved in many editions of the sermon, by some of the best artisans of the age, and Sandro Botticelli is said to have been one of the number. Savonarola also gave fresh encouragement to the people that day, urging them to remain united and to labour for the defence of their country. After this sermon he again ceased preaching, and regretted having given the Pope a pretext for fresh complaints. For this time the Borgia no longer confined himself to complaints. Throughout the year Savonarola had been encompassed by snares. Even in April the Duke Ludovico, while zealously feigning to be his friend, had contrived by means of his agents to intercept the friar's correspondence with the King of France, had noised the matter abroad, and sent copies of the letters in various directions in order to prejudice the allies against Savonarola. He even communicated them to the Duke of Ferrara in the hope of destroying the great friendship the latter was known to entertain for Savonarola. But he failed in this intent, for the friar told the Ferrarese orator that it was long since he had written to the king, and that these letters were undoubtedly forged. Accordingly, the Duke continued to correspond with him, writing that he, too, was endeavouring to purge his city of its vices as much as possible and restore it to Christian living. And also, through the same ambassador, he warned the friar to be well on his guard against the snares which were laid for him, because nets are cast far out to drag the fish in shore. Savonarola was very grateful to him for this, and continually sent him good advice. Their correspondence was not only friendly, but carried on in a species of cipher, whenever it turned upon politics. 4 months later, Ludovico repeated the same stratagem by publishing other forged letters which he pretended to have intercepted. One of these, forwarded to the ambassador of France, teemed with abuse of that personage. The Frenchman was furious, demanded satisfaction from the Signory, and threatened to leave Florence, but it all came to nothing. Nor was Ludovico more successful with the forgeries he had sent to Bologna, Ferrara, and elsewhere. The Pope, however, did not consent to such childish measures. On hearing the news of the help received by Leghorn and of the friar's first sermon, he immediately issued another brief, dated the 7th of November, and addressed to all the Dominicans of Tuscany. In this he no longer insisted on the reunion of St. Mark's with the Lombard congregation, but on its entire separation from the latter, and its junction with all the other convents in Tuscany and Rome, in a new Tusco-Roman congregation with a special vicar of its own, who was, however, to be the subject to the authority of the Vicar General in Rome. The Pope entrusted the nomination of a vicar for the first 2 years to the Vicar General and the Cardinal of Naples, who, though hitherto favourable to Savonarola and his community, was now their declared foe. The execution of this project was entrusted to Francesco Valori, an enemy of the friar, but he was soon given a coadjutor in the person of Pedro Giacomo di Sicilia, who was, on the contrary, very well disposed towards him, and was appointed vicar of the new congregation. These subtleties were devised the better to entrap Savonarola, to which end the Pope was now devoting all his craft. But as he wished to achieve it without betraying his personal hostility to the friar, he had purposely reopened the question of the convents, while dexterously avoiding the objections Savonarola had already raised to the plan in September 1495. Thus he neither referred the friar's case to the Lombard vicar, nor ordained the junction of the two hostile congregations, but on the contrary caused the man who had been most friendly to Savonarola's community to be appointed as vicar, and finally, I was set forth in the brief, given an opportunity for the application of the new reform to all Tuscany and the Roman states. But these were mere feints, his real purpose being totally different. For once Savonarola became subject to the authority of the new vicar, who was only a subordinate of the general of the order in Rome, he would be deprived of the independence for which he had sought separation from the Lombard order, would likewise lose the command over his own community, giving him so much power in Florence, and best of all, could then be relegated to any other monastery at a moment's notice. This had always been the Pope's purpose at bottom. Moreover, it was plainly evident that, when joined to the new congregation, and subjected to the pressure of a host of other convents, more or less jealous and hostile, St. Mark's, instead of being able to introduce its reforms among them, might easily fall into backsliding. For all these reasons, Savonarola, instead of obeying, resumed his pen and wrote his Apology for the Congregation of St. Mark's, but now addressing the public instead of replying to the Pope, he adopted a very frank and daring tone. "I will not pause," he said, "to refute the charges brought against me as to my doctrines, since I have frequently replied to these, and am prepared to disprove them entirely in my work on the triumph of the cross, that will speedily be given to the light. But I replied to the command now imposed on me to join the new congregation. First of all, I have no right to do this solely on my own authority, but need the consent of 250 other monks who have all written to the Pope to the contrary effect, and I am neither able nor willing to oppose their decision, since I hold it to be honest and just." He then went on to adduce his reason for believing that the junction would have a relaxing and corrupting influence on the severe discipline of St. Mark's, and thus prove specially hurtful to the useful brethren now forming the majority in the convent. If the other communities are in no need of reform, why should they desire to join us? And if they join us in order that we may reform them, we have already so many untrained youths among us that we have hard work to instruct them. Therefore, union with other convents would bring naught but disorder and confusion to all, and more particularly to ourselves. He then referred to the deplorable enmity existing between the various convents, and the mortal danger he had incurred from that cause both at Siena and Pisa, and he concluded by saying, "This union is therefore impossible, unreasonable, and hurtful, nor can the brethren of St. Mark's be bound to agree to it, insomuch as superiors may not issue commands contrary to the rules of the order, nor contrary to the law of charity and the welfare of our souls. We must therefore take it for granted that our superiors have been misled by false reports, and resist meanwhile a command that is contrary to charity. Neither must we allow ourselves to be cowed by threats nor excommunications, but be ready to face death rather than submit to that which would be poison and perdition to our souls. When our conscience revolts from some command received from our superiors, we must first resist and humbly make protest, to which we have already done. But should this means fail, we must then follow the example of St. Paul, qui coram omnibus restitit in faciam petri. Thus, after a very brief truce, Savonarola was again at open war with the Pope. Meanwhile, after the one stroke of luck in the unexpected succour from France, the fortunes of the war again declined, especially at Leghorn, and but for the jealous disputes between Ludovico and the Venetians, the siege would long since have been brought to a successful end. But for the second time, Providence seemed determined to intervene in the favour of the Florentines. The same libeccio, southeasterly wind, that, at the end of October, had wafted the Marseillese ships safely to port, now towards the 15th of November began to blow with so much fury that the whole of the Venetian fleet was driven aground. The admiral's galley, with the emperor on board, was cast broadside against the Rocca Nuova, all its crew and armaments wrecked, and Maximilian himself barely saved. 2 other vessels suffered the same fate, and the others were too severely injured to be of any use. The shipwrecked men all surrendered to the enemy in order to save their lives, so that great numbers of prisoners were taken that day at Leghorn, and sufficient booty to enrich many of the citizens. And now Maximilian, weary of fighting, as he said, against God and man, withdrew ingloriously from the enterprise that he had begun and conducted with so little prudence. Nor would he give any explanation of this hasty resolve, nor make any mention of it, until after his arrival in Lombardy, when he complained bitterly of the conduct of the Venetians in the Moor. Fortune seemed to be against him to the last, for when, during his retreat, a considerable band of his Germans joined a number of Pisans in attacking the castle of Lari, Alessandro degli Alessandri, the Florentine commissary, reserved his fire until they were all in the moat, and then shot down the greater part of them. Thus between October and November the fortunes of the Florentines took a prosperous turn, and again, as if by miracle, they were delivered from the most imminent danger. Returning to the pulpit on the 26th of November, Savonarola reminded his hearers of their past trials, of the discouragement in which they had been plunged, of the divine mercy that had come to their aid, and exhorted all to give the most heartfelt and grateful thanks to the Lord. He then went on to recapitulate the history and merits of the popular government, again compared the different stages of its formation with the 7 days of the creation, where he asserted his own prophetic mission and promised to preach during the coming Advent. On the next day, in fact, he began the first 8 of those sermons on Ezekiel, which showed that he had now relinquished all hope of truce or reconciliation with the Pope. O Lord, teach me the way of adversity. I come to preach this morning solely to repeat that which I have before said, and I herewith confirm it afresh, and will give my life for it, should I retract. He continued, turning to the people, Thou mayest say that this friar contradicteth the God, that I speak lies, and thou mayest stone me and cast me from the pulpit. He recurred to his gift of prophecy, again predicted that the scourge was at hand, the which will be all the greater, the less the people remain faithful to religion and liberty. The most important of these 8 sermons was the 6th, delivered in the Duomo on the 13th of December by special request and in the presence of the Signory, beginning, as was then almost his daily wont, with introductory remarks on the goodness and mercy of the Lord. Savonarola went on to enumerate all the blessings which had been poured upon Florence. This is thine own city, O Lord. Thou hast chosen and blessed it. Thou hast enlightened it with virtuous living. Hast infused thy faith and thy light in the soul of this people. In addition to spiritual gifts, thou hast likewise vouchsafed it temporal blessings. And the first and greatest of these is the freedom thou hast restored it, for this is one of the highest of blessings. Quia non ben pro toto libertas venditur oro. Before, the city was subject to the will of one man, now it is no longer fettered thus. If that man said, Do evil, then evil had to be done. If another tyrant said, Marry thy daughter to that man, thou wert constrained to obey, or break off that connection, and thou wert constrained to break it off, or give me that gold, and thou hadst to give it. In those days, this thy people was beaten with rods, and yet had to suffer patiently. In this fashion the preacher went through the whole history of the liberation of Florence, from the expulsion of Piero de' Medici to the departure of Maximilian, in order to demonstrate the goodness of the Lord to the Florentines. He then exhorted them to virtue, and reproved their coldness in coming daily to his sermons, without practising what he taught them. Preach to these men as one may, they have taken the habit of listening well and yet acting ill. This habit hath come as second nature, and they continue to listen without obeying. And it is as hard to change this course of things as to change the course of the waters. Thou hast made a habit of always hearing the command, Do justice, do justice. Thou wilt become like unto a rook on a steeple, that, at the first stroke of the church bell, taketh alarm and hath fear, but then, when accustomed to the sound, preacheth quietly on the bell, however loudly it be rung. He also reproved the people for their ingratitude towards God. For the freedom he hath given, ye are doing your best to destroy by continual murmurs and slanderings, and by the continual plots being hatched within and without the walls. Ungrateful people, God hath granted thee this great counsel, and thou seekest to overthrow it by admitting the enemies of the country. Such was by no means my intent. In the beginning it is true that I allowed all to enter therein, because liberty was then fresh, and it was needful to put it to trial, but I by no means intended to find room for the bad, as is now the practice. Magnificent Signori, I tell ye that ye must keep your eye on this council, prune it and polish it, and see whether it be well that all its members should be granted admittance. Of necessity it must be a numerous council, but some limits should be put to it, if only to expel it from its midst, the enemies of the country. Nevertheless, I hold not with those who would abstain from voting until this new reform be accomplished, and still less am I agreed with those who would have the magistrates chosen by lot. This is contrary to freedom, I tell ye. Thou art a bad Christian. Go read the history written by Leonardo da Arezzo, where he saith that all went well with the city until its rulers were elected by lot, the which practice was devised by ambitious men, and there be always wicked ones of this sort, who go whispering the suggestion in men's ears. Such be they that plot against the city, holding secret meetings within and without the walls, together with priests and friars, and giving fine suppers and feasts. And all the speeches against the friar. If they eat bread, they talk of the friar, meat, and still of the friar, of drinking wine, again of the friar. Take heed, O Florence, of these gatherings, the sole purport of which is to ruin thy liberty. This poor friar here hath to fight the whole world single-handed. Well, as to myself, I tell ye, summon doctors, prelates, whomsoever ye will, I am ready to fight against all. I can tell ye that the order of St. Dominic there hath never been a heretic, but on the contrary many of its members have wrought great reforms in Italy. You cannot fail to remember Cardinal Latino, Angelo Acciaioli, and Saint Antonio. Even so it will be now, but first of all it is needful to enforce justice and show severity. 'Tis your part, O Signori, to look to these things. Order an escape of armed men, and go sword in hand. Should this not suffice, appeal to the people and make yourselves feared. Let all magistrates who leave crime unpunished suffer the penalty of guilt. Do justice, therefore, magnificent Signory, justice, Signory of the Eight, justice, magistrates of Florence, justice, men and women, let all cry for justice. In this way the year 1496 is brought to a close. The Florentine Republic had marvellously escaped an infinite number of perils. Savonarola's name and authority were again in the ascendant, and the popular party was again absolute master of the situation. But at the same time the struggle with Rome now wore an increasingly threatening aspect, and the Pope's hatred for the friar and the government created by him burnt with inextinguishable fury. Moreover, so many enemies had been detected in the very bosom of the Republic, so many plots on the part of the Arrabbiati and the Bighi, that Savonarola perceived that not only were 7 measures unavoidable, but that it would likewise be necessary to modify the form of the Greater Council in order to save the government from the falling into the hands of men whose sole purpose was to destroy it, and who had merely profited by the indulgence hitherto shown them, to conspire with impunity against the freedom of their land. End of section 22. Section 23 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 6. Francesco Valori is made Gonfalonier and proposes several new laws. Carnivals celebrated by a burning of the vanities. Purchase of the Medici Library by the Monastery of St. Mark. Savonarola's ideas on the beautiful. His defense of poetry. His compositions in verse. 1497. The events of the past year having again brought the popular party into favour, Francesco Valori was elected Gonfalonier of Justice for January and February 1497, with the signory altogether devoted to him. For a man of milder temper and less ardent passions, this would have been the moment to impose a check upon the arrabbiati and the biggie. But Valori, being always carried away by his impetuosity, now refused to listen to Savonarola's words, when the latter suggested that the Greater Council should be somewhat restricted in order to exclude from it all those who were conspiring against the Republic. On the contrary, he determined to increase its numbers by getting a new law passed, qualifying citizens to become members of the Council at the age of 24 instead of 30 years. He thought to strengthen the Republic by admitting the people to a larger and more absolute share in its government, but results proved contrary to his wishes, inasmuch as a new law gave admittance to the corrupt and turbulent youth of the arrabbiati, who were specially incensed against Savonarola, his new government, and the new mode of life he had introduced. Balls and festivities being forbidden, and the carnival destroyed, they had no longer any purpose in life, and were therefore the ringleaders of every plot laid against the friar. For the better execution of their plans, they had banded together under the command of Dolfo Ridolfo Spini, went about armed, provoked quarrels, committed acts of violence, and accordingly won from the people the title of Combagnasi, or bad fellows. The new law, by qualifying them to enter the council, furnished them with a powerful weapon which they did not hesitate to use for the injury of the Republic. Valori, however, seemed blind to these perils, and in fact, about the same time, we find the signory proposing another and equally improvident measure. This was the law of the decima scalata, or graduated tithes, corresponding with what we would now be termed a progressive tax. It naturally encountered great opposition from all men of fortune, but was strenuously pushed by the popular party. Hence passions became heated, one side in urging on, the other in combating the bill, and it is strange to find the same arguments alleged, the same speeches made, which we have heard repeated in our own time. On the popular side it was averted that equality of taxation consists in imposing equal burdens upon all, and that even the new law failed to provide for this, inasmuch as with one tithe burdens the poor by taxing the necessities of life, 2 or 3 more only tax the superfluities of the rich. This country of ours, the speech went on to say, is like unto a piece of cloth of sufficient length to provide reasonable mantles for all, but that has been so unequally divided, that whereas one man has a mantle, he may fold about him 3 times, and trail on the ground more than a yard at his heels, another has too short a measure for even a beggar's cloak. It then concluded with a burst of invective against the rich, and the injury they wrought on the poor by their superfluous expenses. On the other side, it was urged by men of greater moderation that equality demands that no citizen should be able to oppress another, and that all should be equally subject to the laws, but to say that all must be equal in everything would be a blind interpretation of the word, very much like making a house with all the rooms on the same floor, and would lead to a state of chaos fit to overwhelm a whole world, much less a single city. Do you not see that by these improvident laws ye sow discord, give rise to discussion, and throw upon the doors to a Piero de' Medici? Whether the signory was persuaded by these arguments to withdraw the law, or whether it was repulsed by the majority, it is certain that the decima scalata was never passed, and that after this things went more smoothly. During this period, Savonarola was living in silent seclusion, employed in revising his Triumph of the Cross, and writing a number of pamphlets, which he desired to publish quickly in order to extend the diffusion of his doctrines, and gain fresh champions in the violent struggle with Rome that, as he well knew by letters from that city, was not only inevitable but imminent. On this account he had entrusted the direction of spiritual concerns to Fra Domenico of Pescia, whose fervour and energy in religious affairs equalled those of Valori in politics. This monk had so blinded admiration for his master that he not only felt the most implicit faith in his prophecies, but believed him capable of working the greatest miracles, and would have joyfully laid down his life in support of any one of Savonarola's utterances. But unfortunately, his extravagant zeal and unbounded crudelity made him equally ready to go to perilous lengths. While men's minds and public affairs were in this state, carnival time was drawing near, and the Arrabbiati were prepared to attempt a revival of the old orgies, of the scandalous Medicean festivities, and above all, of that game of stones to which they well knew the populace to be specially addicted. Thereupon Fra Domenico, being stirred to great wrath, determined to do his best to thwart their intent. He preached daily sermons, addressed epistles to the children, and caused new regulations to be passed by the Signory enforcing the reforms initiated by Savonarola during the past year. We have already described the grand procession of the preceding Lent, when the children marched through the streets singing Girolamo Benevieni's hymn, and collecting considerable sums for the Monte di Pietà. But now, guided by their chiefs, they went about the city in bands, and knocking at the doors of rich and poor, demanded the surrender of everything they styled vanities or anathemae. These comprised all books or pictures of an indecent nature, carnival masks and costumes. On receipt of anything of this kind, they repeated a special prayer of Savonarola's composition, and passed on to the next house. In this way quantities of different objects were collected, intended to serve for a new festivity devised by Fra Domenico and Savonarola. In fact, on the last day of Carnival, 7th of February, there was no longer any thought of pagan orgies, and all were prepared for a religious solemnity. In the morning, men, women, and children attended a grand mass celebrated by Savonarola, and all received the communion from his hands. After returning to their homes and taking a frugal meal, they all joined, at a later hour, in a grand procession through the town. First came, borne by 4 angels, a beautiful figure of the infant Jesus, carved by Donatello. Its left hand pointed to a crown of thorns, its right raised in the act of benediction. Close behind marched a prodigious train, some clothed in white, many bearing crosses and chanting religious hymns and lauds. Alms collectors went round with silver trays asking contributions for St. Martin's good men, who obtained more gold on that day than throughout the whole year. At last the procession reached the Piazza, where a great octangular pyramid had been built up, measuring about 60 feet in height and 240 in circumference at the base. It was formed of 7 stages, on which all the different vanities collected during the carnival were arranged. The apex of the pile was crowned by a monstrous figure supposed to personify the old King Carnival, and the interior of the structure was packed with combustibles. The piazza was soon thronged with people, and the children being arranged on the ringhiera outside the palace, and under the Loggia de' Lanzi, were continually employed in singing devotional songs and invectives against the carnival. At a given signal, the 4 guardians of the pile fired it at the 4 points. Smoke and flames instantly burned forth. The trumpeters of the Signory sounded a charge. The bells of the palace pealed forth, and the multitude vented their joy in as mighty a shout as though the arch-enemy of mankind were finally vanquished. Thus ended the procession and carnival of 1497. Of course, those who blamed all that was done by the direction or advice of Savonarola and the monks of St. Mark's did not refrain from inveighing against the destruction of the vanities, and declared that it would have been far better to have sold them for the benefit of the poor. Strangely enough, the old historians barely allude to these accusations, and even in the almost numberless writings in favour or abuse of the friar, in which every subject and fact was discussed, lending itself to his attack or defence, this even was almost entirely passed over, but this has not been the case with modern writers. When the love for antiquities first began to revive, and then developed into so absorbing a passion as almost to make it seem that men were born for the sole purpose of editing ancient manuscripts and restoring old pictures and monuments, the burning of the vanities became a theme of rhetorical display for all who treated of those times. Savonarola's name was loaded with abuse as that of a superstitious barbarian, the wilful destroyer of our ancient grandeur, and he was accordingly portrayed as a fanatic monk who sought to overwhelm the Renaissance with the gloom of the Middle Ages. If some old manuscript went astray, it was at once declared to have been burnt by Savonarola. If some edition of Boccaccio became specially scarce, everyone was persuaded that the friar had destroyed it. If an ancient statue chanced to be lost, of course the Piagnoni had reduced it to ashes at the burning of the vanities. But what fire could have totally consumed marble statues? And was it credible that the children should have collected a whole edition of Boccaccio? Nevertheless, the subject was so excellent a peg for bursts of rhetoric, and so admirably in sympathy with the public feeling, that few could withstand the temptation of assuming the defence of our great monuments of antiquity and making long speeches on the fatal effects of fanaticism. It should also be noted that the first, though innocent author of these excesses was no other than Burlamaqui, who, with a naivete peculiar to himself, gave a lengthy, highly coloured and exaggerated account of the burning, described it as a thoroughly religious and Christian deed. Neither he nor any other of the old biographers seem able to say enough in praise of their hero's holy zeal. Nevertheless, Burlamaqui's words by no means serve to justify the extremes modern writers have indulged in, since among the many objects of more or less value described by this chronicler, there is not one of any definite or intrinsic worth. But at the end of his narrative, after having exultingly dilated on the number of works of art and volumes of the old poets comprised among the vanities, he finally says that a Venetian merchant having offered to buy them for the sum of 20,000 crowns, the man's portrait was put on top of the pile beside the image of the carnival and burnt with all the rest. It was only natural that the offer was so large, and in those days almost fabulous, and almost should have given free scope to men's fancy, and led them to suppose that things of the most precious kind had been destroyed in the fire. Savonarola's friends and foes having shown, although from opposite motives, equal exaggeration on this point, it became very difficult to ascertain the exact truth. It was necessary to keep in mind that Burlamaqui, although very careful in the narration of events seen by himself or described to him by eyewitnesses, is always inaccurate and exaggerated in his figures. In speaking of the procession of the children, he makes their number almost equal to that of the whole population of Florence, and estimates the sum of money collected by them at an altogether incredible amount. Then, too, his very inaccurate calculation of years and dates has been the principal cause of the confusion as to the events of Savonarola's life, and compelled us to confer to original documents for all chronological details. What value can then be assigned to judgments based on the calculations of so faulty a writer? But what process of logic can we blindly credit Burlamaqui's figures in this instance, when obliged to distrust him on so many other points? And is it all probable that Savonarola would have been allowed, not only without opposition, but without general consent, to burn ancient statues or valuable manuscripts at a time when his fellow countrymen were making long and hazardous journeys in quest of these treasures and devoting life and substance to their acquisition? How are we to believe that in the days of Marsilio Ficino and Angelo Poliziano no voice should have been raised in his condemnation? For were not the leading artists and scholars of the time still counted among the most fervent of his admirers? Is it the least credible that Girolamo Benevieni, the poet and man of learning, would then have extolled the burning and written songs for the occasion, that Nandi, the translator of Livy, and almost ardent admirer of the ancients, should have made such slighting and contemptuous allusion to all who objected to it, or that a man of Guicciardini's stamp would have written so eulogistic an account of it? But in stripping off the wild exaggerations with which it is overlaid, we have no intention of consenting to the reality of the fact, and only seek to determine its precise value. We cannot exactly ascertain what were the vanities burnt on this occasion, but they undoubtedly consisted for the most part of fancy dresses, masks, and other carnival accessories, inasmuch as the sole object of the bonfire was to suppress immortality and abolish the game of stones and other festivities formerly carried on in a carnival. We are justified in thinking that, to mark his disapprobation of corrupt manners, Savonarola may have burnt a few volumes with indecent illustrations, some copies of the Decameron, then the famous reading even of cloistered nuns, and some of the more obscene poetical works then freely circulated among women and children, and against which he had energetically thundered from the pulpit. We cannot completely exonerate him on his head, but although the learned may lament the loss of some precious volumes, and the philosopher deplore the human weakness that often combats wrong by wrong, and old fanaticism by new history reminds us that such has ever been the characteristic of men inspired by a great and excessive zeal for religion. Can we estimate the destruction wrought by the iconoclasts in the East or the early Christians in Rome? Nor must the consideration of the highly civilized times in which he lived make us judge Savonarola too harshly, when we see that in the following century neither churches nor pictures were spared by the fire. More relentless zeal of the image breakers of Germany and Holland. Did not John Calvin live in the age of Leo X and Francis I? And was he not a man of considerable culture, lofty genius, and iron strength of will? He too became the head of a republic, without, however, the merit of being its founder, and yet while the declared champion of freedom and tolerance, he not only inflicted the severest punishments on all who committed blasphemy or worked on Sunday, but even cast women into prison for arranging their hair in an immodest fashion. Was it not he who, in the year 1553, had the innocent and ill-starred servitors burnt to death at Geneva? It is no part of true historic criticism to put aside when judging Savonarola all resemblance of human passion and religious excitement. But why stir sad memories of the past, all equally humiliating to humanity? It is needless to recall these instances of religious fanaticism in Savonarola's defense. Should the arguments we have alleged fail to show how unjustly he was accused of barbarous destruction, there is the evidence of facts in his favour, and one special fact occurring at the very time of the burning of the vanities will suffice to set the question at rest. We have seen the financial straits to which the Republic had been lately reduced. It was totally unable to settle the numerous debts on the Medici's confiscated possessions. Accordingly, it was first compelled to borrow heavily on them and then put them up for sale. Among these possessions was the celebrated library, a rare treasure of learning, at which, being deposited in the convent of St. Mark and subsequently in the palace, was now exposed to the same fate. Even had any citizen of Florence been rich enough to buy it, he certainly would not have thrown it open to the public, and as private individuals were no less embarrassed than the state, there was immediate danger of this splendid collection being dispersed and even of passing into foreign hands, since one of the numerous creditors of the Republic chanced to be no other than the French diplomat, Philippe de Comines, who was now pressingly demanding the payment of his claim for 1,000 florins. This danger was painfully appreciated by all men of culture, who was in prey to avert it. Who willingly came forward? No other than Savonarola, the notoriously barbaric destroyer of ancient manuscripts. The convent of St. Mark was poor at this time, the friars having stripped themselves, by their superiors' advice, of nearly all their possessions. Nevertheless, they contracted a loan, sold the remaining lands at Pisan and by the payment in October 1495 of 2,000 florins, an enormous sum for those days, received the famous library in deposit for a year. By the terms of the contract, if the money were not repaid in the course of the period, the friars would be authorized to reimburse themselves by selling part of the collection. In reality, this was their first step towards buying it outright, and meanwhile they set to work to recover all the scattered manuscripts, some of which had been lent or otherwise dispersed. Savonarola considered that the credit to the convent and the remaining property could be devoted to no better use. By the purchase of this precious collection, he saved it from dispersion and from the danger of falling into alien hands. And by placing it in the convent library, the only one then open to the public, he could not only render a service to Florence, but at the same time help to tide the state over its financial embarrassments. And when, as he had foreseen, the government proved unable to restore the money at the end of the year, he began to negotiate for a purchase of the library by offering another 1,000 florins to Philippe de Comines, for the payment of which Bernardo Nassi became guarantee. A contract to this effect was signed in January 1498. This affair was accordingly going on during the years in which the Medici carnival gaieties were suppressed, and the first, 1497, and second, 1498, burning of the vanities performed. Here then is historical proof that the supposed enemy of the ancients, the barbarous destroyer of manuscripts and works of art, not only devoted the last remnant of his convent's property, but likewise burdened the community with a very heavy debt, in order to preserve the art and science of the marvellous collection of Greek and Latin codices, and the unrivalled treasure of miniatures still contained in the Laurentian library. But the strength of our friar's interest in ancient manuscripts in no way lessened his admiration for the fine arts. A portrait is displayed on the previous page, Michelangelo Buonarroti. He did not found the School of Design in St. Mark's, and insists that his novices should practice the arts in order to provide for the necessities of the convent without having recourse to charity. Was he not continually surrounded by a chosen band of the best artists of his age? All the world knows the art and affection he had inspired in Fra Bartolomeo della Porta, who, for 4 years after his master's death, was unable to resume the brush. All the della Robbia was devoted to Savonarola. 2 of them received the mosaic robe from his hands, and the family long preserved the traditional reverence for his name. Concerning Lorenzo de' Credi, Vasari tells us that he was a partisan of Fra Girolamo sect, and relates of Cronaca that he had conceived so great a frenzy for Savonarola's teachings that he could talk of nothing else. And he says the same of Sandro Botticelli, whom he numbers among those who illustrated the friar's works with beautiful engravings. But it is enough to mention the name of Michelangelo Buonarroti, known to be one of the most constant hearers, and who in his old age constantly read and reread the friar's sermons, and never forgot the potent charm of that orator's gestures and voice. When labouring on the ramparts of St. Miniato al Monte in defence of the resuscitated Republic in 1529-30, the sculptor proved how well he had profited by the master's teachings. In fact, the manifest injustice of the charges of hostility to the fine arts alleged against Savonarola moved an eloquent French writer to assume his defence. But unfortunately he too was led by an excessive admiration for his hero, undue love of system and religious zeal to exceed the bounds of truth, and thus neutralize the effect of his earnest vindication. He persisted in regarding Savonarola almost as a leader of Italian painting, a reviver of that which he styled Christian art, as distinguished from pagan or naturalistic art. In this way he transformed all the artists who had been admirers of the friar into so many disciples of a supposed school that even had he possessed the necessary aptitude, Savonarola could neither have had the opportunity nor the leisure to establish, seeing that, as he himself so often declared, the absorbing agitations of his political and religious life compelled him to neglect all other studies and occupations. In point of fact, the Christian ideal of art, as conceived by Beato Angelico and his contemporaries, was in its decline in Savonarola's day. The artist friends who best loved him studied from nature and the antique, tended towards classicism, and were in danger of losing sight of the sacred ideal so fervently urged by their master as essential to the new art, and the need of this ideal being more widely recognized than is generally thought by the Italian scholars and artists of the period. They were all fired with enthusiasm for the preacher who taught them that the Renaissance neither might nor could suppress Christianity. Thus, while regarded by skeptics and pedants as one bent on reviving the past, Savonarola was held by great souls of Michelangelo's stamp to be, as he truly was, the precursor of a new era in which the power of Christianity would again be revived without prejudice to nature or antiquity. But at this point, the nature of our subject leads us to an inquiry into Savonarola's ideas on the beautiful, which indeed constituted neither a small nor insignificant part of his doctrines. The friar's mind ranged over a vast domain of thought. His philosophy embraced the entire scabelle, and everything on which he turned his glance inspired him with new and original conceptions. We will first give a few ideas culled from his sermons. In what does beauty consist? In colour? No. In form? No. Beauty is born of the correspondence of parts and colours. This as regards composite things. The beauty of simple things is in their light. Behold the sun and the stars, their beauty is in the light they shed. Behold the spirits of the blessed, their beauty consists of light. Behold, God is light. He is beauty itself. Thus the beauty of man and woman is the greater and more perfect, the more resemblance it hath to primary beauty. What then is this beauty? It is a quality resulted from the proportionate correspondence of the members and parts of the body. Thou dost not call a woman beautiful on account of her beautiful nose and beautiful hands, but when all is in harmony. What is the source of this beauty? On investigation thou wilt see that it emanates from the soul. Now take 2 women of equal beauty. Let one be good, modest, and pure, the other a prostitute. Thou wilt see the good one shine with an almost angelic beauty, and that the other, however handsome she may be, is in no way comparable with the good and virtuous woman. Thou wilt see that this holy one will be dearer to every one, and that all eyes, even those of carnal-minded men, will be attracted to her. And the reason of this is because the untainted soul shares the beauty of God, and lends its divine charm to the body. We read concerning the Virgin that her great beauty struck all who looked on her with amazement, and that she was so encircled by a halo of sanctity as to excite impure desires in no man, or, on the contrary, holding her in reverence. This gave Savonarola an opportunity to address his female hearers and center their attention to outward and material beauty, while neglecting the spiritual beauty that alone had any value in his eyes. Ye women that glory in your finery, in your hair, and your hands, I tell ye that ye are all hideous. Would ye behold true beauty? Note some devout person, either male or female, that hath the divine spirit. Note him, I say, when engaged in prayer, and in the flush of divine beauty, and on his return from prayer. Then will ye see the beauty of God reflected in his face, and his countenance almost as that of an angel. He then turned to the artists, who in painting the Virgin and the saints, not only delighted in representing varied fashions of attire, but instead of seeking to express the nobility and holiness of some elevated and sublime type, frequently gave portraits of persons notorious for their evil life and indecent and scandalous habits. And these young men go about saying of this woman and that, Here is a Magdalene, here is a Virgin, there is a St. John, and there ye paint their faces in the churches, the which is a great profanation of divine things. Ye painters do very ill, and did ye know, as I know, the scandal ye cause, ye would certainly act differently. Ye fill the churches with vain things. Think ye that the Virgin should be painted, as ye paint her? I tell ye that she went clothed as a beggar. These ideas, which are frequently met with in Savonarola's sermons, form an integral part of his system. His great aim was to ensure the triumph of Christianity in religion, and therefore in art, in morals, in politics, and everything else. He steadily kept this purpose in view. But for a deeper knowledge of his aesthetic principles, we must turn to a little work of his upon poetry. The idea of it was conceived in the following way. Carried away by the heat of his eloquence, Savonarola often indulged in severe and perhaps excessive condemnation of licentious poets and the use made of their works by contemporary preachers, who filled their sermons with quotations from writers of this kind, and especially from those of the heathen world. This gave rise to many murmurs, and although his own poems were well known to all, his adversaries proclaimed him hostile to poets and poetry in general. Thereupon the famous scholar Ugolino Verino, then a great admirer of Savonarola, although afterwards his betrayer, sent him a Latin epistle accompanied by some verses in praise of religion. He spoke of poetry in his letter, declaring that he agreed with Savonarola as to the benefit to be derived from true poets, and the evil caused by obscene writers and undue admiration of paganism. He seemed to wish to lead the friar to a clearer explanation of his own ideas, and then refute the calumnies of his opponents. And it was then that Savonarola published his little work on the division and utility of all the sciences, one portion of which is entitled An Apology of the Art of Poetry. The aim of the author was to prove that he despised no element of human knowledge, but sought to give each its due rank. But having spoken elsewhere of the division of the sciences adopted by the friar, we need only here explain the portion of the work devoted to poetry, in order to settle the point in discussion by means of the author's own words. Accordingly, Savonarola began with a letter to Verino, in which he says, I have never been minded to condemn the art of verse, but only the abuse made of it by many, although not a few have sought to calumniate me in their speech and their writings. For in truth it was my purpose to pay no heed to these things in pursuance of the precept, never to answer a fool according to his folly, but now thy words force me to take up the pen. But thou must not expect me to write elegantly, since for the last 20 years I have neglected all the humanities for other and graver pursuits. After this short preamble, he enters into the main question, by first drawing a distinction between the form and substance of poetry. By some it is held to consist solely of form, but in this they are greatly deceived. The essence of poetry consists in philosophy and thought, since without these no man can be a true poet. And should anyone believe that the art of poetry only teaches dactyls and spordeeds, long or short syllables, and verbal flourishes, he is undoubtedly in great error. He then proceeds to give a definition of poetry on thoroughly scholastic principles, but quickly changing his tone, announces more original ideas. The purpose of poetry, he says, is to persuade by means of the syllogism called an example, expressed in eloquent language, in order to convince and delight at the same time, and inasmuch as our soul finds sovereign pleasure in songs and harmonies. So the ancients contrived the art of metrical arrangement, the better by this means to urge men to virtue. But this metre is purely conventional, and the poet can deal with his theme without the aid of metre or rhyme. This is proved by the Holy Scriptures, to which the Lord hath given the true poetry of wisdom, the genuine eloquence of the Spirit of truth. Thus, instead of feeding men's minds with a husk of words, they instantly imbue them with the Spirit, show them the essence of truth, and give marvellous nourishment to all that are free from earthly vanities. For verily, what serve in eloquence and neither achievers its proposed end? What service a painted and decorated bark that is always struggling with the waves, never bearing its passengers near the port, but always moving farther away from it? What profiteth it to the soul, merely to tickle the ears of the multitude, praise oneself as a divinity, mouth lauds of the philosophers, and sing poets' verses out of tune, while forsaking or barely remembering the gospel of Jesus Christ? After speaking this way of poetry in general, he next treats the poets of his own day. There is, he says, a false race of pretended poets who can do naught but run after the Greeks and Romans, repeating their ideas, copying their style in the metre, and even invoking the same deities, almost as though we were not men as much as they, with reason and religion of our own. Now this is not only false poetry, but likewise a most hurtful snare to our youth. Were this not already as clear as sunlight, I would labour to prove it. Experience, the only teacher of all things, having so plainly manifested to the eyes the evils born of this false kind of poetry, that it is needless to pause to condemn it. And what shall we say on finding that even the pagans condemned poets such as these? Did not Plato himself, whom nowadays all extol to the skies, declare the necessity of making a law for the expulsion from the city of all poets, who by the example and authority of most iniquitous deities, and the allurements of most shameful verse, filled the world with ignominious lust and moral destruction? Why do our Christian rulers make no sign? Why do they disassemble these ills? Why do they not pass a law banishing from the city not those false poets only, but even their works, and those of the ancient writers treating of vicious subjects and in praise of false gods? It would be an excellent thing were such books destroyed, and only those inciting to virtue preserved. These were the utterances, some of which are certainly unduly severe, serving as the basis of many of the charges alleged against Savonarola. We have given them in full, the better and more clearly, to show how, after all that had passed, even after the proofs he had given of his regard for the treasures of ancient and modern art, what a handle these expressions gave to his enemies, and how he was betrayed into them by his indignation against those who profaned the beautiful, or feigned to be its ministers. The intemperance of his language was justified at the moment by the corruption of a time in which the true, vigorous, and noble poetry of Dante Alighieri was neglected in the general craving for and delight in obscenities. Nevertheless, continued Savonarola, even among the ancients there be some that condemn vicious things and extol the generous deeds of great men. By these poetry was turned to good use, and I have neither the right nor the wish to condemn them. But then he adds, with fresh excitement, even the best of these heathen poets should only be studied after a strong and healthy Christian training. Let them accordingly be kept from the eyes of the young, until the latter have been first nourished on evangelical doctrines, and had them firmly impressed on their tender minds. It is a matter of no light importance to give the good direction to their first training, but rather of great, and the greatest importance, since beginning is more than half the work. For my part, I hold it better to see Christians adorned with good morals but scanty eloquence, rather than see them rendered unworthy of the name of Christ by the brilliancy of their eloquence. In conclusion, he speaks of the benefit that poetry may confer on religion, and says, "Were a poet only to sing the praises of religion, he might certainly do it honour, but would be of no real service to it, unless vivified by the spirit that latter kills. The honour and glory sought by the poet always consist in the art he employs, rather than in the subject treated by him. How then can he serve religion before which all other human interests are as naught? The example of a poor, simple, ignorant woman kneeling in earnest prayer doeth more good to mankind than all the poets and philosophers who celebrate the Lord's praise with pompous declamation. For whereas the woman's heart is warmed by faith, these men's minds are full of worldly vanity." Undoubtedly, this will be regarded by many as too exclusive, a mode of investigating the subject. Nevertheless, it appertains to a sounder method of criticism than might be supposed at first sight. Art, it is true, lives in a world of its own, in which it finds its own end and is sufficient to itself. Those who, in seeking to elevate it, have tried to use it as an instrument for some moral, political, or religious end, have always reduced it to the level of prose. No picture, poem, or musical work has ever become immortal through being composed for a purpose, no matter how noble or generous that purpose may have been, whereas numerous works, conceived for no very laudable aim, have lasted through many centuries. Hence Savonarola showed no inadequacy in his conception of art, when distinguishing it so clearly from morality and religion, but on the contrary proved that he had grasped its true nature. Where he erred was in allowing too little for the ennobling effect of mental culture on the soul, and the refinement of mind acquired in the realms of art. Being at that time solely dominated by religious ideas, he was overjealous in his attacks on the philosophical studies in which he was himself so well versed, and on this poetical art once so dear to him. But in deploring his intemperance on this point, we must not forget that there were many celebrated scholars and philosophers in those days, who seriously looked forward to the revival of paganism, and others who believed themselves to have attained the summit of art by the shameless indecencies they had strung together in Virgilian verse or Ciceronian prose. On the other hand, it was a great mistake to believe Savonarola insensible to the sublime symphonies of true art, or to the secret harmony of the beautiful. Was it not philosophy that had given him strength and courage to bear the cruel traits of his youth? Had not music and poetry served as a solace and vent to his earliest griefs? His verses prove him to have been no unworthy disciple of the arts, which he was now held to despise. For although his compositions may not always rise to the rank of true poetry, they all show a special originality and elevation of thought, and are therefore valuable proofs of the nobility of their author's mind. Some space must accordingly be given to their examination. Although exclusively on religious themes, these verses are to be divided into two distinct classes, and they strangely confirm Savonarola's declared views on the nature of poetry and its various forms. Most of the canzoni were written in his youth, before he had fled from the world, while he was still ardently devoted to letters, and only wrote to give vent to his innermost feelings. But this more numerous Lodi Spirituali were composed at a riper age, with the exclusively religious purpose of overthrowing the canti carnassialspi, which were then so popular in Florence. These lauds are altogether outside the field of genuine art, for their mere form and even almost their ideas are suggested and determined by the very species of poetry they were meant to supersede. The author set them to the same music as the carnival songs, and followed the same arrangement, while trying to substitute a word of faith or religion for every one of their lewd expressions. Hence, having voluntarily stretched himself on this bed of Procrustes, he is forced by his very antagonism to initiate lines which are often poor in idea and full of artificial conceits, and is driven to unworthy verbal devices and subterfuges. Accordingly, we cannot be surprised at the absence of true poetry in these lauds, but rather that they should often throw a certain amount of temperance, decorum, and good sense. When Girolamo Benvieni, a famous poet in his own day, attempted the same style, he frequently passed the limits not only of art, but of common sense, and in singing the joy and delight of growing mad for the love of Christ, he ventured to apply the name of poetry to the following lines: Tortre once a men de speme, tri di fed e sie di amore. duo di piatto e poni in sen, tutto al fuoco del timore, fa di poli bolle 3 ore, preme in fine e aguini tanto, de ultimate id dolor quanto, basta a fa questa pazzia. Compared with effusions such as these, Savonarola's lords seem pleasantly good, for at least they are more simply conceived, have more spontaneity of feeling, and a more practical moral and loftier aim. We subjoin the first verses of one composed in the same year in which the new government was formed. Viva viva in nostra cor, Cristo de duca e sicor. Siescan pergi la intelletto, la memoria e voluntad, del terrestre e vano affecto, ado tutto in cartitade, contemplando la bontad, de lua redia fianze. Condiguindi e petuensia, si reformi dentro e for, si volete exud regni, per sua grazia e vostro cor, tutti gli odi e pavia signe, committete il dulce amor, e discordando ogni rancor, si san prenda in se la paz. Questo è quel che a esso pies, su nel cielo e qui nel cor. Of the many lauds composed by Savonarola, some have remained unpublished to the present day, but these latter add nothing to his reputation as a poet, since besides having all these defects common to the rest, they were never revised by their author and have been preserved in their original rough, fragmentary, and extremely incorrect form. But whenever Savonarola shakes off the fetters and bonds imposed by the theme of the Lords, whenever his verses are no longer made to serve an aim in which poetry has no concern, and whenever his words flow freely and spontaneously from his heart, then he too has the right to say, I also am a poet. We find many proofs of this in the canzoni, which, as we have said, were nearly all written in early youth, while he was still wrestling with earthly passions, and as yet unabsorbed in the spiritual delights which inspired him with so excessive a contempt for the world. In the two canzoni, De Ruina Ecclesiae and De Ruina Mundi, we already find much rough vigour and an energetic though careless style of versification. In others, on the contrary, we meet with great delicacy of feeling, expressed with a certain amount of elegance, and may be seen by certain portions of the canzone, beginning thus. Quando il soave e meo fito a conforto, per la pietà della mia stanzvita, con la sua dolcettura fornita, mia tre da leond a suna bioto poto, io sento al cor on regenuar acquato. The same may be said of the canzone addressed to Mary Magdalene, in which she describes with much feeling how the saint was born to heaven by Jesus Christ. E tutto il suo corard, e nel amor di Dio non si refrena. But to give a good idea of these compositions, we subjoin in full a canzone written in praise of Caterina di Verghi, who was born in 1463 and afterwards canonized as a saint by the Roman Curia in 1724. 1. Anima bel ciel la membra sante, salendo al ciel abundanasti in terra, per far fed fra noi del altra vita, oce e formata per la lunga guerra, ove giamai non fusti is bicutita. Ni mea volestia el sposo tua del piante, sia gia alua devante, col corputico e con la mente pura, per trifora della tua gran victoria, in septerina gloria. For di ques espa e sies vista dura, la dov ormai con Cristo sia secura. 2. Il sacro corpo ben dimonstra quattro, e la stata theala edor nel atto cielo, e la virtud che fra niosi ved. Spirito gentil esempio al mondo filo, faema celeste alla conscientia ved. e degli affettiti o refrigerio santo, ci con devoto pieto, actius inciens vigrian beata, scilto rima di mila pensia frel, perce quato tu vai, dinanzi a Cristo esposa coronata, e cia il verd e el mondo obsietata. 3. Da mil parti sol fer fama cor, the versi gentu arimarha el membra, cia sento spente pace viva ancora, ed o suo spirito pace si remembra. Ogre uomo il vert quavo ogo uomo ador, e pien di maraviglia fia onora, de quas silevagio cor, non lacrimae si forte del seso. Vedendo l'oppressante e l'uomo viso, si aguarda e an paradiso, il corpo el mondo, tanto qui si presa, ci fia verde di spirito la belluzia. O felice alma ci chiama non torse, il spento pie del trito suo cammino, sempre sperando quel cielo mondo brama. Unless we are mistaken, this Kazon shows an exquisite refinement and delicacy of feeling. But in general it must be confessed that were we to regard the friar's poetical compositions solely from the artistic point of view, we should often be compelled to judge them more severely, since nearly all are very defective in style, and the motive seldom reaches the height of real poetic creation. Nevertheless, we cannot read these works without an increased esteem for the author, since we are impressed by the true poetry of his nature, even when he fails to express it in his verse, for in his case, this is an integral portion of the soul rather than a product of the mind. It is true that this poetic spirit is only seen in occasional flashes, but is all the more luminous owing to the author's apparent unconsciousness. Some other Latin compositions of Savonarola's pen may also be classed as poetry, for although devoid of metrical form, they are modelled on the Psalms. One of these, celebrating the praises of the Lord, runs as follows: I sought thee everywhere, but found thee not. I asked of the earth, art thou my God? And the earth answered, Thales is deceived. I am not thy God. I questioned the air, and the air replied, Thou must go higher. I questioned the heavens, the stars, and the sun, and all made reply. He that created us from nothing, he is thy God. He filleth heaven and earth, he dwelleth in thy heart. Thus, O Lord, I sought thee afar, and thou wert near. I asked of my eyes whether thou hadst entered in through them, but they answered that they only knew colours. I asked my ear, and it answered that it only knew sound. Wherefore the senses know thee not, O Lord. Thou hast entered into my soul, thou dwellest in my heart, and wokest in me when I do deeds of charity. Thus in all that Savonarola wrote we find a spiritual tendency, some noble and holy aspiration, piercing the often rebellious husk of the form, to show us his moral greatness, that proved that, if seldom a poet, he was ever a fit theme for poetry of the highest kind. End of section 23.